सबैजनालाई स्वागत छ। माई नेम इज सन्दन गौतम एके CR7 हो र ल अब ठिकै छ। अब यो क्वेसन अझै पनि रुल्स के छ भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ मैले चाहिँ अब क्वेसन सोध्ने 10 सेकेन्ड भित्रमा केटाहरूले चाहिँ टट्ट लेखेर मलाई चाहिँ पेपर देखाउने। अब त्यही अनुसारको म अब मन लागि जस्तो मन लाग्छ केटाहरूको कति अब हार्डवर्क कस्तो गर्ने छ त्यही अनुसारको म मार्क्स दिन्छु केटाहरूलाई। फर्स्ट क्वेसन इज एकदमै सजिलो प्रश्न रहेको छ साथीहरू तपाईँहरूको लागि। एयर ड्रप कुन भेकलबाट बनेको हुन्छ? बराबरी पोइन्ट दिने निर्णय गरेको छु। सबैजना 10 पोइन्ट मैले हस्तान्तरण गरिसकेको छु है। तपाईँहरूलाई यस प्रकारको रहेको छ है त। पब्जी मोबाइलको सबैभन्दा ठुलो म्याप कुन हो? लगाएर तपाईँहरूसँग 10 सेकेन्ड रहेको छ। ल चाँडोभन्दा चाँडो ल दोस्तीहरू, अब सबैहरूलाई थर्ड क्वेसन आइसकेको छ। तेस्रो क्वेसन यस प्रकारको रहेको छ। पब्जी मोबाइल कहिले रिलिज भएको थियो? ल गाइस, सबैलाई फेरि पनि 10 पोइन्ट मैले दिइसकेको छु। कसले जित्ने त हो? सबले मिलाउँछ त हो। थर्ड क्वेसनसम्म सबैजनाको प्लेयरहरूको पोइन्ट टाइ रहेको छ। अब हामी अगाडि बढ्नेछौँ फोर्थ क्वेसनको लागि। फोर्थ क्वेसन इज कुन म्यापमा तपाईँले टुकटुक पाउनुहुन्छ? हाम्रो सब ट्यालेन्ट देखेर भन्नु। ल बधाई छ बधाई छ। अब हामीसँग रहेको छ अन्तिम प्रश्न। अन्तिम प्रश्न यस प्रकारको रहेको छ दोस्तहरू, हेर्नु, which map can you find भोल्नोभा? भोल्नोभा भन्ने ठाउँ कुन म्यापमा छ?
Each new era needs new champions. But to become one needs to rise to the challenges. Persevere through failures. One needs to fuel the inner fire. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. The dawn of new champions.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the Pubgmobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022. Grand Finals are finally about to begin, and this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen, which is out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. Quite a mouthful, I know that, but finally we're about to begin. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean Sharma. And Ocean, last 18 games for these teams, and the standings have been reset. What is going through your heads as an analyst?
See, I want to see a team dominate from the start till the end. I want some records to be formed in these 3 days, right? Because we know there are teams that can have a good start, but sometimes they don't have the best of the endings for themselves. Sometimes a team getting the first chicken dinner might not dominate in the same way till the last game, right? So I want consistency in a really good fashion. Now we have multiple teams. We know what Stalwart is capable of. We know what IHC is capable of. We know what Seal is capable of. That's like the top three in the pinnacles. But then there's Vibes, a team that just arrived and just is doing really good. Obviously, the team is not that much old as compared to the scene of South Asia, but still the players were there, right? So Vibes has been one of those teams. Then we have Skylightz, a team that we know has potential but could not deliver that much on the scale. But now it's 3 days, everything's on the line. They have to. Then we have Deadeyes Guys. We know Deadeyes Guys. Throughout history, the team is one of those only teams that has played every single PMPL, so they understand how the pressure is. They understand being good on the first day. They understand being good on the second day. All they need to understand is being good on the last day as well, because that's always their doom. Then we have teams from the other areas as well, as we talk about their expertise, right? Venom Legends and all those, because these teams they have had their ups and downs. If we talk about the teams like that are not playing now, obviously we're talking about teams like A1 Esports and all, right? They tried, but then the mistakes that they made in the first week, etc., those things have been narrowed down now. It's about the mistakes that you make in one day cannot be repeated in the upcoming days.
I mean, we have seen in the finals. I mean, the finals usually for these PMPLs are so short that it's not even about a one day. It could be just two games being messed up, and you miss out on the trophy because of that. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward with our show. Have a look at the prize pool once again, because now the actual distribution does begin. We saw how the teams fought for the Super Weekend matches to secure those winner chicken dinners so that they could get those $1,000. But now you have to play the big game. Now you have to worry about where you will be at the end of the 18th match, and you have to start doing that when the journey begins, because at the end, if you're on top, you get $10,000. If you're second, you get $6,500. If you're third, you just get $5,000, and the prize pool is going to keep on dropping as we go down the rankings. I mean, on the 16th position, you just get $1,000, which is, well, which is equal to the one game win during the Super Weekend. So I think that is going to put a little bit pressure on the team. And yeah, I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, top 10
solo
teams. Money. Yeah, solo money, but top 10 teams.
Oh yeah, top 10 teams qualify for the
Johnny. They're going to be moving forward. And well, some of them might just, have understood who their competition, like which teams are going to be their competition. But if you want to move forward, you need these points for yourself. I mean, every chicken dinner gets you 15 plus $1,000. So yeah, that the rights are going to be there. But my only question, again, just like you said, the solo performance, right? I want to see which one will the Mongolian solo domination end or not.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be quite interesting to see. I mean, as you mentioned, the solo performances, as they were, only Joker from the South Asian teams was part of the elimination rankings when we saw them at the end of the league stages. So that was quite interesting. But talking about the teams that have made it this far, ladies and gentlemen, starting things off, Stalwart Esports, as you mentioned, Ocean, the only team in the league stages to cross the 500-point marker. They finished with 539 points exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it is just how it is. Stalwart Esports, IHC, Phantom, Deadeyes Guys. Again, ladies and boys and girls, now, well, we don't care about groups because there are no groups at all.
Yeah.
We used to have groups, but then that is long gone now. Now we just have the teams that have done pretty good and are in top 16. That's why they are qualified for these finals. Raw, High Voltage, Venom Legends, Wives. Pretty good teams as well. Like we talked about Wives, right? And I guess these players have a few other things to be happy about.
Maybe.
I mean, birthdays?
Yes, I mean, definitely. Wives, they have two of them, not one. So a very happy birthday from me, Ocean, and Necro, who will be joining us soon, to the two lads from the side of Wives who are celebrating their birthday today. Jiggle and Ryu, I believe, are the ones. So, yep. Happy birthday, lads, and hopefully we get to see Wives perform very well as well, because that's what I'm hoping for. I mean, the delivery that they did during the league stage was very impressive. I mean, I was so happy in the end that they made it to the top 3, because they had been stuck on that 4th position for so long. I just started to root for them. But as we move forward, talking about the other teams, Ocean, we have Skylightz Gaming and DRS, two of the biggest names from their region, from their country. At this point, I mean, we have seen these two names basically just fight out for the trophy in every single tournament they play.
Yes.
And the league stage performance did not look the same.
Yeah, I get it. But this entire board, right? Savage. One of the finest and the brilliant teams, one of the oldest teams as well when it comes down to the old wildcard region, then converted Mongolian region, all those things, right? ElementriX, one of the oldest teams as well from South Asian region. So think about it, right? These two teams are there as well. You talked about Skylightz and DRS, I get it. The teams have been struggling here, and the DRS definitely picked up the pace themselves. And there is another team that picked up the pace that is trained to kill with those, multiple chicken dinners in one day. They were doing really good. Talking about multiple chicken dinners in one day, 1 week, and all. Stalwart started it off. On the first Super Weekend, right? When they just got so much money already for themselves that they had that lead. But the lead, the torch was given to their own fellow region players. That was IHC and then Seal, but Stalwart kind of lost it somewhere. That's one of the things. JyanMaara and 7C, well, yes, the teams are there, but then again, we need to get the old 7C vibes, the old JyanMaara vibes. I mean, if we talk about 7C, right? I still remember the times when there was 7C, Fear, Hungry Box, those players. It was a weekendy match. The lad did 1 versus 5 against the players of ASL, then Skylightz and all like that. It was so good to just witness. Obviously, Weekend is not there, the players not there, but the name is there. Seven Seas, the name is there.
Exactly. I mean, 7C Esports have always been quite legendary. I mean, since the start, basically how the organization, how the lineup, the first ever lineup that you mentioned came into play,
Yeah.
with players from 2 different countries coming together and just making it to the big stages. All together. I mean, there were a lot of communication issues in the team back then, but they worked around it and they did quite decent. They did quite well in those days as well. But I completely agree with you. I mean, the legacy that is there with the name 7C Esports, it is there for a reason, and I think the team definitely, I mean, there is hope for improvement. I mean, hopefully in the finals we do see them regain the same form, well, manage to finish in the top 5 one way or the other. But I mean, it's not going to be easy. I mean, the other teams that we were talking about a few moments ago have been very impressive as well, and I mean, they are definitely going to face a lot of contention, especially you have to worry about the Titans from Mongolia, and 2 of which are on our screens right now, Seal Esports and Stalwart Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Seal Esports, again, finishing on the first with, what was it? I mean, 539 for Seal Esports, and then the second team was at 462. So there was a massive difference. And Seal Esports definitely, well, they owned the league stages.
The best part for Seal was, look at this, right? Their average survival is still less as compared to Stalwart's average survival.
Yeah.
But they picked those games in their favor when Stalwart was going down. Yeah. Those were the exact games that were picked by Seal Esports to just, move forward in their favor. 814, 769, as you could just see out there in the stats as the total points though. But if you talk about the eliminations that they just had for themselves, these are the overall stats. Super Weekend, League Days, everything. Think about it, right? 406 eliminations versus 394. It's close, but Seal knew how to play smartly, and I loved it about them. We used to call that, Mongolian region is known for domination. Well, now it's known for its smart plays. It's like the region is evolving as a matured region overall, because this region previously they just used to just run, fight, dominate. Now they take mature decisions for themselves.
I mean, there's still a lot of fighting though. There's still a lot of fighting involved. But I think Seal Esports, the only reason that I'm worried about them, and that is just a little bit, is the fact that we've seen them play like this before as well. And they took a very nasty tumble the last time they were like doing this well in a PMPL, and from there on out, I mean, we saw Seal Esports missing out on one and then returning to this PMPL in a totally different form, and it has been very impressive. But Stalwart Esports, they are not easy to take down. Let's remember, I mean, earlier on in the first and almost the halfway point of the second week, Stalwart Esports was a team that was leading the overall leaderboard for the Super Weekends, and then they were doing a very good job, and then we saw them slow down a little bit, and then it all just fell apart for Stalwart Esports, where they ended up finishing second in the overall rankings. But I think, again, this team is going to be very interesting to watch. But now we have like Vibes Esports on our screen, so I'm just going to move on. Vibes were very, very impressive to watch, especially Joker, the way he was playing. I mean, that individual performance of his in the league stages was just on a whole another level.
Exactly. I mean, 19,000 plus damage dished by that individual, 17 headshots out of the 99 eliminations that he had done in the last, obviously 3 Super Weekends. That long feat. Jiggle did brilliant. I would say Malik definitely just it was like these players, in fact, they were polishing themselves and they were improving game by game. They were not like they had this understanding that we may not be perfect, but we know how to not make the same mistakes twice, and they did it. Plus the communication.
I mean, I completely agree with that. I mean, Vibes, they were very clean in every single rotation, every way they were positioning themselves in those fights. It was very clean. Nothing too flashy. It's all just textbook. I mean, everything that Vibes were doing. Because in every single match, we wouldn't see them pop off something like Stalwart Esports or Seal Esports would do, or IHC would try to emulate. I mean, wherein teams were just going all aggression, just guns blazing from the get-go, from the start of the game. Vibes wouldn't do that. they would stick to their strategies no matter what happened. They would just try their level best to survive to the mid-game stages, and then slowly and steadily just ramp up the pace, picking up a few individual elimination points along the way. And because of that, vibes were very consistent. I mean, we talked about how their first week, the worst position that they got was basically a top 4 finish, and it was very nice to see. I mean, this team be this consistent, focus on placement points, get decent number of eliminations every single time. But I mean, you have to be consistent with those chicken dinner finishes, which for vibes did not come until much later in the league stages. So I think since they don't have that time right now, vibes, they need to figure out a way to just start getting those chicken dinners as early as possible. One today itself will be very important.
Definitely, but then again, another important thing is, like, if the players are winning, well, the audience needs to win as well.
Yeah.
And that's why we'll have the live item drops. All you have to do is go to official esports channels. You can see all the links of Facebook and YouTube, Pubgmobile Esports South Asia, and well, just there are rewards waiting for you. Definitely, you guys should check it out and be a part of the happiness that these players are definitely just getting up for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. We always bring rewards along with us. I mean, if there is a PMPL, there is a final, there's going to be a drop for you. But you will have to make sure that you are watching the broadcast on Pubgmobile Esports South Asia's broadcast channels, be it Facebook or YouTube. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll talk about that later. Now let's have a look at the schedule, because the finals are about to begin finally. Starting off on Erangel, then we will have the map number 2, which is going to be Miramar, followed by Sanhok, and then Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. That's going to be our day for today. And yes, it's 6 matches a day, total of 18 games in the next 3 days that these 16 teams will have to play in order to, well, be in the top 10, qualify for the championships, and while they're here, lift the trophy and win some prize money as well. So it's going to be super exciting to watch what is going to happen and how this final conclusion of our story for this PMPL South Asia Spring season will, well, come to an end.
We'll see though, but this is the beginning of the end. I like your Instagram story, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like
Thank you.
The beginning of the end, and well, this is where it is. This is where another history will be made in to be written in for the books of Pubgmobile Pro League, and definitely these players are going to be writing it themselves. First things first, the main writer, it's going to be the flight path. The secondary writer, the assistive writer, is going to be the zone. Then it comes on to these players as for how they want to play it. Because me and Ansh, we were discussing about this one thing as well. Remember, there was one of the matches in which IHC got a brilliant chicken dinner in the military base area, right?
Yeah.
Specifically, the team thought that they should rotate slow. They were in the blue, and they did not cross the bridge even at the 4th circle when the 4th circle was forming. That was such a slow decision being taken by IHC. That is not slow most of the times. The team likes to play either towards the edge or inside the circle, even if wherever the zone is. But the team that game decided to go slow somehow, and that just worked in their favor. I want to see if something happens in this one, because, well, the history has it. The first game, if you get it with really good points, you will have that lead for yourself. So, ladies and boys and girls, here it is, our mini game. If you can spot someone in the camera, and, well, I mean, you can spot everyone in the camera, but if you can spot someone funny the camera, but I guess it's
always godless. He's moving. He's always not in his chair. He's anyone but his chair.
he just ran, But well, ladies and boys and girls, this is the first game of PMPL finals of the season. The flight path is on your screen. If you don't see it, well, it starts from Stalwart. Yasna is there. That means it's going to go to Novo Repnoi. Milta Factory, those are going to be good areas. It's kind of like one-sided flight path.
Well, as you said, it's completely one-sided, leaning towards the eastern side of the map, starting from Stalberg, going through Yasnaya, Shelter, Farm, and Milta is split in two because of this trajectory, and the end is, well, towards the southern side of Novoripnoi part of the military island. So Stalwart Esports are going to be the happiest of the bunch right now, but Raw Esports taking the first drop towards Stalberg, Kameshki T2K, they head towards safety, towards Severny, and Skylightz Gaming. I mean, this has always been the question, where are they going to start in this game? Will Venom Legends have to resort to a secondary drop, or will they be allowed to play from the western part of the map? I mean, if they want to do so, but it's quite clear they're heading towards Milta yet again. Milta Power, to be precise, because Milta right now is under the control of DRS these days.
Oh, well, these players, if you just, think about it, if you just talk about it, everyone's just dropping down. Again, there's like nothing wrong in that. If we just, think over it. The zone is going to be the main culprit, and the zone's is northern circle. For the first time, we are seeing a northern circle to start with, because mostly we all remember, right? We have seen those southern circles here and there, but well, it is not at all the case. And DRS, well, Milta, it's gonna be their area. Look at this now. Skylightz, are they still dropless?
Well, I think so. I think they're still dropless, but that might just work out for them this time, since they will be on the northern part of the map already. And look at this! Oh no! There you get him! There you get him! Brilliant driving right there from Orange, and that's a free pick. That's a free point and the first blood of the game. Wow!
Imagine having a 0-0 survival time. Because that is it.
Oh man.
Oh my god, Phantom, this is not how it should have started. But chaos is what we all love. So, oh, Phantom, their journey just started off, but...
So, I feel bad for those two picks, but I feel bad for the players of Phantom, but that was hilarious. You have to admit that was pretty hilarious, as you mentioned. The 0-0 survival time, but look, ElementriX, they're not done, they're hunting them down. Oh my goodness, Yeta, he's running for his life right now, while Enkus and Sus, they're looking to chase, but finally, they let them go.
I thought it's going to be the same situation as in what PMGC Infinity did with 628, right? They chased them down to take the players from the Bristol Gatka areas. Obviously, these are different areas, but then that did not happen. On the other side, 7C, well, Pochinki is their home. They like to drop there. They enjoy their time in this incredible city in the heart of Erangel. And right now, they are just focusing on their loot, whilst the other few players are focusing on vehicles. If I'm not wrong, yes, they wanted the vehicle so badly that they were like, bye-bye bike. And now they are moving to get new and more vehicles. Maybe a 4-seater is what they want to witness. But all they're getting is buggies. Okay, buggy spawn rate supremacy is what we see right now. And Seal, all right, this team has to make some noise again this time. We'll see what happens.
Well, we'll see what happens with them, but for now, let's move forward towards Seal Esports. And still on the military island, just like Stalwart Esports, no matter where the trajectory of the plane is, Seal Esports also never let go of their military base looting spot. It's always been home for them.
They like it.
Yeah. High Voltage likes to go to school quite a lot, and towards the apartments, to be a little bit more precise. I mean, this also has been a very good control spot for them in the early stage of the match, and especially with a northern circle like this, I think it can work out quite nicely for them in the mid game and the late game stage as well, depending on when they rotate and well, what path they choose, which we will find out in a few short moments. But on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, is Venom Legends, who are, well, for now, just about 1,500 meters away from the circle. We do have a Dedicator in front of us with the Scar L equipped on him. So let's see if that is going to remain till the end of the game. Venom Legends, again, in a very interesting spot where their rotation timings can actually clash with DRS.
John, you remember Venom Legends, it was the first game. They struggled so much. I guess it was Deadeyes Guys or some team. I don't remember, but if anyone from the chat remembers, do let me know. Like, it was a Milta factory fight. The first game of PMPL this season, right? It was a Milta factory fight. Both the teams then decided, let's not engage that area, because again, it was not benefiting anyone. They were losing the fight out of the blue. They did not have enough loot. They did not have enough resources, and the players were being taken down. So that was such a different but a weird situation to think about, because that was just the first game. It was like, maybe they did homework, maybe they did not do homework, but someone's coming at their drop, and that would never look good. So yeah, that thing did happen. But on the other side, Skylightz, all right, looks like they are going on their original drop. Not exactly original, but original for this PMPL, because the first few games, Skylightz used to go to Northern Georgia Pole, and that's where they are. On the other side, another team that likes to go to the areas around Georgia Pole is IHC. But right now, looks like they are quite close to the area around the southern side of Yasnaya Polyana.
Well, but let's see how that is going to work out for him. But ladies and gentlemen, this one's for you. As we've been asking you for suggestions, the survey is still open. The link is going to be in the chat, so you guys can go fill out the survey and let us know what you think could be the changes for the PMPL.
You make us
in the
better.
Future. Yeah, you make us better. Always good to have feedback. We're always out for
ladies and boys and girls. I like me better when I'm with you.
Oh, are you going to start singing that now?
I can't sing. I mean, I can, but not the songs like this.
We'll have to get Necro. He's the singer amongst us. I think I'll get him to sing today. We'll get him to sing Happy Birthday for Jiggle and Ryu. Let's do that.
That can be done. But then again, we'll talk about that. But look at this, the zone supremacy, right? We talked about the Northern Circle. Deadeyes Guys, Rozhok is their home. They like to stay there. 7C, every player is quite onto the back lines of Deadeyes Guys. Vibes, well, the teams around the areas of ruins, and also they can just, just move forward. ElementriX is surprisingly on a slower rotation because Seal, a team that goes to military base, is ahead of them in terms of the rotations. ElementriX is still behind them. That means Seal can go and can gatekeep if they have the information, right? They can gatekeep the areas around the zone. But looks like Godless, IHC, they have spotted on a few players from high voltage, or either they would want to go and take those compounds. Now, those are very good compounds. Obviously, the circle can shoot to the northern side, but if the zone just has its own mind and you have those compounds, you'll have a really prime location inside the zone. But we'll talk about that right now. Demo has taken down one from ElementriX, and that is Mr. Hyozu. ElementriX, a team that was looking really happy right at the start of the game because they got two important elimination points. Well, now they are actually paying the piper.
Yeah, exactly. And this time the piper, it's there in the form of the players of Stalwart Esports. Sus, he's trying to get away from this. The blue zone in the early stages is not going to do enough damage, so it's just a little bit of a chip damage on to Sus. He'll have one boost if he finds one. Just put it on and be done with it. Stalwart Esports on the other side are going to be pretty happy with the free elimination point that has been handed over to them, and we do see them moving up north as well. Now, both these teams, I mean, we did see a couple of moments earlier, the players from Phantom Esports were quite close to them. I was wondering what happened to Mad Max and Yeta. Well, it seems like they're going to play a slow game. They're going to play very, very slow, just along with the blue zone. They're going to move forward. On the other side, talk about moving forward. Venom Legends, just moving in from the east of Yasnaya, are going to find a free entry towards the circle. Stalwart Esports, though, on the other side, seems like headed for an imminent collision with the players of DRS now. And it's going to be quite interesting to see if that works out, or, well, how that fight is going to end. But so far, I mean, Delta, we did hear the shots and saw him aiming towards the players of IHC. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if IHC is the team that DRS is going to start shooting towards first and take a fight with, because then they might get sandwiched from the other side.
Yeah, they might. Those things might happen. But right now, look at the first airdrop that is around the shorelines. Has an MK, a pretty good weapon, a pretty impressive weapon. If you want to just go for it, start with it, anything. But right now, as we talk about the fights and all, not a lot of fights happening. We saw 2 casualties. ElementriX did that. And then we saw one more casualty that was on ElementriX. So ElementriX has been part and parcel of the chaos that has been so far. But other than that, every team is trying. Now, this is important, ladies and boys and girls, that every team is trying to survive because the points are starting from 0 right now. You can see that on the survival status, right? Every single point counts, matters, because this is the first game of the finals. So these teams, in fact, would want to start off on such a good note for themselves. So let's see if that happens. Right now, ElementriX still struggling with the blue. As you can see, the blue marker on their name. But then again, we'll see if they make it out alive in the circle or not.
Let's see what is going to happen to them. And on the other side, I mean, JyanMaara also with a very slow approach to the game. I think Sandesh has been spotted out because No Fear is looking right towards him. Goes for the shots. the trigger figure itching quite a lot, and Sandesh, manages to dodge quite a bit of damage, does just run away to safety inside that warehouse. And well, even though he has been spotted out, he's still alive, still quite healthy, so not a lot to worry about. But now No Fear has revealed his hiding spot, and JyanMaara, they are going to be feeling a little worried about this, but let's see. Snipe YT running out in the open. Quite interesting.
Yeah, but well, the only problem right now, the final problem, staying alive. That's what everyone has to do. Assault, he's looking in the wrong direction. I get it, he has a bolt action, but peeking for so long, imagine if he had no idea. Someone could have taken him down, but well, now he maybe understands. Kazi as well, just taking those top TPP angles for themselves. That's what all these players are doing. Nemesis on one side. Rig is around the corner as well. So it looks like Raw definitely has found a pretty good area, because everyone is looking, gathering information from different angles. So they have what do you call, a kind of a 360-degree-ish vision for themselves. But now the circle shift's going to come, and there it is, confirming a northern circle, and Seal is in the dead smack center of the zone right now. So everyone's going to come to them. If they have compounds, they better be ready. A wave is arriving.
Yeah, as you said, a wave is arriving, and to survive this, it won't be easy, but
nope.
The circle shift towards shooting range, and again, I mean, Skylightz Gaming smack in the center. We've seen them in a position like this before as well, and wasn't really a game that they were able to convert because they were a little bit too aggressive. So I think this time they will have to try and figure out exactly which fights to take. On the other side, though, Stalwart Esports, the furthest away from the circle at this point, won't be easy to make it through. But ladies and gentlemen, the action has begun finally as 7C Esports have started a fight against Deadeyes Guys. 1-1 knock traded from either side. True Love, it's going to be quite close to on top to go for revive. Precious with a few shots being fired towards the players of DE, just as pressing fire of sorts, so that Memo could be safely just retrieved inside cover, and then they could go for a revive. So it's a reset now between these two teams.
You know, it definitely is, but then again, no casualties after those 3-1s. There's still, plus if maybe let's talk about this fight, right? If Shari maybe takes someone down, you cannot rush. It's such an open area. You will not go for a rush in this situation. So these players, they will understand. They have to understand. There's no other point of just, you know, there's no point of getting into a fight. I mean, you can maybe just use a few bullets, take down the helmets, vests, etc., so that it can just, you know, help you in the future situations, in the near future, in this game only. But then again, it looks like everyone would want to play for the position, like a better position inside the circle for themselves. Phantom, I gotta give it to these people. It's just 2 players remaining, but still they're trying to do everything in order to survive, and that's important.
Well, yeah, it's pretty important, and let's see, I mean, which one of these players or teams will be the one surviving till the very end. I'm talking about the very end, when the 18th match comes to an end, because I mean, that's what all of them are aiming for right now. 14 minutes, almost 15-minute marker, and all 16 teams still alive. Everyone is being extremely careful not to be the first squad to go out and get no points for placements in this game, because, I mean, we're just getting started with the finals, but Rules, he's in an interesting spot. High voltage, they also have the flank. Rules, oh boy, this could hurt the players of DRS, but let's see. I mean, the blue zone has started to move forward. They will have the advantage of just getting to the covers first, but will High Voltage just take out that one isolated player? I mean, he has been joined by his teammate right now.
I love this zone.
So it's going to be quite interesting to see what the fight is going to look like. But yeah, another westward shift of the circle. It's going to be on the slope.
Johnny, it's now, this is the reality check. So many teams are gonna get eliminated, and imagine if you're not paying attention to the circle in the next 30 minutes, 30 seconds, well, you're definitely going down. Skylightz, well, they go down as one of the players. I mean, Nima has been taken out of the lobby, but then look at Stalwart. I don't want to say it, but I feel Stalwart is stuck. If they take a fight right now, they are stuck. If they go out, there might be a chance that they will survive. But DRS is moving. Deadeyes Guys is there. So many teams around that area. But Scry goes down from Raw's assault. He would want to go for that finish. But look at that. Top is actually cooking up a good grenade. If the grenade hits on time, can take the player down. But look at the Savage against IHC. What is happening? This is utter chaos. IHC versus Savage. Who would have thought?
Yeah, exactly. Who would have thought this is going to be the first actual 4v4 team fight that we are going to witness? And Savage Esports, they are not looking to stop the nades constantly being lobbed towards the players of IHC. And if he was out in the open, but backs off quite nicely. And there's the third party from 7C Esports. Sanchir is going to be the first man to be taken out. Alex has a nade, lines it up, but no, does not toss it in the right spot. The player still hiding indoors. Have managed to stay safe all this time, but 7C from the flank are looking to just secure those places. What's it out? No! And if a blunder comes in, as Eisenberg is going to be taken down by friendly fire. It was a friendly grenade that caused this knock. This was the opening for IHC, but they are not looking to push in this fight. And another one is going to be lobbed by IHC, but it misses mark. Now he runs forward. A 1v1 duel is going to happen, and oh, IHC just barely left with any HP. Does find the knock. Two more down from side of Savage Esports. Down to the final player, Hershey, and he's not looking too good, Ocean.
Oh my god, the way these fights just have started. Savage, they understood that they picked a wrong day, a wrong zone, a wrong fight with the wrong team. And now they have to move away. Venom Legends actually on the receiving end as well. Assault, he just gets in his own Molotov. Oh no, he does not. Alright, just, surviving by the Whiskers, his own teammates in fact. Molotov, we just talk about it. So many fights just, happening onto the sidelines right now. We have Ollie on the screens, and obviously he's just trying to take up a pretty good fight for himself. But maybe we'll be able to secure a few eliminations here and there. But Stalwart, nothing's looking good for Stalwart. It's not at all looking good for Stalwart right now. It's just one player surviving. Praveen is moving forward as well. High voltage, they have one elimination, but Memo's quite close to them. I guess he got the memo as 7C becomes the first team to be eliminated.
What is going on in this match? I mean, the way the fights were happening, I thought Savage Esports would have bitten the dust by now, but no, they managed to survive. And 7C out of nowhere just take a tumble and, well, are eliminated with just 1 point to their name in this game. IHC, look at them just controlling the slope, being the gatekeepers, doing a pretty nice job, but now they have to worry about DRS, who are looking to climb the hill and get themselves towards, well, quite close to the center of the circle as the blue zone is here, and the shift is on towards the northeastern side. Skylightz Gaming still pretty lucky inside the zone, but let's look at this. Venom Legends, they have been pinned down. Well, not Venom Legends, Raw have been pinned down by Ale and Rafat, and well, Rig and his teammates, all they have is this ridge to use as cover and take this fight.
I mean, just think about it, right? This is the strategy for a few of these teams is they have no strategy.
I mean, does that count like as an outplay though? I mean, if you don't have a strategy, that's basically going YOLO. Let's see. Godless dishing out a lot of damage at this point. Just one elimination secured. 4 as total for the players of IHC. And as I said earlier, I mean, IHC Esports, they will have to worry about DRS and the lads. And, well, Godless going for a spray. Is going to try and trace, but, oh, it doesn't work out for... Wait, what? He did get a knock, in fact. I mean, finally, DRS, they have been put down almost. One player was still there. High voltage on the other side getting absolutely destroyed by Seal Esports. It's Baron just doing the heavy lifting for his team. JyanMaara getting third party. T2K Sandesh finding the opening. Susan is going to be there left standing, but can he stay alive a little bit longer and provide a revive or at least win this fight? Susan, he stands up but goes down even quicker. Ooh, intense. And T2K still managing to stay 4-man strong.
High voltage follows up as well. 13 teams, 34 players already surviving. Look at Seal just doing everything that they can with the throwables only, but Wally, oh, he's down and out in the open. Taken down. It's all about Godless and his aim, and he's aiming good. He knows, he reads, he sees that smoke. But then again, He'll have to go for the confirmations if he can. Suyog on the other side. Look at this corner. Still trying to do everything. Savage just gets eliminated, but they will be followed up by ElementriX, a team that did pretty decent for the start, but they could not just convert it. Seal on one side, Zeol on the other side, as you can see. DRS Gaming follows up. Oh my god, this, like, no one would have thought.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a good grenade.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be on point, but oh, Leo.
Whoa!
Joseph!
Oh my god, it's just so brilliant. T2K Jane on the other side takes on one from Vibes, as Malik is going to be struggling with the blue, and obviously Jane has his crosshair. Vibes, we'll have to see what happens. They are going to be losing one of their players. IHC still surviving, but then again, you need to understand that Stalwart, even with one player, they are still there in all of these areas. Skylightz is on one side. If we talk about T2K right now, one of the finest plays is just being made by T2K. Vibes is there. Raw is going to be a team that can surprise, to be honest, in these kind of elements. Godless, I have questions. This guy just goes to the airdrop in order to take that AWM. We know he loves these kind of bold actions, but then again, it's not about him, as Jane is going to go for a few shots, but Chari takes one man down. Oh, Jane, if he has a good grenade, he needs to loft it. He's cooking it. He's going to go for it. Goes for the FPP. Counts the area. Goes for a good grenade. Oh, it takes True Love down. Chari is there. Shifu on the other side. True Love needs a revive.
Well, let's see. I mean, as you said, True Love.
Wow, on top grenade now.
This revive is going to be pretty important. Shifu is slowly and steadily moving towards the players of Venom Legends, so it's going to be very bad for them. But from the distance, Ryu just, I mean, bringing the party poppers along with him, just popping the players of Raw. But from the flank, he's going to be taken out as well. And now Vibes, it looks like they are going to be in a world of hurt. Stalwart Esports taking the exit from this match on the 9th position. IHC still looking quite solid with the 3 players that they have remaining in the match. Phantom Esports, well, they made it to the top 8 and they're doing quite well for themselves, considering they lost 2 players as soon as the game started. Raw, oh no, this is bad. Nemesis also taken out, but Godless, he's going to be pinned down behind that rock for a moment. Malik was looking to push towards the players of IHC. He's going to be shut down. Godless pushing forward. Joker going for the spray. He's going to find the knock and the opening, but will he be able to take down the entire team? As Zeol, he's still, well, he's healing out in the open. Joker finish him off, and that's it. IHC are finally done and dusted. Top 16, 13 players still alive. Skylightz Gaming, they're looking so good. Look at the forecast percentage, 33% probability of them winning the game.
Is there, T2K is there, Vibes is there, Raw is there. This one is definitely coming in for South Asia. South Asia in the league was different, but South Asia in the finals is just brilliant.
Well, it is quite brilliant, but let's see which one of these teams will be at the end winning the chicken dinner. Skylightz Gaming for now. Still, all 3 players looking quite good. Just 3 eliminations secured, but they have a good position towards the northern edge of the circle. Vibes, Joker and Malik, the final duo from their side surviving. Raw Esports is just Kazi remaining. Deadeyes Guys, they do have the man advantage in this game, but Chari just takes a massive hit. Avoids getting taken out though, still managing to survive, but the nade being lobbed from Mafia Ninja, and well, it almost hits the mark, but the one from Galzin was the one that was basically a 3-pointer. So Chari is going to be knocked out. One more, Shifu is going to be down to half his HP, and well, Deadeyes Guys, they might lose out on 2 of their players as more utility is being lobbed towards them. Oh boy. Quite intense the way this game is heading towards its end. Mafia Ninja, one more. This one it's almost on point. Just bounces top and barely avoiding the knock. Shifu and Chari on top. He has been sent to flank, but holding on that slope, avoiding the players of Vibes. It's not going to be easy for him. He's slowly and steadily trying to see if he can get a line of fire from where he can take down at least one lad from the Skylightz Gaming squad. Deadeyes Guys, now all they need to do is protect themselves, as they do have a decent position quite close to the circle. And well, Vibes Joker is going to be the first man to go out. So it's down to Malik.
It definitely is. It definitely is. Down to Malik, who does not have any heals, I guess, anymore, or does not have any time as well remaining as Vibes mark their exit. But we're down to 3 teams, 8 players surviving. Because after them, Phantom surprisingly just, catches it up. Oh my god, this just looks good. But on the other side, Muffin just goes down with a brilliant start coming up from Deadeyes Guys. This team, we know they are capable. We talked about it. Deadeyes Guys is a team that likes to start on a very good note. But then again, can they remove the tag that has been there with them on the last day's game? Obviously, this is just the start. AJ is going to go for a Molotov. He just throws it. But is he aware of a player quite close to him? Yes, he is. AJ just on one side, takes one player, peeks again, shoots again, peeks again, shoots again. But I guess he ain't done for, as Deadeyes Guys would want to just capitalize on everything. 25, 20, 30 bullets, and there it is. True Love takes one, man. And Deadeyes Guys starts off on a brilliant note. Classic, vintage Deadeyes Guys.
Oh, well, what a win for DE. Starting solid right off the bat. 11 eliminations, 26 points secured in the very first game. I mean, it was an amazing play from the lads, but also the other teams. I mean, AJ almost pulling off that clutch, almost winning that fight for his team was very impressive. So close to surviving as well, but quite unlucky. I mean, being cornered, literally cornered by the blue zone, and nowhere left to go but run into the bullets and get taken out. And Deadeyes Guys from there on out just, did not exactly cruise to the victory, did not exactly cruise to the chicken dinner. They had to fight their way for it, but an impressive fight and an impressive win for DE. And I mean, this was just the beginning. So I mean, we did have a slow start to the game, but nothing taken away from the teams. I mean, Phantom Esports, I did not expect them to survive for that long. I mean, could have been much worse for Phantom Esports, but hey, that was a brilliant job.
They did great.
Yeah.
A team that lost 2 of its players, and it's just the starting game. They did not lose any composure. They were like, yeah, we know it. We are outnumbered, so we'll play for the position. Let's start off on a good note, even though the note was kind of like, it's in its own ups and downs. They mad respect.
Yeah. I mean, mad respect to the lads. It was very impressive. I mean, this game, just the closing moments made it clear as to how serious these teams were about these finals in every single game and every single point. But we'll talk about the standings and a lot of other stats after this very short break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pubgmobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny. That is Oshin Sharma. The first game of our grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. The map of Erangel is done. And what an amazing win for Deadeyes Guys. Raw. Well, even though they were in a position from where the victory could have been theirs, but just missing out on the opportunity just by a little bit. And Deadeyes Guys, well, not failing to seize their win, their very first win in the very first game. Although on the other side, I mean, Ocean, the other teams that we did in fact talk about, Seal Esports, Stalwart Esports, IHC. Now, I mean, Stalwart and Seal Esports got taken out pretty early.
So Stalwart went. We'll talk about it definitely once we'll be just looking on the sides. But Stalwart took a very bad decision. That is, they start from nowhere Ripnoy, right? The team went to the Severney sides. I know what they thought, but then again, we'll talk about that. Sandesh right now is the MVP of the first game from Train to Kill. 4 eliminations, 916 damage, 22 minutes and 53 seconds of survival time is what he has. 4 knocks coming down, but no assists. Doesn't matter.
I mean, definitely no assist. Doesn't matter. I think the rest of the lads from the T2K side were also doing quite decent in this match. So it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly what the total number of LMs is going to be on their team as a whole. But again, I think T2K, even in the league stages, were not too different. So I think there is some sort of consistency there within the team. We just have to see what the exact total of points is going to be for T2K at the end of the 18 matches, because if they manage to play like this in every single game, I mean, getting 5-6 eliminations, managing to make it into the top 6 every single time, I mean, even that is going to help them qualify and keep them in a very decent spot in the overall rankings. But having a look at the rest of the top players, we do have on tops from DE on the second with 4 LMs and 530 damage. Baron from Stalwart Esports on the third. IC is going to be on the fourth, and Assault is going to be on the fifth. Now look at that, quite interesting. It's 4-4, 3-4, and 3. So even with 3 eliminations, if you have more damage, you get to move up.
Yeah. No, it's kind of the formulation, right? When it comes down to the way you choose MVPs and all the performances are done. But then again, Deadeyes Guys in draw. Look about them. 1750, 1101. There's a massive difference in the damage dealt as compared to the damage received. Damage received is quite close, and Raw has more damage received in the final moments as well. The last player got taken out. 11 versus 7 eliminations. Plus Raw, they lost on a few of their teammates quite early. Whilst Deadeyes Guys, they had 3 players surviving in the last moment as well. Obviously, the revives were being given. But then again, imagine AJ could have just changed everything. Exactly. Had this been, had AJ clutched that, I believe AJ could have just taken up the first position as well. Like, he would have been in the momentum, right? The movement, the movement would have been just really good for him. So that would have been one of the things. But then again, right now, if we talk about highest assists, that's where Galzin is from Skylightz. Jiggle comes up with the longest assists eliminations, 312. Highest knocks with on top Sir. Shifu with the highest eliminations. On top is there as well. And then there's Sandesh.
I mean, quite an interesting set of players in front of us in the match summary. And again, players almost just hitting that max render distance marker always. I mean, I will never stop finding that more impressive. But again, I mean, it's more about the points that you get from this game and how many points you're going to get in the next one. I mean, Skylightz Gaming, as you mentioned, I mean, AJ winning that final fight against the players of DE, which was basically a 1v4 for him, would have been impressive on a whole another level. I mean, the way he just took down the players, the utility was used perfectly to block out anyone getting from behind the containers, taking down the lad quite close to him. I mean, it was all just played very well, but it was just the fact that the man was alone. But still, I mean, 26 points to DE, 19 for Raw. Skylightz Gaming do walk away with 13 points to their name, so a decent start for them, but JyanMaara with nothing from this match. Venom Legends, Savage Esports starting off with just 1 point each. It's going to be very troublesome for them. I mean, pressure is going to be upon them to make sure that the recovery is there in the next match. They do not get left too far behind from the rest of the competition.
Yeah. I mean, that just, it was just the first game, right? So the competition is still starting, but it's like you kind of understand what South Asia has in their minds right now. This is the season where they would want to topple the Mongolian domination. If that happens, well, we'll see. Because as of now, things have just, have taken their own toll. Where IHC, Seal, Stalwart, these were like the 3 Goliaths. These are like the 3 Goliaths. But to answer them, we saw Raw, Skylightz, and Deadeyes Guys. Vibes is there as well. Like, we know Vibes just, does good. So that's one of the things. But Deadeyes Guys, I mean, let's talk about the way, the circles were forming up and all those things whilst we were just, talking about it, because the circle was moving forward. Look at where Deadeyes Guys is. They start from Rozhok, they move forward, they try to get good hold of their own play. Shooting range is where they were afterwards, because that's where the circle was going. The circle had its own western shifts. That was good. But Johnny,
Yeah.
We have talked about this. The elephant in the room. Deadeyes Guys plays really good in the first few days. Final
Yep.
few days is where they falter. Now we have only 3 days. First, second, and the final day. I I hope they don't falter. I have high expectations from this team if you just talk about it, because this is the only team that has played every single PMPL.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And I mean, DE, they have garnered a lot of respect and have made their name known because of that. But I think, again, it's just the fact that, as you mentioned, we have seen them every single time, but even we have hardly seen them lift as many trophies. I think that is something that they are looking to change this time. A strong start for Deadeyes, guys. I hope the performance continues. I mean, if this is going to happen again and again, we know they do very well for themselves any single time there's a Northern Circle. So, I mean, this game could have been, well, this game was meant to be theirs, basically. But on the other side, I mean, the next map, Miramar, I mean, it is going to be very interesting to see what is going to be the retaliation from Stalwart Esports, IHC, or the teams from Mongolia, basically. I mean, because they do quite decent on this particular map.
Yeah, it definitely is, because Miramar, it is a favored map for Mongolians. But then again, we saw that happening in the first few days when we just, used to have this conversation that every single Miramar is being won by Mongolians. But then
Yeah.
Vibes comes in, T2K just comes in, and they started stealing it off. We'll talk about that definitely, but in a while, we'll go and have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments as well, because for a long time there were no fights except for the first time when the straight up knock happened. This was the first one. Then there were no fights for a long time, but then once they started off again, players had no time to rethink their strategies, because the fights after this one happened around the fourth circle or so think about the difference, right? The circle smaller, you think you have a good place, you cannot go to any other house because there might just be some other teams as also. You just had to think on your feet, and if you could not do that, well, you were not surviving.
Well, as you mentioned, I mean, you had to be quick on your feet, otherwise survival was definitely going to be a very major issue for you. And that is what I think Savage Esports failed at earlier on in the game, where Anif, even though the mistake was made, Eisenberg was knocked out from his nade. I mean, going for a revive in a position like that was basically calling for the opposition to take you down. Stalwart Esports, I mean, Ocean, you talked about this. I mean, how they were stuck in a very desperate moment, and the opposition just took complete advantage of that. We saw Stalwart Esports also getting taken out very early on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was about the worst positions, just like you said, right? That should not have been the case for the team. That should not have happened to the team, but that did happen. And around all these situations, right, Phantom did really good as well. Just we have talked about that. This was a standard proper fight. Guys, they had players to lose. If one player would have been taken down, he would have at least done some damage, and the other two players would have capitalized on that. So that's why this gamble happened, but True Love just ended it all. If we talk about the teams, right, Seal with 1000 plus damage, IHC with 1000 plus damage, 1500 plus in fact, T2K with a 1600 plus damage, and then there's Sky that's almost 1700 damage, and there's guys with 1750 damage as well for themselves. JyanMaara, well, 777 was their damage, but they could not hit the jackpot as they were the second team to just, been taken out of the lobby. So I believe, again, now with 17 games remaining, these teams need to understand that if you are out with no eliminations, what do you lose?
I mean, exactly. What do you lose? Oh boy, that's I think the question that everyone has been asking themselves for a very long time. I mean, you gain something, but what are you losing? On the other side, Miramar, again, that's going to be game number 2. After that, it is going to be Sanhok, and then we go forward with the sort of trio of Erangel, Miramar, Erangel again. Hey, see, I remember the schedule now. I mean, even though it's changed slightly since what we had in the league stages. And, I mean, Miramar has always been very exciting, but that was the league stages. I mean, in league stages, comparatively, even Miramar was very action-packed games. But I think if Erangel was so slow that towards the 16-minute marker is where we saw the first team getting taken out, I mean, my expectations to see any form of team fight in Miramar are very low in the early stages, to be honest. I mean, I'm not expecting a fight up until like 16-17-minute marker.
Yeah, again, I believe these teams are not going to fight that much. until unless if a team has decided to go for a second drop or something, because Miramar kind of just opens up the possibilities like that as well, because
True.
sometimes the flight path is not in your favor, you need to drop to other direction, or maybe you just take up a few vehicles, but then again, if you want to go for the vehicle, someone else just takes that vehicle in front of. So those things do happen. So we'll see if something like that
Yeah.
happens, or if Circle maybe forces a team to rotate right in front of some other team, because those are a few reasons in which fights can happen. Otherwise, there are not going to be any fights in the start. And we know one more thing: every different team likes to go to those higher grounds. And if you find a good higher ground and there's someone in the open fields right next to you, then I'm sure. So it's not going to be a fight, but then again, they're going to try and spray down the players and take them down. So
Yeah.
it's just a one-sided fight that happens.
I mean, it's just a one-sided fight, as you said, but maybe the retaliation is going to be very intense in this one. Let's see. Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen, because the game is about to begin in a few short moments, and you know what's there before the match, right? We get to see the player cams and well, try and witness what the lads are up to before the match. We've seen a lot of interesting things. Let's head towards the cams and see what the players are going through right now. And again, I mean, all right, where is he? Godless is sitting in his chair, but there's someone else missing, and one lad just running up the stairs in boot camp. Have to be extremely careful. Making it all
like,
the way through the next
once as soon as they know, like, they are on the island, the spawn island, so everyone from the team just says, hey, it's starting, come on, go, it's starting, come on. that's the thing that just happens. But then again, it is starting. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the second game of the day. If we talk about it, the second game of the finals, it is Miramar. The flight path, it's going to be in front of us. Oh, this is definitely not looking good. We are starting off from the backsides of Puerto Paraiso, Impala, Los Leones. So it's kind of a southern-ish flight, for starting from the southern side to the El Pozo's area. So going to El Azahar might just be a bit challenged. La Cobreria, well, you can glide 1800 meters plus. You can slightly glide to those areas. Players can just go down. It's kind of a good flight path, to be honest, for a few teams to just drop and start.
Well, let's see if we get some action in the early stages of the match. Venom Legends and 7C Esports, both the teams heading towards Impala right now. I mean, gives me a little bit of hope. High voltage towards Puerto Paraiso. If the circle is anywhere towards the northwestern part of the map, even if it's centered towards Hacienda, Del Petron or San Martin, it's going to be trouble for high voltage. They're going to be the furthest away from the zone then. On the other side, Seal Esports and JyanMaara, we've been seeing them landing towards Los Leones since the start of the league stages, and there have hardly been a very few fights between them. They're quite peaceful neighbors to each other, at least, and I think this game as well, they won't be taking on each other anytime soon. But alrighty, 7C Esports, I believe there's some sort of action from their side, as we do see those guns being fired, indicators from one of the lads. It's Dictator. Just trying to use his weapon, I believe, trying to see if he can find an opening against 7C. Venom Legends having priority right now, chasing the players away. On the other side, I was just kidding. High voltage being in trouble. This is complete northwestern circle.
Yeah, this is. I mean, it's like high voltage will have to think about their rotations.
Am I making predictions now, Ocean? Did that just happen? What?
Yeah, I mean, you did go for a really good one. I'm
so happy. That's my first time.
See, okay. See, you did go for a really good one. And now in this one, think about Skylightz, right? The team that just has performed pretty good. They're inside the circle. And if we think about this, Deadeyes Guys is inside the circle. These two teams, they have a very good place for themselves. Raw is inside the circle. ElementriX is inside the circle. IHC is inside the circle. If Deadeyes Guys is in top 3, right? In this game, by the end of this game, they will be untouchable till the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree with that. If they go on to, I mean, even if they get a top 3 finish in this match and, well, walk away with 7 to 8 eliminations, I think they're going to be in a very good spot at the end of the day, unless they blunder in the next 4 matches, which, I mean, chances of that happening are going to be very low. But let's see. I mean, anything can happen in these games. Sometimes even the zone is going to be completely unpredictable. Although JyanMaara, as we did talk about them, they always like to stick towards the western edges of the Los Leones city, and Esports, their neighbors, like to stick towards the eastern side of things. So no collision between them. It's a very big city, Los Leones. So we will see these teams. Well, we might see these teams fight it out during mid rotation, but not now, at least. Now it's going to be a peaceful start.
As of now, yes, Savage's players, we can just see them alright, just looking for the loot here and there, here and there. Hershey is there as well. We can see him just trying to find up a good place for himself. Eisenberg, Anef, Sanchir, everyone just around these areas. In fact, they are trying to find something where I believe he should get something better as compared to this sword for himself. And Anef is here as well, just looking forward. So Miramar, I get it. We talked about it, and that's what we are getting, a really slow start. But
Yeah.
Nemesis. Oh, Orange. Does Orange know? He has a DBS? He has a UMP. It's good. I guess Orange understands, maybe? Or his buggy stuck? Yeah, his buggy stuck. Nemesis. He's just there. Nemesis can help you, Orange, I mean, if you want.
I mean, Nemesis
can
is
help.
just sitting there
Oh,
watching all the drama
no. All right, 7 bullets, 25 again on the reload. We'll go for it. Nemesis! What? Nemesis, come on. I mean, come on.
That
No.
shouldn't happen.
This, come on.
That
Nemesis
should not
had-
happen.
Johnny Nemesis had everything in his favor. All the stars were aligned. The only way he could have fumbled in this fight was if he had played bad. And well, he did. He did. I'm going to say it, right? He did. Because he had the information, he had the vision, he knew the understanding. Although he took Orangey to a really, really low HP. But then again, Orange is going to enjoy all these things.
I'm just trying to figure out how Orange is holding his device.
Yeah, so he plays like this only. It's kind of his claw grip is it's sort of different.
It's very different, very interesting, and impressive at the same time. I mean, the way he has sort of gotten used to it. But let's see. I mean, on the other side, though, as we were talking about that blunder, that mistake that we just witnessed, as you mentioned so clearly, Ocean. I mean, Nemesis had everything. He had the high ground advantage. He had an opponent who was not aware of his position at all.
Yeah.
But still, when the push
Plus
came
a high
to
ground,
shove-
low ground, Johnny.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Orange, I mean, he's going to be pretty happy about the fact that he just witnessed a monster trying to jump scare him, and he took him down before anything could have happened. Otherwise, ElementriX would have been the ones down, one player. But let's see now what the reaction from Raw is going to be to that early loss. They know the players of IHC are also not too far away from them, so they're still not out of trouble. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, not yet. Not right now. But, well, if we just talk about the situation, we can see all these players just trying to find up a good place for themselves, good areas, in fact, for themselves. Look at Phantom rotating. Obviously, everyone's going to love it, right? The way Phantom's team is just rotating from the backside of the circle for themselves. Savage, right? They are starting. What is happening? It looks like someone's just, will have to pick up the pace for themselves to find up a good place inside the zone. Right now, they are outside the circle, but it looks like they're just going there to get a few vehicles. Yes, they're getting up a few vehicles for themselves, and then they'll keep on moving. Hershey did get shot at from the backlines. It's JyanMaara just ready for it. As Hershey goes down, Savage, again, it's not a good start for them as of now.
Yeah, as we said, again, not a good start for them. JyanMaara managing to secure that early point for no loss, no trade. Will look to push their advantage forward, but let's see if that is that is going to be possible for them. Still, 4-man strong, just on the edge of the circle. I mean, this gatekeeping play style on Miramar in the early stages, it doesn't really give you much, but the advantage is the fact that when you make it to the mid-game stages, I mean, post 15-minute marker is when you will have to deal with a lot of action, a lot of fights, and that is when just playing towards the edge does give you a little bit of advantage in the fact that your back is going to be clear. Everybody is just either going to be running from the blue zone or they're already going to be out of the lobby. That is eliminated from the match. And JyanMaara, I mean, we've seen them play edge to edge on this particular map at least. But what I find even more interesting is going to be the fact that Stalwart Esports, now look at them from Hacienda San Martin. They're just being blocked by DRS at this point.
Yeah, but what I actually love is Vibes versus Savage versus Deadeyes Guys. Way those three teams are just close to each other. That's one of the things. Nima from Skylightz, like, he has a really good position for himself. In fact, if you just talk about it, and just like you said, DRS and Stalwart, I like it because San Martin is where Stalwart goes, right? DRS, they might be having that read. Their own rotation gets cut off from Stalwart sometimes, so they have that read for themselves. So they are like, well, let's just try and hunt. She, who had spotted down that vehicle, could have just taken the place on, but no, he gets shot at. We'll have to heal. That's really good. And as of now, Pika, he understands DRS's position. I just want to know, is Rules cooking something? Yes, now he is. He is actually cooking one grenade. Rules is cooking a good grenade. Pika just might not understand. Now he does. He'll have to just move away. His location is compromised. Gets a bit of a fall damage as well on himself. But now, well, he has to just stay on these grounds. Rules is moving forward. Rules, I guess he does not spot Pika anymore.
Well, let's see though. Stalwart Esports, I mean, even in the previous match, did not really do that well. And oh, Mafia Ninja out in the open, but Zeol just not pulling the trigger yet. I believe he's still looking to see where the rest of the players from the SG squad are going to be. IHC quite nicely spread out on this hilltop. Godless is going to be the man, well, might be the man finding the opening right now. Goes for the shots onto Mafia Ninja, but not the entire spray. Backs off as IHC, I believe, have realized that Phantom Esports are also headed their way. So they do prioritize the team that is closing in on their spot rather than the one that has already gone and gotten away. DRS, they have started to move towards the center of the circle as well. Look at how many teams are moving up from up north. I mean, I expected just T2K to be the team going for a northern rotation, but they are being joined by Esports 7C and Venom Legends, moving all the way from Torre Amuda to Oasis, and I believe after that they will head towards La Cobriera and then the zone.
The circle, the El Pozo-ish shifted circle, definitely. See, it definitely looks good. But then again, it comes down to the players. How are they planning to play these kind of zones for themselves? Savage on the lower side, you can see just, obviously they have lost on a few players, but then they're still trying to move. DRS moves away. Incus with a mini and a red dot. All right, that was a bold decision.
Yeah, it was a very bold decision, but I think quite enough to just scare away the players of DRS. Just the presence of a threat from that spot, I think, was enough to deter their decision to move towards that small little dip in the terrain. But IHC, again, Zeol being handed over the responsibility to be the man providing all the suppressing fire from the back end, while the other lads, I believe, are looking to see if Phantom Esports will reveal themselves. Both the teams just avoiding any contact. They are separated by this hill for now, but I mean, as soon as the next shift happens, I think their moment will be gone.
Yeah, but it's a good distance as well, right? Obviously, IHC would not want to overcome it. We talked about the mature decisions, right, at the start of the day, as for what these Mongolians are going for. So IHC has that maturity for themselves. T2K, I mean, 7C was trying. They did try. That was a really nice try, as he just could get only 39 damage from this entire fight, though. T2K Suyog, his McLaren's one tire is gone for, done for. The zone's closing in. And right now, T2K is still trying to find up a good place for themselves. Obviously, those high grounds are good. They are, in fact, indeed amazing. But then again, the most important thing for them to understand is how are these players going to just stay there for themselves. T2K Suyog still just going alongside Jane as well. Jane did really good in the previous game. T2K, in fact, overall, they did really decent in the previous game for themselves. This one, they would want to make a better one for themselves if they can. All the teams still surviving. And now we, in less than 30-second marker, we'll move for the third circle. That's where major fights can happen. Third, fourth, and fifth. In fact, third to fourth circle shift is going to be an important one. Fourth to fifth circle shift is going to be a really, really good one. And now, if you just think about it, Deadeyes Guys' players are just moving forward. DRS is a pretty good building for themselves. Rig is quite close to them, but Killer takes on one from Phantom. Vexy's just not having his day somehow today, but it looks like someone's stealing that. Is it? Is it? Yes, it is Godless from IHC. Well, an elimination point is an elimination point. Delta realizes it. Killer realizes it. They're like, all right, what more can we do now? So they decide to maybe take up a fight against IHC. Godless was so low on HP, but then kudos to IHC. The way these players moved, they made sure that Godless stays alive, like the players stay alive. So yeah, that was a distraction, the second buggy, but then again, they got a good position for themselves as well. They lost Nemesis. We're talking about Raw. They lost Nemesis. Rick, Kazi, and Assault are still there. They would want to just get a hold of a good place for themselves right now. They have decent places, but then again, the players are far situated from each other. If Rick goes down, no one can come in to revive him. No one can just ensure that he'll survive. So Rick, now he has to make sure that he doesn't go down, even if he just gets taken out of his HP bar. If he's low on HP, he still will have to survive somehow, because situations might not look good for the team if things go south for him. Skylightz is Nima. In fact, Skylight's players, they are having a good place for themselves. Previous game, they played really good. In fact, they were in top 5. That matters a lot right now to start off with. Venom's players, Dictator, just on one side. They understand where the players are. So now Venom Legends, it looks like they will try to move from one side to the other one. We'll see, though, how the understanding happens. But Johnny, this circle, right? It's again that slow Miramar circle, but it looks like we are going in for a fight now, probably.
I mean, finally, the action is about to begin. We have lost a few individuals in this game so far, but no complete team fight. Oh, that golden Mirado. It's almost so close to getting blown up. Finally, the players from Stalwart Esports, they decide to leave the vehicle behind and are looking to move forward themselves, but will T2K spray them down from this distance? I don't think so. It's quite a lot between these two teams. No, the vehicle almost flips over. It does completely. But they do manage to get out safely, though. And Stalwart Esports, I mean, they are quite far away from the zone at this point, and it also won't be easy considering it's headed towards the, well, sort of a mini city position right there. Almost escaping the city in its entirety. Climbing that hill is going to be a challenge, so I think Esports will just prioritize sticking as close to the cliff as possible. But oh, look at the fight breaking out. DRS, I believe they are just picking off the players of Venom Legends now. Alrighty, rules. Still just making choice, keeping a check as to where the players of ElementriX are going to position themselves, tossing out a little bit of utility just to deny any sort of push, any ideas for ElementriX. On the other side, we did see Esports clash against Skylightz Gaming. Now, that is also going to be another exciting fight to witness, but
yeah,
let's see. Memo as well goes down.
7C is in a troubling situation. Look at this. From one side, it's Deadeyes Guys. From the other side, we could see a few other players as well. So 7C, it looks like they are stuck in a really bad place. And getting out of this one, it's going to be nothing less than a challenge for them. But then again, Skylight's players are here as well. If TrueLove actually throws up a good grenade, it can maybe just hit down a random player from Skylight's. But TrueLove is getting shot at from the other side. That is Seal. Multiple teams, multiple directions. That's Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, that is Miramar for you right there. Multiple teams, multiple direction. You're just going to be stuck in the middle. But hey, Jane, we did see the OM action being delivered, or the OM being put to use. ElementriX as well against the players of IHC do find the opening, taking IHC down, and the finish is going to be theirs as well, just securing extra points. But let's see, can they wipe out the entire squad? Savage Esports, they lose out on one of their players. Esports, again, we did see 7C Esports quite close to them, so there will be a possibility of the third party, and there's this. Venom Legends trying to push forward, but Delta not looking to stop, taking down the lads one after the other, dishing out some extra damage to the players who are trying to get away as well, but does not manage to secure the second knock. Oh, love that sound. Oh, but look at this, 7C Esports, they're getting pushed upon by Stalwart, and top is going to be the man finding the opening. Precious knocked and finished, but there's definitely trades coming in from either side. 7C Esports, two of their teammates have been finished off. Ripson and Akujora, all that remain. Ripson running into the corner room right now, while Akujora with the utility is looking to finish off the rest of the players from Stalwart Esports side. Top is going to be there with just 50% HP on him. Runs towards his teammates to go for the heals, but the utility, it's not looking to stop. Top finally done healing. It's going to be up to 75% HP right now. Looking to run back into this fight, or maybe looking to get away. The Molotov is going to be lobbed and it takes down one. And 7C Esports, just with the utility, have managed to do quite a lot. Ripson just falling back little by little. Top, he's very low. And another one is going to be lobbed. The Molotov just barely missing its mark. It's just right in the way for Ripson. Oh, Nate going to be lobbed in his face, and the utility exchange, it's in the favor of Stalwart Esports at this point.
7C Ripson, he needs to stay alive. Akujor's there as well, but Stalwart, they're doing everything in their power to make them pay a price. Ripson, what can he do? Akujor, what can he do? Stalwart's on that lower ground, but then again, the circle, the fight around the circle is where it's happening. Muffin and John on the other side as well, we can see them. Praveen on the other side. Savage, this game, they need to make a better game out of it. Plus Johnny, 16 teams are still surviving, and we are hitting a 20-minute marker. That's... I get it, we have 52 players, but there has to be some sort of a record, because once it just gets down to officially 20-minute marker in less than 4 seconds now. 16 teams? Oh my god, ElementriX still goes on. And there it is, look at this. Now ElementriX's multiple players are going down. I guess we might just see an elimination happening now.
I mean, 20-minute marker is when the first quarter wipe is going to happen, but Akujor, he's completely pinned down, and well, the players of Stalwart Esports, they never miss out on a situation like this. Ripson is going to be the last player surviving. Now, which team is going to be the first one to be taken out, as a lot of the teams are just left with their final player. 7C Esports being one of them. Venom Legends, Ale is going to be finished off. ElementriX, they lose out on one of theirs as well. Random Esports out in the open, top going for the shots, is going to find a knock, but can he find another one? Mad Max out in the open as well. The shots from the mini, they do connect, and DRS, they are looking to wipe out Venom Legends, but before that, Stalwart Esports, their work is done, as Phantoms are going to be forced to take an exit. 7C Esports are eliminated from this match as well. And what? Seal Esports, they might be next, as Leo and Wally are all that remain.
Baron's grenade, he threw that grenade, he lied down, and the grenade still falls on him. I don't believe it. I just cannot. Well, we are down to 39 players and 13 teams surviving. Seal's players are going down. Seal might be the next one to fall upon the elimination marker if that just, keeps on continuing. But right now, ElementriX is surviving with one of the players. Stalwart's try goes down. And there it is. DRS versus Deadeyes Guys is another fight that is happening for the higher ground contestation. As you could see, the players were there. But JyanMaara just, gets up a good laugh in this one. He takes down one of the players. And now he's going to just, heal himself, maybe boost himself a bit. But DRS is struggling a lot in the open areas. AJ on the other side was taking down a few players. Nima's down. AJ's down. Skylightz is down and out of the competition right now on the position number 11. ElementriX has been falling down as well. Seal goes out. Oh, this Miramar, it's not at all looking good for a lot of team, as IHC says bye-bye.
Yeah, 5 team, well, no, not 5, 7 teams eliminated in the last minute and a half. Basically, it's gotten very intense all of a sudden, and it's very difficult for the teams to survive at this point. 9 teams, 27 players remaining in this match, ladies and gentlemen. DRS also pinned out. Delta and Killer, the final 2 players surviving for the team in this slight gap inside the cliff, and well, they are also basically stuck in that position because the blue zone will be the thing doing the trick if the other teams fail to do so. And well, the trick is to basically eliminate them from this match. On top, sir, still on top, just managed to control the hill quite nicely. Deadeyes Guys looking pretty solid, but they just have 2 players remaining, and I think they are going to be pretty glad to, well, walk away with a lot of points from this match. But JyanMaara taking on a lot of pressure as they are losing out on a few of their players. Suzanne is going to be the man left standing along with Snipe YT. 2 players knocked out. DRS getting eliminated from this match. So down to 8 teams, 24 players.
High voltage is JyanMaara, T2K. T2K is doing really good. Deadeyes Guys, well, they are still surviving. Raw is there. I mean, these teams were kind of in the top 5 in the previous game, right? So this one, if they get it, that's going to be good. But Vibes. Oh, the players. The misery with the zone is still just continuing for them. T2K on the lower ground, they are paying the price of that. Deadeyes Guys, they have 2 players, but they are kind of in the central lines right now. They understand that. Shari is going to go for the spray again on the same side, hoping that he could just go for one more. And there it is, Shari! He actually eliminates up a few more players onto that area, although T2K is still surviving. Vibes is really struggling around the blue right now. The circle coming, look at that grenade! What a brilliant freaking grenade coming up from high voltage Praveen as he just takes on player. Oh, these grenades. What is it? A game of catch? Snipe needs to understand that whatever he's catching is not going to be a prison. And now he gets taken out. No fear. Is on one side. Deadeyes Guys is moving forward. Shari, in fact, is moving forward as the last one surviving. He gets spotted down. He needs to take up a good fight. Shari, can he take up a good fight? That's one of the questions. I guess he's been spotted down by No Fear. And he is not spotting anyone. He's struggling to just move forward. But there it is. Damage done on Deadeyes Guys' final player. He will be taken out. This time we are getting a new champion, a new winner for this game. Let's see who it's going to be. But that grenade from Raw just takes down Stalwart. What a brilliant throwable utility game coming up from the players.
I mean, the ruthless, aggressive Warriors definitely looking like Warriors and definitely looking quite ruthless at this point, eliminating 2 squads in a go. But now their time might be done. Assaulty is looking where the shots came from, but death from above as Snipe White, he has managed to find 1 knock on Kazi. Won't be able to finish Assault, though the angle being a little too tight for him to peek. But JyanMaara, they have 4 players in this matchup, and the only team that can match their advantage is high voltage. Both the teams on either side of the hill, but JyanMaara inside the circle and high voltage still 40 meters away. So it's not going to be easy for them to walk till the end of the game. It's 4 versus 4 versus 1v1.
Whatever happens, it is South Asia again.
Yeah.
Oh, well, these players are ready. JyanMaara, just like you said, yes, they have a good place. Raw, this time Assault is surviving. Can Assault put an end point to what Kazi could not in the previous game? That's one of my questions, right? Can he actually do that or not? That's going to be one of the things. But then again, before all those things happen, the players, they're trying to find up a good place. Now, this is the thing with the higher ground. If you're not at the exact higher place, well, you cannot, maybe you don't have the pixels to just, jump and climb up. That's the beauty of Miramar sometimes. And these players, they'll have to play against that. Sandesh, oh, he's surviving as well. He's a solo survivor for T2K. High voltage, he could maybe hear those footsteps. He could maybe hear those gunshots here and there. But what can he do? That's one of the questions. I mean, he can maybe just, climb up to the place. But then again, would he want to reveal himself? His end goal is going to be, maybe I come to the second position. Playzone takes on 1 from Raw. And that's an elimination as well. Top 3 teams. High voltage versus JyanMaara. And T2K, well, they're watching from a distance as the players are ready.
Yeah, I mean, both the teams looking pretty ready to take on each other. I mean, I don't know how they expect. I mean, do they expect a 4v4? Do they expect there to be more players from the third team? But let's see. I mean, Assassin, he does not care. Goes for a wonderful nade. Does dish out a little bit of damage on the other side, but not enough to find any openings. High voltage, they've taken control of the circle. So JyanMaara will have to be the ones flanking from the other side of the hill. They can't go for a push, straight up push for the summit, because then high voltage will have the advantage of having clear vision of the players of JyanMaara as they approach them. And it's not going to work out for them. But yeah, as you said a few moments earlier, Ocean Sandesh can definitely be the game changer and, well, change the game in the favor of high voltage if he takes down, well, even doesn't take down, but dishes out an extra bit of damage on the players of high voltage. But let's see JyanMaara. Oh, they're stuck in the cliff. No fear takes a lot of damage. Just burning alive at least. for now, and the shots are going to come in. Assassin getting the first knock from the cliff, and the second maybe is as well, but no, the answer is going to be no. Prabeen is going for a flank. Knows Gunner is quite close to him, has to be extremely careful. Only 1 round left in the weapon, and by the nade, as you mentioned, Vadu is going to be the one securing those eliminations. High Voltage, they have the advantage. Sunday still just being a spectator in the backlines.
But Gunner cannot move back, right? There was a Molotov, although it's just done, and now his position is going to be revealed. So many throwables on him. He's trying to survive every single thing. Look at him still surviving easy. No one's just coming quite close to him. No throwables coming quite close to him as he's surviving right now. High Voltage, it's a headache for them. Gunner is actually a headache for them right now. Sanhok's trying to move forward. That good grenade! Oh, that was a brilliant grenade. Now it's just one player, and he goes down now as well. High Voltage might just be bringing it home. But before that happens, Sandesh is there. Would be spotted down. Assassin. Oh no! Sandesh takes one man down. Would want to go for the finish, but before all those things happen, High Voltage, they are going to be happy. They're going to be enjoying it. High Voltage, they got it for themselves. A brilliant winner chicken dinner.
I mean, definitely a High Voltage chicken dinner from the lads of High Voltage, doing quite a brilliant job of closing out the match. I mean, 9 eliminations secured, 24 points as well as a total because of the elimination points and the placement points. So overall, a very nice game from their end. But JyanMaara, I believe, I mean, they were the ones who were controlling the summit a few moments early, and then they chose to move towards the eastern side, just go on the dip and try to protect themselves. The decision not really working out for them. But an impressive win from HV. But again, another interesting point, Ocean. We are not really seeing the same performance from Stalwart Esports, Esports, and IHC that we expected.
Exactly. We want to see the Mongolian domination just coming up, but I don't know what is happening. Maybe on the day 2 or maybe on day 3 we might just see that, but again, for that we'll have to understand what they can do, because
so I think you and I will have difference of opinion on this, because I'm loving the way these finals are going right now.
I mean, I am as well.
Dominating.
I am as well.
Exactly. I mean, when was the last time we saw High Voltage and Deadeyes Guys have a start like this in the finals and keep it going till the very end? Just go on to dominate the entire finals. I mean, it has been a while. So I'm going to be very excited to see new teams pop up, a new set of teams within the top 3 is going to be nice to look at. But again, I mean, this is just the start. That was just the second game. So nothing is solid till the end of the last game today. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a very short break. So just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back in a few moments after this. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean Sharma. And this event, ladies and gentlemen, is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which is out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourself the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. And coming back to the conversation at hand, ladies and gentlemen, the 2 games for day number 1 of our grand finals are done. We saw what an amazing performance was delivered in the previous match, which was on Miramar by the players of High Voltage, who walked away with the chicken dinner win in the end of the game. But now I think the thing that we're waiting for is to see the overall rankings and also the stats of the match and figure out where the teams are going to be, I mean, at the starting of the day, and what is going to happen in the next match as well, which again is going to be map number 3, Sanhok.
We'll just have that proper understanding that what happened with the team's first game, second game, which team has that green marker for them, which team has that red marker for them, because red marker right now should be a red zone for you. But then again, we'll talk about those things. Before that, let's have a look at the MVP, a player that just had that impact. I believe there was a player that had like 5-6 eliminations or something. So Yeah, it's Praveen with 5 eliminations, 760 damage, 27 plus minutes of survival time. This Miramar, oh, it was a long one because 20-minute marker, no fights. I mean, like no
Yeah.
eliminations. Come on.
All the teams were there up until the 20-21 minute marker, and then when we reached the 22-minute marker, there were just like 9 or 7 teams remaining. Talk about chaos, right? But Probeen definitely doing quite a brilliant job in this match for his team. 5 eliminations, 760 damage, 1 assist as well. High voltage again. The chicken dinner win was theirs as well. So nothing to scoff up about. It was a very impressive win from the team. Praveen popping off quite nicely. Assassin doing a very good job as well. Extreme stepping up towards the end. I mean, just taking those cliff fights became very important for High Voltage to maintain the pressure and the advantage that they had against the players of JyanMaara. But looking at the list of top players, we do have Sanchir joining us from Savage Esports. The early elimination not really doing anything to stop him from dishing out 579 damage and securing 4 eliminations from this match. Chari is going to be there on the 3rd position with 3 eliminations but 685 damage. No Fear on the 4th with 3 LMs as well. And Assassin from High Voltage is going to be joining his teammate. He's going to be sitting on the 5th with 3 eliminations and 503 damage dished out.
Yeah, 3 eliminations coming up for 3 players, and then Praveen just topping the charts. Sanchir is there. Good to see Savage just coming up in their momentum again, as they have had their momentum here and there. But then again, teams have been struggling a bit. Right now, it's just the second game, so I'm pretty sure these players, they do understand. They do understand the value of the upcoming games, the way they have to play those games and all those things. So we'll see though how that happens. And right now, High Voltage versus Train to Kill. Look at the difference. First things first, T2K, they had only 1 player surviving along, around the final fight. That was Sandesh. Hats off to Sandesh. Team could have been eliminated at the 5th spot, 6th spot, 7th spot. He took the team to the 2nd spot. It was kind of a lucky situation as well, because High Voltage did not look at him first, and then obviously he had that lower ground where no one was coming from, so that was a really good thing. High Voltage on the other side, they had all the players surviving, so 27-minute plus marker for them. That's really good. T2K, again, they lost their players, so they never went for more fights. That's why 600 damage dealt is the only damage that they have for themselves. High Voltage on the other side, 9 eliminations. Looks pretty sick.
I mean, especially towards the end, T2K, all they just had to do is just sit and watch. And we saw the position Sandesh was in particular, was completely pinned down. Nowhere left to go. Just hide in that dip and just pray that High Voltage does not see you or hear you moving around. But looking at the match summary, Praveen not just being the MVP, but being the leader in highest eliminations and the highest damage dished out in the game as well. Highest assist this time goes to Anif with 3, being the number of assists. Longest distance elimination with Jiggle again, 266 meters being the distance this time. Less than Erangel, but still quite a lot. Delta with the highest knock shows up on the 1st with 4 knocks secured in the match that just happened.
It looks pretty good, but let's have a look at the match ranking as well. Yeah, for this one game's match, because then again, we will sooner or later just move forward with the overall rankings as well. But for now, 24 points for High Voltage in this game. JyanMaara with 18, T2K with 13, Rob with 12, Stalwart there with 10, Deadeyes Guys 8. Again, it just goes like that. Phantom team did really good in the first game in terms of position points. This time they could not get any. If we talk about Skylightz, a team that did really good, they could not get much in this one. If we talk about Seal, well, the struggles were there. If we talk about DRS, kind of struggled here and there. If we talk about Deadeyes Guys, well, in the first game, they got good points. This time, not that good, but still they got points. So we'll see at the end where they just stand. So we'll have to just wait for that.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and watch. But let's see what the situation is going to look like. Quite a few things are going to appear on our screens right now. And I mean, it's going to be very fun to watch the Oppo F21 moments as well. I believe, I mean, we did see a lot of interesting fights. I mean, one of the things I want to look at is how the teams and the players were positioning themselves when it came to that, the 7-squad elimination streak that we're going to call it, the massacre that just happened in this matchup. Because, I mean, it was very intense. A minute and 7 teams gone just like that. I think Thanos could not have done a better job of just wiping out people in the movie. But let's have a look at the OPF 21 moments. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, witness the action once again as it happened quite slowly in the early stages, but all of a sudden just broke out. And this was, again, something we were waiting for. Nemesis, what happened, brother?
I mean, this is something that you would want to forget, to be honest. The way this fight happened, you would not want to remember this one. But then again, this was another casualty that happened. A few fights did take place here and there, here and there, here and there. But then the most important ones were once there were 53 players alive and all the 16 teams surviving. After that, everyone just started faltering. In fact, teams started faltering down. Players were taken, they were tore apart. They were tearing apart in terms of their gameplays, but then again, they still tried to maintain their composure. Could not happen for a few teams, and we saw those wipes happening. Look at this, right? Jane using the bolt action was just a brilliant sight to witness. After this fight, so many teams eliminated right off the bat when they just started taking up their own fights. The players were going down one by one, and this was just. Now, this is around the final moments of the game where Deadeyes Guys had a good place. JyanMaara was there, but high voltage, well, they had a good rotation around these hills.
Well, I mean, it was a good and a pretty brilliant rotation, but look at this Raw. I mean, we did talk about them. They were doing quite a decent job up until they weren't spotted out by JyanMaara, and JyanMaara, in fact, being the one that took a lot of their players down. But T2K, I mean, doing a very, very nice job. Sandesh, I mean, props to him for securing all those placement points for his team, because they were also in a very uncomfortable spot. But in the end, it was high voltage, ladies and gentlemen, who walked away with the win of this game, and also the 9 elimination points. JyanMaara, as we mentioned, did a brilliant job in this matchup. But the inconsistencies, Deadeyes Guys taking a sort of an early tumble after doing very well in the previous match. Vibes as well. I mean, I want to see them be more and more consistent, but this was just a decent game. Not bad, not too great as well.
Yeah, it was actually a decent game if you just talk about it. But right now, high voltage JyanMaara, we talked about the way their elimination and damage has been there. But then again, Phantom, we talked about this in the previous game as well. After the previous game, if you have 0 eliminations, you need to understand what are you losing when it comes down to the games, right? What is it that matters the most? Every single point counts, and if you're not getting a single point as well, it counts, but for someone else, because you're giving your points to them. So at the end, Phantom, they need to understand that they have had their own share of very good games, very bad games in the previous 3 weeks. Now this is where everything, you have to scratch it off, because it's done. Now it's a new start. Make the most out of it.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, it's a new start. You have to make sure that you're capitalizing on this. But for now, overall rankings finally, and 34-31, not a massive difference, but high voltage do bring themselves in the top 3 with this amazing performance. One chicken dinner. Raw Esports managed to be consistent in the previous 2 matches. We have JyanMaara, the 11th position jump after the blunder that happened in the first game. So they have recovered quite nicely, but look at where the biggest names are. Skylightz Gaming on 7th and IHC on 8th.
Oh, IHC on 8th. Although it's not a lot of difference, right? 34 points for Deadeyes Guys, 31 for Raw, and then it's 16 and 14 points. I get it. But still, high voltage with this chicken dinner. They actually go for a massive jump. 26 points coming up for them. But then, Stalwart on 9th. Come on. DRS on 13th. Come on. So I'll tell you, this is just the start. We know it. Obviously, just 2 games happened, but this is a reality check. This is actually just a reality check for you.
Yeah, it's just a reality check, as you mentioned. And, well, it's not too good for the teams, but for you guys, this can be pretty amazing. I mean, no reality checks for you. What you get is skin drops, ladies and gentlemen. And for that, all you have to do is just tune into this broadcast. Make sure you're watching this on the Pubgmobile Esports South Asia's YouTube or Facebook page. And that's it. That's all you have to do. And then there's going to be instructions pinned out in the chat. So make sure you're following that as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we follow up with the schedule for the day. The next map, as I informed you earlier, is going to be Sanhok, followed by Erangel, which is going to be match number 4. Then we have another Miramar later in the day. And we like to end, as always, on Erangel to keep things, to keep the space-time continuum completely stable. Otherwise, Ocean has informed us that it's just going to collapse completely. So we would have liked to avoid that. But for now, Sanhok, Ocean, expectations on Sanhok. Are we going to witness the same domination, or is something going to happen? All right. So talking about physics, this is the first time I've mentioned something about physics, and Ocean has just completely dipped out. Yeah, so I think just uh, I wish he was here to explain all of this stuff. I'm pretty sure he's just like very eager to start speaking as soon as he joins in again and explain every single phrase I've mentioned so far. But we're gonna wait for that. It's just me that you have to bear with for now. Hey, Ocean's back. So yeah,
I don't know,
did
something
you just fall
happened.
through a wormhole or something?
Yeah, I just heard space time continuum. I was like, my expressions, my eyes just, they just squinted a bit, and it was like, hey, that's my place. But then I don't know, something is just happening, and I just I mean, I can see you, but I just cannot understand what is going on in my own time, my own inertial frame of reference. I believe
Yeah.
some sort of a weird understanding. But I guess we're going to be moving on to the game now.
Yeah, we are going to be moving on to the game. And before the match, ladies and gentlemen, we get to see the beautiful players, the beautiful performance, the beautiful athletes once again. Will be good to see most of them because, all right, so they are back in their chairs. Now everyone is there. You see a few rooms just completely in the dark, but I mean, everyone has gotten serious for the finals. That's for sure, Ocean.
Boys and girls, just not going to be looking good, to be honest, because it's a small map. Some teams, they still have to fight for their drops. They're still fighting for their drops. They might just keep on moving with the drops for them. So that's going to happen. And this map actually harbors a brilliant weapon, that is the shotguns. Like a brilliant class of weapon, that is the shotguns. Every players nowadays, well, they're using it in a good ease for themselves. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a lot of shotgun action on this particular map, especially because of the how close quarters things can get on Sanhok. But let's see, Deadeyes Guys going for the split again, quite close to the players of IHC and High Voltage. ElementriX, oh my goodness, this is quite interesting. The 2-2 split from ElementriX, quite close to the players of Raw, Sus, and his other teammate, I believe that's Orange, along with them, have gone towards the Rowan's position, and it's a northeastern circle towards Camp Alpha Island. Alrighty, so Sanhok, it looks like, is at least going to force these players to fight from the start of the match. Everyone will have to look forward to how they will exactly cross towards the Camp Alpha Island.
Oh, these players, they'll have to just, there's going to be one team that will go from the river. We know that, the waterlands, right? We know that. There's going to be one team to move from the boat. 100%. T2K, Skylightz, 7C. Pretty weird areas for them. ElementriX still are a decent place. But then again, what matters right now is how these players are going to be just moving forward and taking up a good fight for themselves. Phantom, a team that has struggled a bit in the first game, still got good points. Second game, there were not many struggles, but then again, things did not work out in the favor of the players. Let's see what Destiny has for them in this game, as all the players are surviving. In fact, the entire lobby is surviving right now, so we won't call it all the players surviving. I mean, everyone is surviving, so it's like everyone's surviving.
I mean, the game's just begun, and I mean, with the way the day has been so far, the team's quite resilient on any sort of early game action. No one wants to pick the early fight. No one wants to be the first one firing the shots. But Phantoms again out in the open. Always been an interesting team. See Esports on our screens right now, 300 meters away from the zone and quite close to the players of Phantom. So a mid rotation fight is going to be a possibility, but not right now anyway.
Not at this moment, obviously. They might just, obviously would want to go for a fight against each other, but just like I said, in a while. But talking about the fights that are starting off right now, it looks like Kazi is going to be on a good roll for this game. He takes down one of the players, will go for the loot as well. Raw is going to be looking really good, and this is where they're going to be just enjoying every single bit of it. Rig, Assault, every single player is just going to go and have their own decent sweet loot for themselves. But then again, I don't know. Raw, as of now, just enjoy the start. Let's not be overcommitting after this one. I hope they don't. I hope they don't overcommit after this one. So yeah.
Well, let's see. I mean, overcommitting has been an issue with a lot of teams in those fights, but it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly how many of them are going to be repeating the same mistakes again and again. Raw Esports this time, when looking to regroup. Nemesis running forwards towards his teammates on the other side of the hill, who have managed to find a few vehicles for themselves on the edge of the circle towards the northeastern edge. In fact, we do have the players of Savage Esports, Hershey on our screens, and that's a replay right there, ladies and gentlemen, of the lads from ElementriX. Things not really working out for them. 2 early eliminations in the game, and the other 2 players still looking to survive and move forward.
Survival is important. That's the name of the game right now. So survival is going to be important. But looks like Raford's going to be the next one that won't survive. There's always one team. Come on. There's always one team that likes to go from the water sides. This time T2K, it looks like they have some fish in their net, as Steel Shot and Dictator are still trying. But water lines, nah, it's not going to help. Steel Shot's still trying to just, survive and move there. But they need to understand that if they just come up, they might just get shot at. Elbow is still surviving. Dictator's there as well. They are using this boat as a cover for themselves. But Steel Shot, come on, I mean, where are you? Looks like Suyog spotted him. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. It's going to be really difficult. It is going to be extremely difficult for Steel Shot to even survive, as his HP is already going down, and he goes down. But he will be followed up by his teammates. Maybe in a while, maybe not. Venom Legends, now they're also surviving with 2 players.
Well, they are surviving with 2 players. For now, T2K looking to finish things off right here. At this point, Jane, I think he does know that people from the other team are going to be coming out anytime soon, and he's just waiting for them. Sandesh, look at him. He has been sent on a mission as well. Dedicator, it's not looking good for him. As soon as he reaches the shoreline, he's going to be in trouble. 8 already stuck out in the open. On the other side, though, Stalwart Esports are the ones who find out Phantom and Yeta is also going to be taken out from this game.
Another one just, gets out. Slipknot follows up as well. What is it? Players are being picked in pairs?
Yeah, I guess.
I know, one goes down, second goes down, one goes down, second goes down. Now it's like Elbo's the last one surviving. Look at that. That one also goes down. It's again picking in pairs as Venom Legends. Legends never die, but looks like this time they do.
Well, let's see. As you said, Legends never die, but this one was taken out quite early in this match. 15 teams still alive. Stalwart Esports looking to be done and dusted with the players from Phantoms. Another one is going to be taken out. Action looking to push further. They do know there's utility being lobbed upon them from the flank, and well, they're not going to stop until Vexy is also out. Action, look at him running forward. Top providing the suppressing fire. Vexy is completely pinned down. No way he can survive this assault, and whoa! With a UMP doing the trick, but Vexy was the man taking action out. Pika finding the trade. Phantom Esports, even though the knock was there, no finish possible. Stalwart Esports coming out on top in this fight.
Oh, yes. This time, Stalwart just, understands how they have to play. They did not have that good of a game in the first and the second one, but now this might just be the momentum bringer for them if it happens. Action needs up a revive. We'll get that. 3 eliminations in the hands of Stalwart's players. T2K, well, they have a full squad wipe for them, so that's why they're at the first position right now in terms of survivor status of this game. And if you talk about it, 55 players surviving in 15 teams out here. This one, Johnny, it's a bit fast Sanhok, if anything. Yeah, as compared to the Miramar, though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, compared to the Miramar, this match seems to be much quicker in pace, but let's see what is going to happen in the future. I mean, a few more moments. Already one team eliminated. 55 players still surviving. And Seal Esports, they have positioned themselves towards Ruins for now. But they will have to cross the river and move towards the Camp Alpha Island as well. Stalwart Esports, look at them. Still quite close to the players of Phantom. T2K are the last one to rotate from the northern side of the map. And even though they have found a safer position inside of the circle, how will they cross over? Because Savage Esports are going to be the gatekeepers for them.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be the gatekeepers for the players, right? Because T2K, they can try, they can move, but then again, that bridge of doom is going to be really, really important for them. High voltage, I like their position again. I to be honest, like their position. They like to just drop down to these high grounds only. They play around these high grounds. It's good to hold these high grounds. Plus, in Sanhok, I don't know, 70% of the time we see a camp alpha circle, like the island, right? So holding this high ground gives you a good vision to just find and understand where the players are on a lower ground. You can take good fights if you want to. You can just avoid them. You can go for a slower rotation, but it helps.
It helps sometimes, as you mentioned, but let's see how much help is it going to be to them at this moment. As well, the blue zone is slowly and steadily closing in. Still the first circle of the game, and top, they are looking to hunt down this final man from the side of Phantom Esports. Yeta still managing to hide quite nicely and avoid any contact with the players of Stalwart Esports. He knows he's outnumbered. He knows he's hunted down. Imagine the pressure the man is going through at this point. Not easy to just sit and wait as well. The level of paranoia that's going to be instilled in him, it's going to be quite a lot. And Stalwart Esports, I mean, all these footsteps are just going to be, well, very chaotic for him as well. But Yeta, he's just holding that angle, not moving even an inch. Stalwart Esports, I believe, are going to be a little bit confused, just assuming that the player has left.
They should not just make any mistake, Johnny.
That's they're not checking that house. They haven't checked that house.
There's someone ready to ice spice them, but Savage! Oh, we're thinking that they would take someone from T2K maybe, but it looks like they have a good name for them. But then they're getting a reply in terms of a DBS. Eisenberg goes down. You see, if you actually take down a player, Savage, here's a note. Take down the entire team. Otherwise, the team gets angry. And once the team gets angry, they take you down. But look at this. Carrying a team literally. But I don't think so. You're going to carry them? All right. Not anymore.
I mean, won't be able to carry him the entire distance. But let's see. And if he's barely there with any HP on him, Godless looking to take him down. But high voltage, they're going to be the ones finding the knock. JyanMaara on the other side against the players of 7Cs. Memo is the one. Memo is the man being taken out. Gunner from the distance looking to flank 7C. They're not looking too good in this fight. Just the cliff to work with and getting absolutely destroyed as well, taking a lot of damage on everyone.
Anif is down. Assassin gets that elimination. Godless was still just trying to spot someone if he can. But that did not happen. Alex, Yol, Godless, these players are here. They're trying to find up a good place, in fact, for themselves. They're inside the circle though. So nothing wrong with that. But Ziol and DBS. I don't know if I should love it or hate it. I love it though. But I hate it like this player. Imagine what can he do with 2 ARs, right? He can create wonders. He can do wonders. But then he still chooses to go for a DBS. And that's just good. Akut shot just falls down. But Precious with a brilliant grenade just gets down the player.
Let's see. I mean, Susan, he's going to be in front of him. There's a smoke wall separating the two lads. But Precious might just be able to go to the corner of that cliff and connect a few shots on Susan. But both the players, both the teams backing off from this. Now, JyanMaara quite nicely spread out onto the towards the hills that are there. 7C Esports on the other side, though, they don't have a lot of room, lot of space to work with. Aku Jod and Precious, the two men on the land, and Ripson did go for a swan dive, so he's stuck in the waters for a moment. But let's see if he makes it out nicely. And right, I believe the delivery has been successfully made. We do see the parachute for the airdrop in the distance. So this plane is, well, it has done its job. It's just headed back home for a day off. Well, not off exactly. Well, refuel and come back.
Come back for the next drop or something, right?
The next airdrop.
Just like the live item drops that we have for the audience here, right? So it's kind of a drop that happens and everyone gets to be happy. But 7C still struggling with the shore. JyanMaara on the other side. I believe this fight will keep on happening. Like, it's not
Yeah.
exactly a fight, but it's a cold war that just keeps on happening between these two teams. But JyanMaara, they need to understand the worth of IHC. That's just behind them.
Yeah. I mean, there's a little bit of a distance between these two teams. So I think the moment JyanMaara think about moving further in towards the center of the circle is when IHC can actually cause a lot of trouble for them. But so far, I think it's just both the teams holding their positions, no incentive to fight at all. Look at Skylightz Gaming. Now, that is an interesting split. 2 players on land, 2 in the water. Just being extremely careful. I mean, just the extra insurance policy for Skylightz Gaming, it's going to work out. Since it's going to be much easier for Nima and his teammate along with him to cross over towards the shoreline and take control and be on the land area. And, well, this is an interesting shift of the circle. A perfect central shift. So, again, we won't be seeing a lot of action, but towards the bridges is where majority of the fights are going to happen now.
Those players of Skylightz, they have also just joined the frame of reference of their own teammates. That's really good. T2K on the areas of Hathen. High voltage, though, still not losing those higher grounds for themselves. We talked about this, right? I love their positioning. I love the way they can make up their plays here. That's just brilliant. Stalwart, well, the players, look at how cheeky they were in their movement. Deadeyes Guys is so close to them, but then the players were like, yeah, we'll take a vehicle and we'll move. And they moved from around that minor bridge, and now they're inside the circle. But Seal versus Vibes, that can happen.
Yeah, as you said, Seal versus Vibes Esports, that's going to be a fight worth watching. But so far, DRS coming under fire from the players of 7C Esports. Ripson not really connecting, but Skylightz Gaming, I saw their name in the elimination feed as well, as they take on the players of IHC. Savage Esports, Sanchir going big, taking down the players of Raw, and Raw is down to their final player surviving in this match. Savage Esports also down to their last player. IHC still holding strong with 2 players left inside the lobby. Still no squad eliminations though, but I think the moment is about to get very close as 3 teams down to final player. ElementriX with 2, IHC with 2 players. Numbers not looking good for these 5 teams.
Not at all looking good, but looks like Zeol still is taking that TPP angle. He knows Skylightz is coming. He has spotted on AJ. He might just be understanding there might just be another player. And if he sees him in the open and away from the teammates, he would want to just spray and take him down and out. He won't care after that. But right now, he cares because his position, it's really important. Him and his teammate, both of the players in this one little house, Skylightz, just out there. Now, what these players can do is wait for Skylightz to just move out in the open, and they can peek from different windows, confuse the players, take him out. This can be one of the strategies. Although right now, obviously, because the players are inside the circle, they would want to delay this fight as much as they can. But then again, we are around to the 16.5-minute marker of this game, and we have 45 players surviving.
Well, let's see. 45 players still surviving. Would have been 44 had Sanchir not just taken down almost the entirety of Raw right there, but I wonder what's happening between the 2 last survivors from those 2 teams as well. It got quite intense right there between the 2 squads, but let's see Stalwart Esports on our screen. Oh, did I just see an AUG on volley? Wow.
I'm telling you, right? Everyone's just, using good weapons for themselves. We see DBS, we see AUG, all these things. You can experiment around with these kind of weapons in Sanhok only. But I guess Joel is spotted. Oh, that was a brilliant spray. As Phantom's last player goes down and Vibes. That was just an incredible spray. Just, coming down and just the final moment. In just the last moment, right? We see the player out of that buggy. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. Yes, high voltage, getting a good compound, good area, good high ground for themselves. Stalwart's there. We talked about it. This is a place where they like to play, and looks like their total distance travel, it's not going to be much because they are just here only since since the game started.
Exactly. I mean, that's their drop spot, and that is exactly where the circle is headed. So high voltage are going to be a happy bunch of lads, but protecting that hill ocean, it's not an easy job, and High Voltage, let's see if they are going to be successful in doing so. Assassin left on the northern hill. Prabeen just guarding the south. And Extreme and Wadu, they're going to take the center. Stalwart Esports towards the southern edge of the map. Skylightz Gaming, we did see them as well. Gyalzen right now, along with his teammates Mafia Ninja and Nima, looking to push towards the last two survivors from the side of IHC. Zol and Alex are all that remain. And if Skylightz Gaming do end up eliminating IHC right now, imagine the boost in morale that's going to be there for the players. Zol looking quite solid. 1 elimination secured right now by him. 2 for the team in total. But still being quite careful, just checking those positions, looking forward, looking for the players of Skylightz Gaming, but all of them are towards the left, just a little bit more.
Yeah.
Mix as well.
These players are just there. IHC. These two players still surviving. Oh, look at that. Deadeyes Guys is looking for a good fight. In fact, whatever they are just going for, they are hitting. They're taking the players down. Deadeyes Guys becomes a prime reason for the elimination of DRS. That happened in a split second. That was such a fast elimination. Deadeyes Guys just did it. They enjoyed it. I'm telling you, they enjoyed every single bit of it. Mafia Ninja. This is called Snake Hawk for a reason. Sanhok. It is. But look at that demo. All right, takes down one. Gyalzen takes down Alex. IHC is in a whole world of trouble. The players, they're struggling. The final player struggling with the blue. Six players are going down as well. Leo's out there. Spots down Vibes Ryu. Take him down. There's the party as he just, eliminates the birthday boy. Gunner takes down 7 Siyaku. Jord. Vibes players are just, they are struggling as well. But what a brilliant fight that is happening. Mafia Ninja wants to just overcome it, and he will just take the player down. Zol definitely takes down AJ though with that TBS shot.
So IHC have been eliminated from this matchup as well. And look at this. Well, the replay in front of us as Deadeyes Guys, True Love, sir. As you mentioned, Ocean, DRS getting absolutely destroyed in seconds. Oh my goodness. Ooh.
Oh.
Even though that was a replay.
Yeah, but that
quite
just,
intense.
It looked really good. It looked really good, right? That's what it is all about. But Playzone taking down Mafia Ninja and AJ Skylightz. They lost 2 players now. Obviously, one of the players is still surviving, can be revived, but will they be able to? That's one of the questions. Right now, on top, sir, Shifu, sir, Chari, sir, True Love, sir. These guys, they need to make up their marker to the zone. They are trying to just make up a marker, but Deadeyes Guys versus High Voltage is going to be a treat to watch, Johnny, because a team that got a winner chicken in the first game versus a team that got the winner chicken in the second game. I would love to watch it. I would love to see which team would want to get a good hold for themselves. Orange takes down 1. All right, now he moves inside, but then the zone struggle. That's going to start off good. As JyanMaara, well, the players are coming in to take up a fight. Suzanne is there. He needs to check left and right before he just crosses it. He spots down the players. He spots the player down. He is moving. The zone damage is there. The struggles are there. Will go for his own insurance policy coming up. Goes for that finish. Now will take Orange. He cannot heal. The game just playing with these players.
Susan, oh no. Man, had he not stepped into the gunfire and had he just delayed the push on ElementriX, he would have made sure that they went out. Even if it be to the play zone, I mean, they would have been eliminated and JyanMaara could have moved on forward because Suzanne had a lot of HP on him, but that's gotta hurt. 18, 17 players still remaining. High Voltage doing quite a decent job in this matchup as well. 3 players still standing tall. They have they've lost Assassin, but their position is still looking quite solid. I mean, they have the high ground advantage, so they have a lot of information to work with, I believe.
Oh. What is this grenade? Oh my god, top is down now. Try. He has double work to do. He's going to go for the revive, but look at that try, still surviving. But High Voltage is Wadu takes down on top and will go for the finish as well. Stalwart, they understand it. They understand how important it's going to be for them to survive from this area. This can be a game-changing game for Stalwart, but only if they can make up their play. Oh, Shari gets spotted down, but then Praveen gets shot at from the other side as well. So many fights happening. Such a brilliant understanding of the zone is what these players are trying to have for themselves. Praveen on one side, T2K on the other side. High voltage. Can they get a good back-to-back for themselves? I mean, they have the circle, but then T2K is coming. But whatever happens, it looks like South Asian region, they are still strong. Although Savage and Seal and Stalwart, they are still surviving. But that high ground, low ground kerfuffle, it's just a headache. Look at Strides is doing heal battle now.
Yeah, I mean, just the final option left there for the team, just the last resort. And Sanchez as well.
Surviving, but I know what is happening.
Sanchez, this is done. So we're going to be down to... Well, all right, so action has finally been taken out. Deadeyes Guys, they do realize that a few of the players from the side of Stalwart Esports, well, did get quite close, too close for comfort. And oh, Wadu almost taking down Chari. This is going to be the second opportunity, and he does not fail this. Finds the knock, goes for the elimination spray, but unable to secure the point. Prabim will be the man making sure the job is completed, but now High Voltage, they will have to reset and try and focus on the team that's headed towards them, trained to kill, trying to make a move, trying to eliminate the players of High Voltage. A lot of utility being lobbed towards the opposition, but none of them hit their marker, so no knocks traded from either sides.
Jane is there. Look at him. Strike takes down Praveen. Stalwart, they still have a fight left in them, but nope. Full stop comes in from True Love. And now we have 5 teams remaining, 10 players alive. T2K, this fight against High Voltage, they need to win it at all the costs so that they could have just, a good vision for the next fights for themselves. The grenades, throwable smokes, everything that they have, they are just, throwing it in and out. Seal is down out as well. Skylightz is Nima surviving somehow. Suyog, oh, that was a suicide rush, but Jane was there to just, save his teammate, and there it is. High Voltage goes out. T2K can have a really good win in this one. 3 teams surviving. Deadeyes Guys, True Love. Skylightz is Nima. And then there is Train to Kill. A 4 versus 1 versus 1. I guess we can already think of the winners until unless the winners themselves decide to not win.
I don't think so. I don't think no one can take a fall like this.
If it comes, Jane has 13 first aids if it comes down to a heal battle.
I mean, it did come down to a battle, but well, the Molotov just doing the trick. Train to Kill, ladies and gentlemen, walking away with a win on Sanhok. An amazing winner chicken dinner being secured. I think the only team that could have stopped them was High Voltage, but hey, I mean, if T2K are trying to push for your position, you better give it to them. I mean, there's no way High Voltage would have been able to win that fight, especially with Stalwart Esports being the nuisance. And getting the opening for T2K. 23 points secured at the end of the match.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Train to Kill. They could not get the final elimination for themselves because True Love just mollied himself.
Oh!
They could not get the final elimination.
They
thought they got it. I mean, Jane just, he jumped down because he thought that, he'll just... go and get that elimination. It looked like he spotted down the player, but then it was like True Love was like, nope, the only person that can kill me is me and or the zone if zone comes down, but I won't give my elimination to anyone else. But T2K, they're going to be enjoying, and I guess they're at the second position with this one, so that looks good. But Deadeyes Guys, the consistency is still there in the overall.
Exactly. I mean, the consistency is still there, walking away with a lot of points from this match. And same can be said for the players of High Voltage as well. They did quite a decent job in this game. I mean, securing a decent number of eliminations and a decent number of placement points. But I want to see, I mean, will they be moving up in the overall rankings because of this? Or will they be quite stagnant? I mean, still just barely inside of the top 3. What will happen? I mean, we are going to have a look at the overall rankings in a bit, ladies and gentlemen. For now, I believe there will be a very short break followed by the rest of the stats from the game. And Ocean, who do you think is going to be the leader of the eliminations in this one?
Of the eliminations in this one, I honestly have no idea. I would want to watch.
We did not see streaks, right?
Yeah, we did not see the dominations, the rampages just, going on a lot. So maybe we'll see. Maybe it comes down to the damage marker. Maybe it comes down to the survival time marker. Because again, the elimination numbers, it's still 20%. The other things are just more. So maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll see.
Exactly. We will see. But also along with that, I think again, none of the teams that we talked about earlier were able to sort of make a proper comeback in this one. But hey, I mean, maybe the next match is going to be theirs. For now, we're going to take a very short break. So you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL South Asia. These are the grand finals, and well, the main goal is going to be the top 10. So a lot of things are indeed online. Now, the previous Sanhok game came to an end, Ocean. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. I mean, talking about the previous Sanhok, in fact, talking about the first three games, Necro, it was just a different sort of South Asia that I would say I'm not familiar with. This South Asia just understands competition in a different way. The difference of the first, league days versus and super weekends versus right now, it's like heaven and hell difference, and that just showcases out here. So I would say in the previous one, again, it was like the Mongolian domination was just not there, and the South Asian teams, they are understanding their own composure. T2K just doing really good in that one. Before that, High Voltage just finding a really good higher area for themselves and doing really good. Before that, Deadeyes Guys, and Deadeyes Guys is consistent as well. So that's really amazing. But this is where we see a Mongolian just coming in. That is Sanchit from Savage doing really good with 3 eliminations, 650 damage for himself.
Exactly. I mean, Savage, we did see them taking quite a big hit early off, but still they're actually able to withstand it quite well. And then You do have one of the players from Savage coming in too with 3 eliminations and 3 knockouts and 2 assists with the survival time of 22:55. I mean, Sanchir is right there. And Ocean, you remember, throughout the entire league stage, I was saying Savage is one of those teams that I'm going to be eyeing out for in the grand finals. I mean, so far, the performance hasn't really been there up to the mark, but it's just been 3 games, right? 3 more are yet to come, and I still feel like there's a lot much more opportunities to try and capitalize.
3 more games, total of 3 days. Like there are going to be quite a lot of opportunities, right, for a team to just come back. Today, although, if you don't secure points, it's your momentum won't start. So that's why it's important to get decent points today. We're not saying like get the best points or anything. Just try and understand the lobby today. You still will have time to just get back good tomorrow, day after. Day after might just be a bit too late, but tomorrow's going to be a day of changes. But then talk about the top players. Shulov is there with 5 eliminations, 396 damage. All right. Sandesh 4 with 420. Action 2 with 482, Top with 2 with 441. So Action Top, this one was not a really kill-hungry game by an individual, but still the presence alone can make a lot of difference.
Yeah, indeed. You can also see, as you said, Turla from the side of Deadeyes Guys too, with 5 eliminations and 396. The conversion right there, quite insane. I mean, one thing we can say for sure, he definitely snuck away a bit of kills right there. Sundays too with 4 eliminations at 420 damage. Action and Top, this duo will be there too in the previous top 5 players of the game. But now, let's take a look at another stats in the front, and I'm pretty sure we will be able to take a look at the head-to-head comparison between the team of TDK and even Deadeyes Guys. Now, TDK, talking about the momentum, this team's actually doing such a great job in day 1.
Yeah. 8 eliminations for them. I mean, this is the similar T2K that, you would be remembering, right? The back-to-back chicken dinners, having really good momentum for themselves. It's the same T2K, I would say, that I am witnessing right now, and I love it for that one main reason. 24 plus minutes of survival time for the team on average. Obviously, they had all the players surviving for themselves, so that just, matters. 22 minutes of survival time for Deadeyes Guys. They did lose on a few players here and there, but Trula was the last one surviving. He also did not decide to give his elimination point to T2K. That was really good. Not a big high damage dealing game for both the teams. 900, that's still decent, not a lot, but I mean, whatever just can count, they'll make it count. So
yeah, whatever flows their boat, huh? But then, yeah, you take a look at the match summary too. I mean, Turolov, of course, is going to be there with the highest eliminations. Sanchir with the highest damage numbers. Action is going to be there with the highest assists this time. I mean, Stalwart Esports too, a decent showing from their side, but we aren't really seeing the replication of what they showed in the league stages up till now, at least in the grand finals. We never know. Mongolians are kind of those teams. They can just flip the switch in one single game.
They definitely can. I mean, sometimes it can take them 2 games, but they can 100%, right? In order to gain the momentum, they can go for multiple games. But then again, right now, Stalwart, the phase of slight struggles is still there. We'll have to see if the next one, because it's going to be a wrangle if the next one is theirs or not. But then again, as of now, Deadeyes Guys, it's like 3 teams. Deadeyes Guys, T2K, and High Voltage. They have gained good points for themselves, good lead, and top 5, if not anything, I would be surprised to see a Mongolian team in top 5. We might see, we might not see. But then again, in the overalls, we'll see what happens. But right now, Skylightz as well, in fact, Skylightz did really good in the previous game.
Yeah. I mean, I'm also quite surprised seeing the change in the pace for High Voltage too, right? I mean, compare them to the league stage. This was one of those teams that was even struggling to qualify in the Super Weekends, and now look at them in the grand finals. I mean, the momentum's flowing in their way too. High Voltage, everything's looking in their way currently, and hopefully this keeps them going even in the upcoming days. Now, take a look at the match rankings. Train to Kill with 15 placement points and 8 eliminations with 23 total points. They've got themselves. Deadeyes Guys too on the 2nd spot. But if you try to find the Mongolian teams right there, then Stalwart Esports are going to be on 5th, Seal on 6th, and then Savage pretty much on 8th, and IT on 9th too. Something definitely is slacking quite a lot, and I'm pretty sure these Mongolian teams will try and get their hands, or at least will try and get the grip back up in the game soon.
Yeah, I mean, that is correct. But then again, obviously in a while we'll have a look at the Oppo moments as well. We'll see and talk about all the fights, because in this one, as the game started, players were going out in pairs. Like 2 eliminations. That was what was happening somehow, like surprisingly. Plus, Venom Legends, this time they opted to go for a water rotation. Obviously, there's always that one team, but then that team gets spotted down. It's about the right position from where you can just come out on the land. And they were caught off guard on that boat by the players of T2K themselves. So, yeah, that's how it all started. And I believe in the map of Sanhok, this is the biggest issue if the zone doesn't favor you. If it's a query circle or something, I get it. You have multiple ways to just get inside a circle. But if it's a circle on one of the islands, maybe on the side of ruins or on the Camp Alpha, or maybe even sometimes Camp Bravo or something like that, you'll have to go for a water rotation from one side to the other, and that might, I don't know, maybe it will lead to your demise somehow. So yeah.
Yeah, Venom Legends too. That was quite a rookie mistake, right? I mean, considering the fact that you're in the grand finals, and if you're going to be taking those water rotations. Now, we do have one more example in front of us, which is high voltage. Now, even whenever the circle takes a hard shift away from them, they usually try to take really further away water rotation, making sure they're not really going to be in there within the render distance. But in Venom Legends, they were actually so close to the coast too. I mean, they were easily visible, and this is where TDK easily capitalized on them. And this is something which I would call a rookie mistake, and this should not really be seen in the first place in the grand finals. But still, hey, it's okay. You know, you can let 1 or 2 games slack away. As I said, you still have a couple more games to come in the future. So Venom Legends will try and potentially capitalize. But now, this is the Team Part 2 zone. As you can see, TDK, how they really started their journey off in this game and how they kept on moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, think about it, right? Obviously, the team, it looked like they might just struggle a bit with the zone here and there. But then again, they opted for a northern rotation. Obviously, there were a few teams on the areas of Hatin, but then they played smartly. Look at them, just a few players. It looked like this was where they were swimming to find out a few players from Venom Legends, and then they opted that place of Hatin. Went a bit late, whilst the teams were trying to go to Camp Alpha and all those areas. This team was playing from the edge, from the back lines of the zone, which was really important. Really risky though, but yeah, it was important for them to just survive for a longer run. After that, again, slowly and slowly, they started moving off with their own momentum. The circle was not favoring them, but they took it in their advantage as they were rotating slow.
And I mean, as soon as I took a look at the circle, I was like, all right, high voltage, they're set up for perfection. This should be their game, but still TDK, the way they played it so well too. You can take a look at the split here too from the side of TDK. One of the players were all the way in the bottom, and then the rest of the players on the top. The circle too kind of shifted really close to the players, and this is where, if I'm not wrong, high voltage kind of got screwed in a big time, and TDK, it just got the tea in their cup, and easily they were able to just steal the game away. But still, the struggles were there even from their side in the end phases right there. But still, TDK, as long as you're going to get the job done, that's all that matters. But now, well, again, great job from TDK indeed, with also securing that chicken dinner on their name. But now, if you talk about another teams that I'm really personally going to be eyeing out for, this is what I've been saying since the league stage 2, is that one of those teams you talk about, man, Savage Esports was one of those teams I've always been eyeing out for. This is one of those teams which we haven't really seen this banner, we haven't really seen in the past. You can call them like an underdog team, and I personally feel like Savage can be that team that can really be a huge X factor, and that can just bring in a huge curveball in the entire lobby. And this is how things really started to kick off between Raw and the previous Sanhok game. Not gonna lie, was quite interesting too. Yep, this is the exact rotation that I was talking about. Venom Legends making some rookie mistakes, got spotted out by the players of TDK easily, and then got just taken out one after the other.
Yeah, the players just trying to find up good plays, but then they could not, just like we said, and that was just a big mistake for the players in this situation. Stalwart, so they also tried to have a good fight, but they struggled a lot. Looks like Stalwart is struggling somehow. IHC versus Savage, this happened, but then IHC could not keep up their composure against the players of Skylightz, as they were just around the corner. And IHC was obviously outnumbered. They did not have that much players for themselves. That was one of the major issues. Look at how Savage was just playing in this one. They did manage to get decent points for them. That was indeed really good. Raw, in the first game, Raw played really good. Obviously, they were the second. But this spray was brilliant by Ryu. This was such a brilliant spray.
Yeah, indeed. And then look at this beam from the side of Demo too. Man, these guys are absolute laser beams, not gonna lie. Then Turulov too, just ejecting out to the players, doing some light work in the entire squad as well. He was able to just take him out within a viscous, like just blink of an eye, and the entire squad of DRS was out the equation, out the game. ElementriX do a decent showing, but still not gonna be enough. They'll need to try and put on some more numbers. Talk about Skylightz Gaming as well. I mean, this is not really the starting I expected from them. Skylightz Gaming is one of those teams I want them to at least like be, absolute dominating, because that's what we've been seeing since the past season. But again, in the league stage 2, Skylightz Gaming, they weren't really doing that great. They were kind of in the mid-pack team, a mediocre team. Now moving in the grand finals, I have way much more expectations from them.
Yeah, I mean, this team would want to just, dominate. Skylightz, I mean, the team has had their composure. Everyone knows them. The global level just, knows this team. So it's a really, really good thing. But this time, look at that. True Love, he was like, I will not give my elimination point. Molly's himself goes out in style. JyanMaara, 1100 plus damage, 5 eliminations, but an early elimination for themselves.
Yeah.
This is not the team, the kind of team we know. DRS on the other side. This is not the team that we know. Phantom, it's been 2 games and the team did not get any elimination point. Not a single point in the last 2 games for Phantom.
I mean, I just feel really bad for DRS. I mean, one of the players just absolutely destroyed all 4 of them. And I don't know, man. I would just say that's just tough luck on the side of DRS thing. But hopefully, maybe in the future game, they will try to get the grip back up on the first day. And you beautifully mentioned it too. Momentum's going to be a factor in the grand finals. You only have 3 days, 6 games each day. And now in the first day, you only have 3 more games left. So momentum's something you would really need in your favor. And all the teams that are going to be on the latter half of the first day, they're going to have a lot of pressure on day 2. And again, I believe in comebacks, and day 2, it's considered to be a day of comeback. Hopefully, even the teams that are left in the latter half of the board after day 1, they're going to be able to make the comeback. But again, for now, as you said, Venom Esports 2, not really a great showing from their side. Venom Legends, we saw an absolute blunderous start for them as TDK were easily able to capitalize on them.
Yeah, we'll see if that capitalization just, happens or not. But as of now, in my mind, it's just one thing that I was just, thinking, and that is, like, first game, just once the day starts, right? When's the first game? We always say the momentum starting off, everything is happening, etc., etc. Second game, we are like, obviously it's a different map, players do understand and all those things. Third game, again, it's a different map, so players have to have that understanding and all. But now we'll be moving back to Erangel, right? Now, as compared to the first Erangel, I would want to see, obviously we'll have a different zone, different strategies and all those things, but I would want to see if some team, some Mongolian team, can just change everything that has happened in the first 3 games, because as of now, look at that. Stalwart is at 8th position. Other than that, Vibes is doing good, JyanMaara is doing good, Skylightz in top 5, Raw is 4th, High Voltage is at the 3rd position. I love it. I am enjoying it. Train to Kill is at 2nd, and then there is Deadeyes Guys reigning supreme, watching everyone as they are on the top position.
Someone give me some water, because I want to splash them on my eyes. I'm not really used to seeing Stalwart Esports all the way on the 8th spot right there. Man, it's something that's really hard to believe. But yeah, talk about some of the not that great starts in Stalwart Esports so far. They found themselves in that page 2, and Seal 2 was one of those teams that was absolutely dominating. They were the winners of the league stage 2 of the PMPL 2022, and now Seal, they're nowhere to be seen in the first half of the board in the first 3 games. Again, as I said, only first 3 games. There are 3 more games to come. You never know. These Mongolian teams might just dominate through, and they might easily be able to set themselves up in the top 3.
And this is the other side of the story. As you could see, Phantom just, they're still faltering down. IHC is at 10th position. Seal 9th. Venom Legends, well, in 3 games, they have 2 points only. 7C with 3 points, an average of 1 point per game. TRS, 8 points. This is not the TRS that we know. Oh, what is happening?
Oh, man. Tough luck. I don't know what exactly to say, because so far we saw DRS in the league stage as well, and it was a complete different breeze for them. But again, the start this time hasn't really been that great, but hopefully, as I said, all we can do is just hope. All we can do is just hope these teams will be able to do something at least in the day 1. If they're not, then again, as I said, day 2, I consider day 2 as the day of comebacks, and anything can happen on day 2, right? Either it can just be the top teams who are just trying to nail their spot down in the top 3, or it can be the bottom teams on the latter half of the board who will try to make their mark in the top page, or at least the top 5. Now you talk about Phantom 2 as one of those teams that have been coming in here, and I also am going to be having a bit of eyes on Phantom as well.
Phantom, I see. If you talk about day 2, maybe, but right now, I would say we still have some time to see that.
Yeah, we indeed have still some time to see that, but it seems like it's time for us to throw to a short break. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after this short break.
के हो मेरो एलगाडे फ्रिज हुँदा गेमै स्टार्ट गरिदिँदो रहेछ त यार ओभर पावरफुल मान्छे हो क्या बरे चलपल भइसकेछ त मेरो तपाईँको यार हल्का एलगाडको प्रब्लम भएको गेमै स्टार्ट हान्थ्यो
त्यो त कपडा लाएर आछ कि छैन छैन
हानो दाइ अगाडिदेखि नै खुकुरी को खुकुरी ताक्छ त
म बसेँ ल हेलो नाम के पर्यो ए ल ठिक छ टिममै पि हो भएन नि त यस्तो त भएन यार यो PMPL प्लेयरहरूलाई ट्रेन चलाउन आउँदैन रहेछ
What? What are you talking about, man?
जित्नुपर्छ ल हामीले टिममेट कहाँ छ यामा
ब्रदर म चलाउँछु नि
होइन होइन कुदाउँछु
उसले भेटाइसकेको थियो त
I'm dying.
Meanwhile, back in the lowlands.
Target acquired. Target eliminated. Okay.
Just then.
माथिबाट बम हान्छ सुन न हिँड्नु न अर्को प्लेयर आयो त कुन एयरलाइन छ यो
ओए म माथि लान्छु तिमी बमान है मिल्छ भने
ल
कि नै बमाना बमाच्दै बमाना हेलो त सबलाई आना के हो
ओए दामी हानेको थिएँ यार
Any sure? को छोड रहेछ यार यस्तो साह्रो खेदाउने अनि सबले मलाई मार्न खोज्दैन त अनि ओइ माम बुढी ओइ नगर न यार अलिकति दया माया लाग्दैन सिट चेन्ज ओइ ओइ लाग्यो दोङ मेरो हेल्थेर न
हेलो त
Easy.
दाइ यतिको सम्म त हामी विराटनगर पुग्थ्यौँ होला यार दाइ यतिको कुदाइमा त दाइ अनुमति छोडेर मलाई निगेर लागिसक्यो यो नै प्लेनमा चढे यस्तो भइसक्यो यार दाइ अहिले त धेरै बेरसम्म बसेर होला यार दाइ
ओए यो त डोङ्ना आयो त नि
दाइ तेल हाल्दैछ दाइ उठाउनु न त्यो टाइमसँग सुताउँछ डाइरेक्ट हाल्न पर्यो दाइ त्यो बेस्ट पाइलट
I'm joking! Stop! Stop the break! Stop!
Got him!
वाइफीसँग दोङ छ दोङलाई चाहिँ घुस्काउँछु पक्नै म इन्स्टामा गर होइन यार दाइ ओपनमा त नरोक्नु दाइ होइन दाइ अहिले नरोक्नु न यो हान्ने यो सोल्लेस भाइ के भएको दाइ यो को हो दाइ कसले हान्यो यो दाइ पड्क्यो पाइलट ओबे
It was at this moment that he knew.
म ला मार दे यार दाइ आफ्नै टिमले
ओइ साङ मर्यो हो र मर्यो जित्यो Hand on Michael-हरु
त्यसै गरी अब हामीसँग रहेको छ राउन्ड 3 fill in the blanks ल प्रश्नहरू यस प्रकारको रहेको छ दोस्तीहरू म्याच जित्नलाई मैले fill in the के भन्छ ब्ल्याङ्क्स प्रयोग गर्छु म्याच जित्नलाई ब्ल्याङ्क्स प्रयोग गर्छु दिमागवाला चाहिँ मलाई अलिकति दामी लाग्यो है म बुट क्याम्पमा हुँदाखेरि ... खेल्ने गर्छु म रेड जोनमा उभिन तयार छु यदि ब्ल्याक्सले मलाई भनेपछि त्यसै गरी हामीसँग अर्को प्रश्न आइसकेको छ प्रश्न छ मेरो सिक्रेट वेपन भनेको ड्यास हो त्यसै गरी हामीसँग रहेको छ अब आजको अन्तिम प्रश्न रहेको छ मेरो सपना छ ड्यास जित्ने आजको हाम्रो थर्ड राउन्ड पनि सकिसकेको छ हाम्रो ऱ्यापिड फायर राउन्डको मजा आयो केटाहरूसँग बोल्दाखेरि अब जस आफ्नै दाजुभाइहरू साथीहरू नै हो मेरो सबैजना जस यसरी कुराकानी गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ अलिकति जस रमाइलो फिल भयो रमाइलो तपाईँहरूलाई पनि एउटा केही रमाइलो दिन भनेर मात्र हामीले गरेको हो होइन आजको सेगमेन्ट हामी यति नै थियो होइन गाइजहरू अब हाम्रो केटाहरू यत्रो अमूल्य टाइम लिएर यहाँ उपस्थित हुनुभएकोमा सबै केटाहरूलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद भन्न चाहन्छु र अब आउने पिएमपिएलमा सबैजनालाई बेस्ट विसेस भन्न चाहन्छु होइन सबैजनाले राम्रो गर्नु होला हामी पनि हेर्नेछौँ होइन सबैजनालाई बेस्ट अफ लक भन्न चाहन्छु
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL South Asia 2022. 3 games are already done now. We're going to be heading on over to the Erangel map now. I mean, of course, Erangel, one of the most OG and one of the most classic maps. I'm expecting every single team to give it all they have, give it their best, because so far we haven't really seen the Mongolian team stepping up. This might just be their starting course.
Maybe it might just be, it might not be, depends on how obviously the teams are going to be playing, where the circle is, what the rotations are and all those things. So ladies and boys and girls, let's head on to the player cameras. We'll see what they are doing, if they're enjoying the stay. Maybe some of them are, some of them just smiling, laughing with each other, just conversating. And now this is going to be an important one, because our game is about to begin.
Oh man, I mean, I personally love the setup that some of these players have. They have like a fan right next to their mobile device, which they're actually holding. I feel that, I mean, I'm a sort of person, I do sweat quite a lot too while I'm playing games, and I hate it when I'm sweating while playing the game, and you cannot really just take off your hand and wipe it too. So the sweat just dries on your screen, and you're just there like, man, I really need to wipe it off.
Yeah, I get it. That just, becomes one of the things. But right now, we just talk about this game. From military base area to Severny, where the flight path is cool. Rozok poaching areas. Yasnaya, Severny, we just can see the military base. Novorepnoi. Yeah, the teams would like to drop down to these areas, as well as we see Seal going down to military base, and Stalwart is there in Novorepnoi.
Venom Legends 2, they're probably going to go towards Milta. And Milta Power right there. DRS 2 somewhere near that side. ElementriX, as always, they like to go to a sphere up here. But I want to see how or what Phantom are going to try to do in this game. Now, Venom, one of those teams too, coming inside. A lot of people did have a decent amount of eyes on them, but now they're here to make their name. And Venom, hopefully they're going to be able to do so. Currently, they're sitting on 12th spot in the overall rankings, only with 11 points in their hands. And Savage's Esports is my pick for this grand finals. And I honestly feel like Savage, they have a lot in them to try and deliver. But so far, teams are doing quite great too. You see Skylightz Gaming sitting on 5th spot, and it's only been 3. Okay, I'm not even going to lie. I was about to say that the circle, I want to see a military circle, and we are able to see this.
This is a playful circle, Necro. I mean, it can go down, it can stay up.
Yeah.
I would love to see what teams can decide on this one, because we have had this one of the circles like this in this tournament only. And teams thought that the zone will go down, but then the circle was like, nah.
It was TDK, I think so. Yeah, it was.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I would love to see if the same story repeats or not.
Yeah, it was TDK who won that game too. I think so. It was between TDK and Deadeyes Guys. I still remember.
Yes,
Deadeyes Guys had the best comp to play with. TDK were out in the open. We thought TDK
and Vibes was ready as well with their good Russians and also it was just so good.
It was an interesting game indeed. But yeah, looking now ElementriX. So I like this improvisation coming through from the side of ElementriX. Usually they like to drop on fair appear, but this time they realized, okay, the circle potentially might just be shifting down south. So you might as well also want to be the one to try and improvise and just capitalize as early as possible, because we know military-based circles are one of those circles. If you're going to be able to rotate late, then you're going to be screwed big time. For example, teams like TDK now, at this point, they will have to take their hot shots, and that's what exactly happened in that game too. If you remember, the circle took a hard shift up north. TDK knew if they're going to try to rotate down south, it's going to be a little tough for them to go down. So they just stayed on the edge and maybe hope that, okay, even if the circle does go down south, then they are going to be able to rotate from the waterways. But then it just shifted right on top of them. So it's kind of like a luck thingy there too on the side of TDK.
Yeah, I mean, TDK, and they've had good games, right? They've had, in fact, TDK after Vibes, that was a team that just impressed us a lot. But it looks like 7C's Ripson would want to just opt road not taken, and would maybe just would want to move away from this area. It looks like 7C already has made up their mind that the circle is going to go south, probably. That's why they're just going to go for a swim, and maybe they'll be holding the shorelines. That can be one of the things, because if some other team decides to maybe just come around from the waterline, 7C would be looking really good. But this is the major factor. Only one player of 7C is here, whilst the other ones are still Pochinki. So I don't know what do they have on their mind right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting split, right? And I think so with Ripson, it's kind of like the insurance policy. He's going to be in the front, securing the spot for the rest of the team. And then the rest of the team will move on in later on. And the team too, they're going to try to wrap up a decent amount of loot with themselves before they start moving. So it's a strat that, I mean, works out pretty well. If the person who's separated out, he's not getting spotted by any of the teams. If he does, and if he gets taken out, then this strat just goes completely out the gutter, and you might as well just count yourself out at that point, unless those 3 players are going to pull off some miraculous plays. But then we talk about teams like Seal too. Seal as well, they're being so proactive right on the bridge. Seal realized now bridge is going to be the heavy contention, so you might as well just try and camp those bridge lines and get those free eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, Bridge definitely is going to have a really heavy contestation if the players are going to be just, ready to, if they are willing to give that contestation, because with the new bridges, right, it's not exactly a bridge block that happens, but players just, still try to find up a good place. So that's going to be one of the things. Seal Baron on the other side just going to go for his own loot. Look at this, right? Seal also understands that this circle can have its own different brain, different thought process. So they're not stuck at the military base as per se. They are in the military island, but not at the military base right now. They are split apart, and now they are looking onto the bridge areas, because they understand if played right, they can maybe get a lot of eliminations.
Talk about eliminations, though. A lot of teams are setting themselves up for that. Stalwart Esports this time, we're seeing the aggression a bit amped down from them. They're instead going for a lot of loot this time first, and then maybe for the elimination points later on, because Stalwart Esports realize they have to circle currently in their court. And you do see TDK again. I mean, they're not going to go for rotation instantly down south. Instead, they're going to try to at least stop on the edge lines off the island. I'm not really sure what exactly is going on because currently we have JyanMaara on our screens. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, you guys don't really have the map. There we go. Now we can paint a picture better. So here we go. TDK is currently on the edge lines. I don't know if they're going to be swimming it across or not, because if they do, then 7C is going to be a big threat.
Yeah, actually, yes, because 7C, because of that one player, Ripson, the one that just swam across, he's now giving them directions. Yeah, you can come here, you can stay here, you can just watch this area, etc., etc. All those things. That's what he's just talking about, thinking about, in fact. And that apart now, the way Skylightz Gaming is, you can just watch him. You can watch them. You can just understand the players, what they are doing, what they are trying. They're opting for a really slow rotation, a really slow movement from these players, which is good. Venom Legends still in Milta Par. I love the way these players can play, but I'm not loving the way they are playing right now. We expect more, right? So that's one of the things.
Yeah.
Savage, one player is on the crossroads. A few players still just coming from Yasnaya Polyana. So we'll see what happens. But IHC. Previously in these kind of circles, you've seen IHC coming from the Ferry Pier Bridge. This time they are opting a Milta Bridge. Obviously, it comes down to, the way they drop down and also I want to see how this plan B can go for them.
Talk about the plans, though. I mean, Venom Legends, they're one of those teams. They're one of those teams that like to rotate all the way from the right side and then from the waterways towards no reply containers. So if they find a boat in that case, then it's going to make things even easier. If they're not, then the boat, of course, things are going to be toughened up without a doubt. So Venom Legends, indeed, the path is going to be filled with thorns. Hopefully they don't get spotted out by one of the players of Stalwart Esports, which is Cry on the edge line standing right there. ElementriX 2 currently, as I said, a great improvisation from their side, but I still feel like the struggle might just be seen when it comes to the looting side, because the ElementriX, they're just looting out the small compounds, but I'm going to hold on to my words for now, as Jane is going to find an opening against the players of Venom Esports. Mad Max goes down.
That's just, how it is. T2K Jane looks like would want to just get a hold of a good place for themselves and would want to just take up a good fight. A few Molotovs just coming on. Mad Max is going to just, he's finished. But the other players of Phantom, they need to understand. So that's going to be extremely important. Phantom's players on one of the sides right now. T2K Suyog, as we see him as well, has a decent area. Only one elimination, nothing else. Now this comes down to the moment of truth. Yes, it's Southern Circle.
There we go. There we go. Talk about the moment of truth, and I personally want to see a military base ending. Now, I mean, I'm not saying military island. I'm saying a military base ending, and I feel like that's one of the most trickiest ways to try and navigate your way in, because military base, every single team will try to get their footing in the military base, but when the circle starts taking those hard shifts, that's when every single team's just thrown off the way, and it gets really tough to just navigate your way through in the open. So those are one of those most entertaining circles without doubt. But currently we do see a huge clutter forming up north. All the teams, they do want to make it down south. And again, this is going to be a huge problem, because a lot of them are going to be one of those teams who are going to opt out to take the late rotation. And that's going to hurt them in the longer run, indeed. As two of the players from the side of high voltage have been taken down, Vadu and Extreme, down to 50% of HP. And again, I talked about this, right, Ocean? Late rotation is going to just make things so worse for you. And currently, IHC are the one high voltage are going against.
High voltage, these players have a decent area. IHC is just, exactly just like you said, moving pretty good. Spotting everyone is what they are doing and nothing else. But then again, IHC understands that, they are kind of stuck in this situation. Because for them, they opted for a slow rotation again, just like we said. But for them, high voltage is going to be one of the most important things to just understand. And Vibes is really all right. Takes on one from Raw. That is going to be Nemesis. He's done, but he's not out. Now he will be. That's another one just going out of the lobby. We still have 62 players and 16 teams surviving.
Not a lot of casualties, though. Just 2 players been taken out so far from the lobby. And look at IC from the side of IC. Just being that little slithering snake, waiting for the right moment to strike. The opportunity just to strike in and be the cold-blooded killer. Is he going to be able to, though? Alex, this time, one of the opening fraggers from the side of IC has been open himself, so that's something that's going to stack or at least pile up those problems on the players of IC. They will need to try and find a way around that. As high voltage, they're currently pinned down to this compound, so IC, they have an edge in this fight, but still, if they keep on taking these casualties, high voltage will try to rub the salt on their wounds.
They're just taking down a few shots on extreme, although he gets shot at as well from the other side, so he needs to just stay at this location and see and understand if he can just stay. But IC's regularly getting shot at, can heal though, but as of now he's just not healing. Now he will, as the circle, it's gonna maybe move away from these players. And in a while, yes, it does. 700 meters the distance between IHC and the zone, so they'll have to move away as soon as they can.
Talk about moving away, though. I mean, I wish we had the map in front of us currently, because I want to show you the split that Seal has. One of the players from Seal is all the way on the left side, making sure he's holding out the players that are going to try to come in from the waterways. And Skylightz Gaming and Raw are one of those teams that are currently trying to close in the same spot. So Seal with a brilliant split, but again, the player just gets a little impatient and he starts to move. And currently this fight has just came down to a stalemate. High voltage, IHC, they're not really able to find those opening against each other. Just a little bit of poke and go damage, but nothing really to capitalize on. But high voltage, they will need to realize that IHC, they still have an edge in this fight because they are going to be the one in the controlling position. So high voltage will need to move in as quick as possible.
Praveen on one side, look at them just trying to spot Anzul. They have spotted Anzul, a few shots landing up. But still, they are just trying to find up a good place for themselves. Sandesh takes down one from Savage. That's going to be Hershey. Just dropping down. And now the players, they'll have to be ready. Praveen, we can see him though. But it looks like he's kind of struggling. Definitely has players in his vision. But then again, if he peeks out, he's in trouble. Chain takes down Sanchir as well. Savage is in a lot of trouble. As C2K is just gonna enjoy this as Jane just takes one more.
And look at IC too. He's barely surviving on a sliver of health. The wall of death too is now gonna start to close in. Oh boy. Talk about problems just piling on top of each other. And look at Savage going for the res in the water lines. Eisenberg catching a couple of bullets from all across the board. It's TDK trying to get their frags and confirmation. They will be able to get the confirmation on one of the players. Eisenberg now confirmed. Sanchir, though, still barely surviving on a sliver of health because he just got rezzed in the water. Two players, Savage in the front, late rotation. Again, not really working out, and these are just going to be those easy frags for these fishermen, as those two sharks, they're currently just in the water, and these fishermen are in the outskirts, so the sharks are not going to be that that useful.
Yeah, I mean, they are just there, right? And obviously, they are going to be enjoying these elimination numbers, but then again, they do understand that there are a few more that they can just capitalize on, that they can enjoy, that they can just love for themselves if they would want to get a chance of it. And Sandesh looks like he also went out for a swim to just maybe scout someone if he can, and the other players are going to be just shooting on him. But now Anip has been spotted down, a few shots getting laid on him, but nothing connecting. JyanMaara on the other side tried to do really good, but then Alex, he goes down by the zone. Seoul follows up though. Sanchir, he gets taken out. Gunnar gets that elimination of Alex, and surprisingly, now these players are struggling outside the zone. But Wally with a Kar 98 shot on Nima. Wow.
Oh boy, look at the amount of damage that the zone's chunking out now. it's gonna make things even tougher for JyanMaara and even IHC. And take a look at the next circle shift too. It's like more than half of the circle is actually right in the water line, so that circle is going to be useless currently. The only used circle is going to be that edge lines right there, and the amount of surface that's covered currently, and that's going to be filling up with all sorts of players and all sorts of teams soon. And that amount of landmass is not going to be enough to just fill up every single player in the lobby. So we're going to be seeing a lot of fights just hitting the deck soon. We're probably going to be seeing a lot of bodies flowing through.
Seals players, Skylightz players, they are taking up their own fights. In fact, right now, 7C and Phantom, these teams are trying to do good as well. Phantom, they need a good fight. They need a brilliant fight for themselves if that can happen. But the struggles are real. Slipknot, he just switches from one wall to the other. 7C, they are looking good. Numbers advantage in their favor. Phantom's players are going down, but look at that. One player gets taken out. Phantom's Vexy on one side, Slipknot on the other takes on Precious. And now they would want to go for a revive on their own teammate, as Vexy just keeps on putting down that pressure though. Let's see what happens in this situation. Ripson with a Vector. That's how quickly he wanted to rotate that. He just has a Vector right now.
Not gonna lie, Vector is like one of the most annoying weapons currently in the game. The time to kill on that gun is just insane. You die so quickly with that gun if your opponent just hits every single shot. But yeah, currently Raw 2 will be eliminated out the game on 16th spot. I mean, we aren't really seeing a lot of teams getting eliminated, but now we're going to, because as I said, the circle's not going to be enough to just cover every single player, every single team in it. So we're probably going to be seeing a lot of fights occur, and a lot of teams will start to get eliminated. As Seal 2, they're trying to find themselves a footing, and doing so, they're also trying to take care of the players of Venom Legends. Venom Legends with only 2 points secured so far. IT2, they're going to just ring those bells on the players of TDK as one of the players being taken out. This entire phrase came down to a stalemate for now, but I'm pretty sure as soon as a little glimmer is going to be spotted, there's going to be complete hell breaking loose in this compound.
Oh, Playzone still taking down a few players here, and they're Savage. They are out as we are down with 13 teams and 40 players remaining, and almost 18.5-minute marker is where we are in the game right now. Action still looking good, still going strong as they're taking fights with multiple teams. T2K, in a surprise turn of events, they do get eliminated on 13th position, but they have 5 eliminations. That is 5 points secured. But DRS, oh, this is bad for DRS. Another bad elimination.
Talk about a bad elimination, though. 11 teams left in 32 players in total, and the next zone's going to start to close in. Oh my god. Problems after problems after problems for every single team, and this time, look at the zone. As I said, a lot of the amount of zone that's still covered in the water, it's insane. That's just going to limit the playing area for every single team here. And now Stalwart Esports, they just straight up charge on the players of JyanMaara, ramming their vehicles near the shack. Last player tried to hide inside the vehicle, but unfortunately that nade's going to be more than enough. It's Snipe YT's nade, and he just took himself out.
Action just, healing. He heard a buggy and he thought it's someone else, but it was his own teammate, so he just cancelled the heal for that moment. I don't know what happened. 10 teams, 29 players still alive right now. Slipknot takes down one from Wise. Malik goes down, and that definitely is not going to be a good situation for the players. But right now, Stalwart, surprisingly, I mean, not even surprisingly, but as compared to their momentum, now they are just picking up the pace. 6 eliminations, and this was a brilliant knock.
Yeah.
Are they rushing?
Great knock,
no.
Yep.
All right.
Talk about clinical approach currently. And Stalwart Esports, they're trying to bring it in the game. But again, things are just being toughened up because there's way too many teams alive in these final zones, and you never know where you're going to get shot at from. This is where the RNG factor will now start to hit in because, again, you're just human beings. It's going to be tough for you to cover all these sorts of angles all by yourself. And now Seal right here, able to get one of the players down from the side of Vibes. Wally wants to go for the confirmation, and still he's going to be a soldier who's not going to back out. So Wally is going to keep the pedal to the metal. On the other hand, ElementriX too, realizing there is a team in the front. One of the players went down right on the compound wall. Another team that will need to try and watch out from has to be Stalwart Esports.
Look at 7C versus Phantom. It's still happening. Wally just, taking down those confirmations. Steel has 9 eliminations. This time, Mongolian domination is starting off on a toll, on a roll right now as they're trying to take down multiple players as well. Look at them just trying to take up a fight outside the circle. But then again, Wally doesn't care. Just goes for it. But want to just, get inside the zone as well. But then again, the circle's going to be troubling him a lot. So he'll go for his own elimination. And now, Phantom on the other side taking down the players of ElementriX as RJD just does a really good for his team. Wipes Joker. Well, I don't think so he can survive for much long, maybe for a while, but high voltage, they also go out. We're down to 22 players and 9 teams.
Oh, and look at that. And 1684. That suppress sounds so satisfying. We have Venom Esports. Look at that. 2 big casualties. Try to go against the players in the front, but unfortunately, ElementriX, they reply back in style, as the reply is going to be really strong, and they just slap those 2 players out the lobby. Still, though, 7 teams are alive with 16 players in total. A lot of teams have taken casualties at this point in time, and so has the players of ElementriX. Incus is going to be the only man left alive. I'd see they straight up ram their vehicles, or they straight up just book their vehicles in the water, as it's going to be Icy and Godlex. This 2 deadly duo right here.
Oh.
This time it's not going to be so deadly.
Top takes down Godless. Icy's surviving, but for how long can he survive? That's one of the most important questions. 7 eliminations coming down for Stalwart. They are doing really good. In fact, Stalwart and Seal are the 2 teams that are doing really good, although Seal is out of the conversation. IHC as well. Stalwart with 9 total eliminations inside the zone. Doing really good. Let's see now what Skylightz can do, what ElementriX's player can do. But there it is. Skylightz talking about this one. They are out as well. 5 teams, 13 players.
Oh my god, the final circle shifts on top of the players of Stalwart Esports. The stars are aligned, and now it's their time to put on a stellar performance, a dominating 1-2, because so far they have 9 eliminations racked up, and there's still 5 teams alive with 13 players in total. But of course, counting the 4 players of Stalwart Esports. And now 7C, they're going to be the next challenger, approaching quite close. And this time it's Stalwart Esports time to just deliver that fatality blow on the flares of 7C. As Akujad is now going to try to back off. He does realize he got a little too close to the enemy territory.
Oh, Akujad, yes, he is a bit close as he is in the vicinity of that grenade. The grenade just comes down on him. Deadeyes Guys, they follow up as well. Another grenade taking down Akujad to a minor HP damage, as he would be finished down by action. It's his elimination. He likes to get it for himself. Slipknot Phantom, surprisingly, just doing really good as compared to the last 2 games that they had for themselves. 7C, they held their ground, but then again, now it's time for them to come in the open. Memo, he might just not realize that there's another grade coming down on him, as action is just on a different role. Phantom Slipknot just trying to get that elimination point for himself. Obviously did not get it yet. 7C, the players are still just trying to find up a good fight coming out for themselves, if that can happen. Action. I mean, the player just, is going bonkers, to be honest.
Yeah, this game's been served to the players of Stalwart Esports on a silver platter. And this is their game. There's no way they just lose this game out. Action 2. I mean, the entire team of Stalwart Esports is currently on a tear. And look at this. The confidence is now amped up in Stalwart Esports. They're just going to do their classic stuff, as Pika will take out Incus 2. And that's all down to the final man alive from the side of Phantom. Slipknot is barely trying to slip his way in inside the next zone. But again, position will be compromised soon. And now it's trying to be the one with the nature, trying to play the bush role in this game. And Stalwart Esports, they're hunting for the victim.
But Stalwart has done it. They have 13 eliminations. They want to go for the 14. They have spotted on the 14th player. They are ready for it. Will take him down. Yes, Pika does it. Pika puts an end to him. And there it is. 14 eliminations coming down. Stalwart, whenever they finish in style. They like to go for it. And this time as well, they went for a stylish winner chicken dinner. And look at that. The team is at 3rd position. Top 3 secure.
Hey, man, I told you. One game is all the Mongolians need, and they can just flick the switch in that. And there you go. That one single game, 29 points secured with 14 eliminations, and they're all around the top 3. I mean, damn, that all they need is that one single game, huh? Just to change the entire course of the overall rankings. And now I want to see the look on the South Asian teams, because I'm pretty sure they're going to have a look of disbelief currently. But a great chicken dinner for the side of Stalwart Esports. And still, again, a statement has been made.
29 points. secured by this team in terms of the chicken dinner and the eliminations combined together, 15 and 14. They did extremely well for themselves, but now the main question, the majority of it just arrives on the fact, where will they go after this one? Because obviously a bad game can definitely take them down, a good game will lift them, but Stalwart, well, they are definitely just showcasing that composure, the hunger, the firepower that they have. It's still strong.
Talk about firepower being strong, though. I mean, indeed it is. And again, in the end, as I said, the game just got served to them in a silver platter. The circle straight up took a shift on them. And Stalwart Esports knew too. There's no way there's going to be any team in the back lines. Every single team has to be in the front. So it just got way too easier for them to hold every single player out the gate too. Stalwart Esports, in the end, though, still a great fight from them. 14 elimination points for them, and total 29 points. So that's insane. A huge lead and a huge bump in the overall rankings. They're going to be placed in the top 3 spot. I want to see what they have to deliver even in the upcoming games, because upcoming game is going to be Miramar. But before that, we'll have to go through a couple of stats, and before that, we'll also have to go through a little break. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL South Asia 2022. Of course, now 4th game 2 out the way. A great military circle too. And in the end, the circle as well just took huge curveball shifts, which just put every single team in the lobby in the most uncomfortable state possible.
Definitely. This was such a brilliant game. Just, the circle going down to the military base area. That is an important area. Just like, we like to talk about it. The players were ready for it. And a few were not. But then again, at the end, what matters is how you put that full stop on that game, right? Stalwart, they understood. They had all the players surviving. That always matters. And they took it. They took their sweet time for it. And at the end, well, they won it. They won the game. They won the hearts, and then everyone, including me, right from the start of the day, we had the question: where is that Mongolian domination? Well, it's coming back.
Indeed, it's coming back, and I'm pretty sure we still have to see more coming our way, as we are going to be taking a look at the most valuable player of the previous game. It has to be someone from the side of Stalwart Esports, and why am I even questioning it? Of course it has to be Action. 6 elimination points and 4 knockouts with 1,042 damage and 2 assists, as the survival time this time is going to be 23-37. Action currently is being the man, or at least has been the most dominating man in the entire Stalwart Esports roster. I mean, don't get me wrong, Top is there too, but Action, considering the fact that he's also being the entry fragger for the team and he's able to put on some insane numbers like that, Action is just a burning torch of consistency when it comes to the MVP. And now taking a look at the top players too, Action, of course, on the top. Wally's going to be there in the 2nd spot with 7 elimination points. So one thing we know for sure, Wally's going to be in the most eliminations bracket. Then Jane is going to be there on the 3rd spot with 3 eliminations. Leo's going to be there with 3 eliminations too. And Stalwart Esports there too with 4 eliminations. With Top there too with 4 eliminations and 279 points wrapped up. I mean, that previous game was a Mongolian dominated game without a doubt. Stalwart Esports still shown themselves up to. Unfortunately, a team like Savage wasn't really able to do so, because they thought maybe in the end a circle would take a huge curveball shift and just shift up north, but that wasn't really the case. The Savage got kind of screwed. They needed to take those waterways down south, and that's where things really did not really align for them. Stats comparison here, as 1864 is going to be the damage dealt on the side of Stalwart Esports, and 988 damage dealt from the side of Venom Esports. And then you take a look at the damage received stat too, 505 and 723. Venom Esports did catch a lot of bullets in that game, even though Stalwart Esports was one of those teams that was taking so many fights, but still this is just what you say, you know. Venom Esports, unfortunately, they just caught too many bullets, and they were on the receiving end much more times. But it seems like Ocean has took a leave without even informing us, and now joining us is going to be Johnny. I mean, hey, I'm happy, man. Johnny, welcome back. How you doing, dude? It's the grand finals, man. Are you hyped?
I mean, I'm pretty hyped for this. I mean, we were just talking about before this match how the teams from Mongolia were, well, the performance wasn't the same what we saw in the league stages. And hey, looks like the lads are back and in action as well. Stalwart Esports have just gone on to win an amazing game. We do have the match summary now. And it's just volley action and top at the top, basically in every single category.
I mean, indeed, these players has to be, right? I mean, action and top has to be there. But yeah, as I said, the previous game was indeed a Mongolian-dominated game. TDK there, too, tried to steal a bit of spotlight with 7 elimination points and 7 total points secured with 0 placement points in their hands. But Stalwart Esports, look at that. What a way to close things out. Venom Esports there, too, with 2nd spot, and the placement points are going to be 12 with 4 eliminations and 16 total points. Seal there, too, with 1 point for themselves with 1 placement points, 11 eliminations, and then total points 12. I mean, overall, this match ranking's looking pretty great. As I said, that was a Mongolian-dominated game, so without a doubt, you are going to be seeing that domination. And slowly and steadily, the beasts are now awoken.
Well, definitely. The beasts are waking up slowly and steadily, as you said, and they do have 2 more matches remaining, 1 more Miramar and another Erangel. That is left, ladies and gentlemen, and from this one, I think now all we have left is the Oppo F21 Pro Moments, and then the overall rankings are going to be in front of us, and that is something that I'm very keen on looking forward to, because, I mean, where do Stalwart Esports end up after this match? The first 3 games did not really go their way. They were getting left further and further behind, but with this match, I believe they would have almost caught up with the pack leaders.
I mean, well, talk about the pack leaders. Stalwart Esports, indeed, they have caught up. They're currently in the 3rd spot in the overall rankings. Yeah. Is that what we saw in the graphic after they won the chicken dinner? So, yeah, they're currently sitting in the 3rd spot. So at least we're seeing one of the Mongolian teams after the day 1 in the top 3. And then I'd see here too, great showing from their side. JyanMaara, look at this, just making things so tough for the players of IC. IC thought after that fight with the players of TDK, or after the fight with the players of High Voltage, they would be out of harm's way. But then JyanMaara just taking a late rotation and punishing the players of IHC.
I mean, something that they never predicted was going to happen. And I mean, even though it was quite unfortunate, still, I think CL Esports also, I mean, from the get-go, were looking quite solid inside of the match as well. And even though we did see kind of a similar performance in the previous few matches from them, I mean, this was something like, this was the CL Esports that was missing from the match. Also, I mean, the circle just being onto the shorelines, I think just gave them an extra benefit of being in a much favorable position in majority of those fights in the mid-game stages. But moving forward, this is Stalwart Esports closing out the match. I mean, I remember watching them, I mean, and being very aggressive, very sure, very on point and confident inside of the game, just picking up those kills like they weren't even visible to the opposition. No one was able to take them down.
Oh, man. Not just that, Seal 2 was one of those most, like, dominating force without a doubt. And then talk about the damage graph here in front of us. 14 elimination points and 1864 damage dealt. Then Venom Esports will be there, too, with 4 elimination points and 986 damage dealt. ElementriX too. Talk about the least damage in that previous game, though. It's going to be the team of Rob at 0 damage, 0 elimination points. Savage too, not really a great showing. Venom Legends, this is the this is just the entire bat series for Venom Legends. The day 1 isn't really going that great.
Completely agree with that. I mean, as you said, the day is not going great. It's not going their way, and I think if they can manage to convert even just 1 match from the 2 remaining, I think they are going to be pretty happy with that. The best case scenario obviously being Venom Legends finishing in the top 3 in the next 2 matches, but it looks very difficult for them to make it happen. But we'll talk about that later. So far, ladies and gentlemen, on the overall rankings, we go forward, and Stalwart Esports, as you said, Necro, they have indeed climbed up to the 3rd position, but the 2nd spot is not too far away. I mean, just 2 points shy of being in the top 2, and Deadeyes Guys still leading the charge, leading the pack with 64 points and sitting on the 1st position. Phantom Esports, I mean, they are struggling as far as the team fights are considered, but they're doing quite well in terms of getting those placement points consistently.
Exactly. Now I take a look at the overall rankings. On the first spot is Deadeyes Guys, of course. But as I said after that previous game, Stalwart Esports, they boosted themselves up. On the third spot, Lucas Seal 2. On the seventh spot, right underneath the players of Skylightz Gaming. Now, considering the fact that top 10 is going to be the goal, Johnny, and as you can see, Vibes is right on the 10th mark, on the brink of getting eliminated. But hey, again, I'm just over here messing around because they still have 2 more games to go, and again, 2 more days to go in the future. So an ample amount of time to make the comeback happen, even for the players on the latter half of the board. For example, IC and Savage to make their spot, or at least to get their spot solidified in the SA Championship. As I said, top 10 is going to be the goal, and again, shouldn't really be that tough for the teams that were dominating the entire league stage. Live item drop for you guys. Go to the official esports channel of the Pubgmobile Esports South Asia on YouTube or either Facebook, and you guys will be able to get your hands on these live item drops. Look at that beautiful UMP. I mean, again, UMP is currently in meta too, and a great parachute too.
Exactly. I mean, quite a lot of things that are in the meta. I mean, the UMP specifically, the parachute is always going to be there, and no way to get to the ground from the airplane otherwise. But yes, again, as you mentioned, Necro, I mean, it's going to be quite important. Pubgmobile Esports South Asia is where the drops are going to happen. So make sure you guys are on the right page, tuned in on the right channels for to get those drops for yourself. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, the schedule in front of us. And I mean, the first 3 games went on to the teams of South Asia. Then, I mean, even though every team playing right now is currently a team of South Asia, I mean, we still have to define where the teams are coming from. We could have called them the OGs and the new South Asian teams. I mean, talk about all the Mongolian teams that are present in this lobby right now. And Stalwart Esports might have just been the beginning of the domination coming back. Because as we did talk about this, I mean, Seal Esports, they were doing quite decent, not really able to close out any sort of team fights after the misgame scenario. They did have a lot of points secured in terms of eliminations from this match, and they are looking for quite solid as far as the aggression is considered. But moving on to this matchup on Miramar, they will have to be extremely careful as to how they maneuver themselves, because even in the last game, we saw them try their level best in Miramar, the second match of the day. We saw them try their level best, but mid-game, they had to take a fall. Mid-rotation fights are not really working out for them.
Talk about the mid-rotational fights, though. I mean, that previous zone, I would just say, just screwed up a lot of teams, honestly.
Yeah.
And that's something you can't really. I would just say that's just tough luck on all the teams that thought that maybe it'll take a north shift, or I would just say call it a tough luck because, for example, teams like TDK, teams like Savage, they like to drop all the way up north. Savage like to drop Yasanaya. TDK like to drop all the way up Severny and shooting range. So that's some great distance to cover. So I don't really blame these teams, right? I mean, They already have so much way to try and move around. They will have to move all the way down south, and they will also need to make sure that if you're going to be the team that's going to rotate the late, then you pretty much might as well just rule yourself out, because at that point, getting yourself situated on the military island is next to impossible unless you're absolutely lucky and you just somehow are able to demonize your way through. I mean, a prime example of that has to be Na'Vi, right? They too, they like to drop near the Georgiapol city, and unfortunately, whenever the circle was down south all the way to Military Island, Na'Vi was one of those teams that got screwed heavily.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, now we were not having a fun time, but as you mentioned, I mean, the crossing the river can be an issue, but this time, let's see. On Miramar, you don't have to worry about all of that. All you need to be careful and paranoid of is the teams and the lads that are going to be keeping their eyes on you from the high ground ridges. So let's see what the squads are going to be thinking inside of this game. Phantom Esports again taking an early exit towards Valdelmar. This time the trajectory of the plane, well, quite focused towards the center of the map, starting from the western side of Ladriela towards El Hazar is where the trajectory is. And I don't think any of the teams are going to have a lot of trouble with their drop locations with this flight path. I mean, it's quite close to majority of the common drop spots. The only team that would have had some trouble are the lads of High Voltage, who, well, in the previous Miramar went towards Porto Palacio, but they have decided to drop towards El Pozo this time.
Talk about El Pozo drop, though. I mean, this plane flight path, as you said, is not going to screw up any of the teams currently in the lobby, so they should have a free pathway to try and move around and try and maneuver. Again, though, teams like Venom Legends, and oh, that's a big curveball circle right there, all the way shifting down. down south. And, well, again, teams, they're going to have indeed a tough time. For example, again, we talk about teams like Stalwart Esports coming in. We talk about teams like ElementriX now. Currently, they are kind of on the mid-pack of the mid-zone. It's mid-zone-ish, barely kind of like on the edge. But again, if you talk about JyanMaara, they're going to be one of those teams that's going to struggle a lot because these zones, I'm not going to lie, these zones in this 2022 year, they're one of the most interesting zones in my life.
I mean, they are pretty fun to watch, and they make the matches more exciting. Now, this time on Miramar, I think this circle is definitely headed towards Los Leones for the final conclusion of the game. And since Esports are in that city completely alone, because JyanMaara have decided to go for a northern drop location, I think this has to be their game till the mid-game stages at least. Quite comfortable, smack in the center of the zone. No one is charging towards them right now, so they're going to be completely isolated in these early stages as well.
Talk about being isolated, though. I mean, Venom Esports is one of those teams that like to just social distance their way already in the game off the bat. They like to just drop on Valle del Mar, one of the most abandoned places in the entire map of Miramar right here. So again, Venom Esports, they shouldn't really have that tough of a time to try and rotate inside the zone or even try and get the centralized spot in. But again, playing off center is probably the best way to go in these kind of zones because you never know how zones are going to be shifting. Because certainly we've been seeing those curveball shifts, and I mean we're already seeing a curveball shift right here in the first zone. So I can already imagine what we're going to be up to in the upcoming zones.
Well, let's see what's going to happen in the upcoming zones. And as you were talking about Phantom Legends, though, Phantom Esports, though, I mean, I completely agree with what you said. I mean, it's good for them as well to stay away from any early contact. I mean, today has not been a great day for their side as well. So quite important to secure as many placement points as possible, especially not getting taken out in the early stages of the match is going to be a big plus for them. But let's see if they can manage to survive to the late game stages. I mean, top 5 should be the minimum goal at this point. But they will have Savage Esports blockading their way towards Chumacera, so that's going to be quite interesting to see exactly if the two teams end up fighting. Will they end up fighting? And in fact, if the fight breaks out, then who will the fight favor? Will Savage Esports come out on top, or will Phantom Esports turn their fates around and, well, be the ones winning this fight? As they have also started to move towards the circle. I mean, it won't be a difficult rotation for them. It's going to be very easy. None of these teams were far away. Just a few meters. I mean, Savage on the other side, they were, well, inside the circle already. So they will try and move towards the center, but not yet. I mean, we have seen how slow the matches have been today. No one is willing to take the fights in the early stages. Everyone is just being very patient.
Wait, Johnny, is today Earth Day?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, today's the Earth Day. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, make sure to take care of your mother nature. Not going to lie.
Yeah.
Do not pollute here and there. Use garbage cans if possible. Just don't throw garbage all over the place. And yeah, just take care of your mother nature. That's all I'm going to say. Happy Earth Day to everyone.
Also, that reminds me, Necro. So today is Jiggles and Ryu's birthday, I believe, and me and Ocean were talking about this earlier. Will you sing happy birthday for these two lads, since you have, well, out of the three of us, only you are the one who can sing?
It's not like I can sing.
Out of the three of us, you are the only one that can sing. Me and Ocean can't sing at all, buddy.
Listen, I mean, I can just say happy birthday to both of you, but I feel like singing on this stream would be a bit too much, and we might just lose our jobs, Johnny. And I don't think so. I would want that.
True.
So let's try to stay on the. Let's try to keep our feet on the ground here, and let's not sing and instead commentate, because I do not want to get kicked out. I love my job. Tencent, I love you guys too. Pubgmobile, absolutely love you guys too. Huge fan of you guys. Please keep on giving me a lot of gigs, because yeah, I just love you guys. Oh no.
That's it. That's all the love right there. 30 seconds of it.
Exactly. 30 seconds of it. Gotta love him, man.
Yeah, gotta love him. I mean, for sure. I mean, we've been here for a while now. Wouldn't have been the case if we weren't in love with the game. I mean, been here for like 4 years at this point. But
True.
Let's see. Yeah, so we're just gonna keep on going on with the banter for now, ladies and gentlemen. If you're wondering why, well, because it's 7 minutes in the game and still not a single shot has been fired. No contact at all. That has to be some sort of a record at this point.
That is true, and it's probably because the zone too, right?
Yeah.
All the way down south. And Miramar, we talked about it. Miramar is a huge map, and teams will not have that much of struggle to try and make inside the first zone because there's going to be ample amount of ways to try and navigate with. So we might just see a little early collision though between the players of High Voltage and Skylightz Gaming if they do opt out to take a fight against each other, because currently they're rotating right next to each other on the map as well, and Raw and the players of IC right next to each other too. IC is going to be the man who might just be spotted out, taking quite a risky rotation out in the open too. Now he'll find himself in a bit of safety hands as Assault is going to keep on moving on in. Again, as you said, 7 minutes, almost 8 minutes in the game. We haven't really seen a single body hit the deck. Don't know what's going to fire these players up, but I'm pretty sure these players are motivated for that cash money to just secure it in their bank accounts and go for the first spot.
I mean, definitely. They are going to try their level best just to be able to, well, at least make a comeback. Godless. Well, no. It's too far away, Necro. The vehicles are just too far away. I mean, the best he could do was dish out a little bit of damage before the opposition drove to the other side of the race. And look at Godless. Even he wanted to press that trigger so badly, he had to take his hand off his device.
Oh, man, if that was me, I would just be like, flip it, dude. They're anyways far away. What are they going to do? Nothing.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Because if you are out in the open and you start shooting, you never know who is on another team could be on the other side of a ridge close enough. And as soon as you start shooting, they get the hint of your position. They climb up the ridge. They know your position. And, well, you are going to take a few hits on yourself. So you have to be extremely careful in situations like these. But let's see. The second zone is going to be in front of us soon, and the blue zone is closing in. Where will the next shift be? I wanted to just keep on moving southward. I want to see the circle towards Los Leones. I want the shoreline again.
50-50, Johnny. 50% of the circle is in the water. 50% of the circle is going to cover the land. And now, again, the problem continues, as the problem did continue in the last game, too. This next circle is not going to have enough amount of space to just hold every single player in the lobby. So we are going to be seeing hell breaking loose quite early. And this is what I want to see. Just things getting spiced up. Some of the top dogs of the lobby getting eliminated out quite early. But again, is that going to be the case? Because we still do see teams like Skylightz Gaming taking their sweet little time to try and rotate in. High Voltage are going to be in the front lines. As Savage currently, they're in a prime spot, including the players JyanMaara Esports and Venom Legends too. I want to see how they're going to be able to convert this one into their pockets.
Well, let's see, as you said, how are they going to convert this game into their pocket? That's the first knock of the game, Necro. Deadeyes Guys finding Memo from the side of 7C, but they will be traded out as well. Now Ripson steps out in the open, trying to protect his teammate, but Trula pinned out in the open behind the green Lamborghini. His teammate is knocked out, and well, 7C Esports, they find the second Ritz Ripson to start things off. That's going to be the first blood of the game right now, ladies and gentlemen, as Chari is going to be finished off. Memo, he's going to get a revive, and 7C Esports have turned things around. Deadeyes Guys might have been the team with the first knock secured, but they weren't really able to secure the elimination point.
Still, though, 16 teams are alive, and 62 players in total. Only 2 players have been taken care of, as every single team now is just starting to gather up in the coastlines. And TDK is one of those teams currently. They're right in the smack center. And I personally am going to be a lot worried for the players of TDK, because being in the center spot currently means being the center of attraction too. And that's something teams don't really want to be in currently. Deadeyes Guys, a great parking area they found themselves. And they're going to just straight up park their vehicles in the garage. But again, this next circle shift is what's going to decide every single team's fate. I mean, still currently, teams, they can try and barely make it in and play off of the edge. But I want to see where this next circle is going to be shifting to.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very fun to see where the circle goes and how the teams react. But Stalwart Esports, so Leo, he was looking very eager to start shooting on the players of JyanMaara, but now he's going to have to back off as his teammate has been taken down from the other side. But no, he stops behind the ridge. I believe his position has been compromised as the players from JyanMaara are lining up to protect this ridge as well. And Snipe, look at him heading towards the flank. Venom Legends are in the close vicinity of these two teams now. Leo is under a little bit of pressure as he knows Snipe is right next to him, with the players of JyanMaara having comfortable flank available to provide good suppressing fire for this fight. But Leo, he gets up, takes those shots,
nice.
and Snipe is going to be taken out for free. Instant elimination secure. Well, that's at least what he tries to go for, and finally will be able to secure the point for his team.
And yeah, that's a big knockout too. Snipe YT now out the equation. Big threat neutralized from the lobby. Seal with all their 4 players up. And the circle this time is going to be taking a huge curveball shift all the way on the right side. That means TDK, they're barely going to be in the edge. Venom Legends, they're going to find themselves in the lucky shoes. For Venom Legends too, they'll need to at least separate themselves out and play that 2-2 split, or either find themselves a really comfortable comp to play with. And Savage now getting rid of one of the players of high voltage. Assassin, again, one of the star players for this team, is now already out the equation. Savage doing a great job neutralizing the threat against him.
Well, let's see. That should be one threat neutralized. What about the rest of the squad's presence inside of the lobby? How are they planning to deal with them? Well, for now, Stalwart Esports refocus and, well, looking to push forward towards the players of Venom Legends. Wally has ended up taking a lot of damage even before the fight began and is going to be knocked out. In fact, T2K on the other side against Savage Esports, but we'll talk about that later as well. Savage Esports, they just get absolutely destroyed as we head towards that fight. And that's going to be the first quad wipe of the game. Ruffet, he's looking to finish off one of the lads from the side of Stalwart Esports, but is going to be spotted out by Leo, who was jump peeking. Oh, Baron it was. Jump peeking from behind the wall now with the UMP. Baron looking to find the second, but it's not going to work out for him. And well, Venom Legends and Seal, it's quite close between the two teams. Rage going for a heal as Ruffet is knocked out and bleeding out. Dedicator trying to push forward as well. I believe it's down to a 2-2 between these two squads. Dedicator also getting taken out by Leo, and down to Rage.
Oh my god!
Getting finished off. Stalwart Esports come out on top. They don't lose out on a single player. Even the Wally, I believe, is close to just getting eliminated, bleeding out. And there he goes. Well, will he get a revive? I don't think so. Or do they initiate it? What happened to Wally?
Oh, they do get the res back up on the fallen man. So, oh boy. Leo just clutching things out for his team in the last moment. And I'm pretty sure Seal now, they're going to be so happy and proud of Leo because they really needed someone to step up. I mean, Demo was trying his best to neutralize things, but again, it gets quite tough for just a one man to try and step things up when it's just Leo and Demo, this deadly duo working together. Seal with all their players up so far in the lobby, 5 elimination points wrapped up too. Oh man, currently they're also leading the elimination boards.
Yeah.
They have the most amount of eliminations in the lobby right now. 5 eliminations wrapped up. IHC just scouting out the fray in the front. With quite a risky split. It's a 3-1 split as Assault has been split out. Or separated out from the rest of the pack. If Assault does get spotted, then that's going to be it. GG, go next.
Well, let's see. It's going to be quite interesting to see how exactly is the team planning to regroup. I see taking a few shots on the players of Raw is quite far away from his teammates, but they do have a direct line of fire to provide any sort of support that the lad will need. But Phantom Esports, they are going to feel a lot of pressure all of a sudden as IHC have managed to take the inside of the circle now, and they are going to protect it with everything that they have. The gatekeepers have arrived, and there is... Well, there are a few ways in inside the circle, but definitely not from the western edge.
Talk about the western edge, though. So many teams all the way on the left side. Stalwart Esports 2 with a 2-2 split. Pika in top in the front, and then you have Scry in action all the way in the back. 7C might just be sandwiched if they keep on following the footsteps where Stalwart Esports are. They might just be lured into a trap. IHC trying to take a glance in the back lines, trying to spot any of the players out in the front. So far, that's not really the case, as now Zell's finally going to find one, and it's Godless actually who puts the nail in the coffin right there for one of the players survives. And this is how things really went down if you take a look at the replay between the players of Deadeyes Guys and 7C. As 7C2, they were able to reply back in style, and unfortunately, the players of Deadeyes Guys just got caught out in the open.
They have been caught out, and it's going to be... Oh! Ooh. Well, unlucky, Jiggle. Let's see, Phantom Esports still, I mean, have gotten quite a decent position for themselves. IHC, the stronghold is looking pretty secure for them right now. But Phantom Esports, they have, well, found a way to send one man inside the zone. Will it be enough to distract IHC from their marker? T2K on the other side, taking a fight against Skylightz Gaming. AJ is going to be the first knockout, but that's going to be an instant trade right there from this, from the SG lads. And well, Jane was the man who was knocked out, has a teammate quite close to him, so it's going to be a pretty easy revive for T2K. AJ on the other side, Galzen has managed to get on his spot to go for a revive over there as well. IHC Godless with the mini taking a few shots, but gets shot back from the flank. Is going to be sent running back inside the cover.
Talk about being sent running back inside the cover. TDK and Skylightz Gaming currently right next to each other. The nade's going to crawl in quite close to Galzen. Takes a bit of chip damage, but that's all. That's going to be deducted from his HP bar. Another nade might just be followed up soon. This Galzen's taken down quite low. And this spray from the player off Stalwart Esports top, connecting all those bullets, and one of the players in the front just engulfing all those bullets into him. Top two, they're just trying to find some random spam through the smoke, but so far is not able to find any success. As TDK and Skylightz Gaming now right next to each other, as Galzen's being taken down with Legends nade. And now they're just trying to deliver on the mark. They're not going to back out. The intentions are pretty clear to try and take down the big mammoths currently in the game. Skylightz Gaming, who are decent in the overall rankings too, in the mid pack. And Skylightz Gaming, they're quite hurt. AJ's quite low, as Galzen is now trying to crawl back to safety. But this smoke grenade right here to provide a little bit of visual blockage to Legend. Skylightz Gaming, are they going to be able to get the reset through? That's something I want to find out. But oh no, Legend gets taken out.
Well, let's see. Legend is going to be taken out. T2K getting finished off in this match. Skylightz Gaming, they have found themselves the opportunity to move forward in this game. And let's see how far they will get now, as still on the edge of the blue zone. 7 seconds to go before they have to start moving forward. And it's not going to be easy. IHC still one of the squads standing in their way. On the other side, though, ElementriX forced to take an exit from this match. Skylightz Gaming, Nima again. I mean, it's going to be quite stressful for them to figure out exactly how they want to get inside the circle, and you can't really avoid the fight with IHC unless you go for a wide rotation from your right. On the other side, though, Stalwart Esports action, knock and finish from Shifusa, and Deadeyes Guys still surviving, still standing tall, but Stalwart Esports, they are here, and Shifu is all of a sudden going to be outnumbered, goes outside, few shots, damage dished out, but no knock secure. He secures one knock, goes for the instant finish, and Stalwart Esports, they lose 2 in this 1v2. What a play from DE. I mean, they do get eliminated, but not for free at least. They make Stalwart Esports pay a heavy price for that.
Talk about a heavy price, though. Look at Venom Esports. Hira right here in this bush, just trying to be the one with the nature. Is he going to get spotted out? And they definitely did see the trajectory of the grenade. But are they going to be following the trajectory? Did Skylightz Gaming get enough info to try and just snake out the man that's trying to hide from the side of Venom Esports? He's the last man alive too. If they just take him out, it's going to be confirmation. 3 elimination point security. He's all by himself amongst or against the 4 players in the front. How is he going to try to clutch this out? That's going to be next to impossible, as now Kazi is going to move on in, and he will get the confirmation as well, but that's not really that worth it, As 7C now, they're catching a lot of bullets out of themselves. Raw too, they're going to inflict a lot of pain and hurt. And 7C, they're going to get eliminated in 10th spot.
Well, the 10th place exit, quite unfortunate for the squad, but let's see. I mean, we are down to the top 9, 24 players still alive. A lot of the teams surviving with just barely any players, and look at that. All of them are getting taken out slowly and steadily, as from 9, it just takes literally 2-3 seconds. We're down to top 16s, and more will be taken out, as Stalwart Esports are almost getting, well, pincered down by Skylightz Gaming, who do have the height advantage in this fight. 1-1 player traded from either sides. Now, IHC are looking very deadly in this game. 9 eliminations already secured by the lineup as they look to move forward in this matchup. Stalwart Esports, Demo and Baron knocked out. Looking to go for a revive, but it won't be easy for Leo to make this happen, as they are just completely pinned down on that slope.
Talk about being pinned down on the slope. Oh! Skylightz Gaming a little too close right there. The risk is being taken, but again, sometimes you got to take risks to actually win something in your life. So that's what Skylightz Gaming are trying to do here, taking a little bit of risks with the compromisation of a win. And now look at DRS too, just approaching. They're going to be the next challenger, approaching the entire fray, as now I'd see this nade from their side might just seal the deal. Nade lopped in. Is it going to find any connections? For now, it's going to be a no answer. But again, ReaperBot has been taken down. He's also being ticked off. That means now the clock's ticking on the side of DRS. They will need to try and get this fight done as quick as possible.
Well, let's see. I mean, that is always going to be the intention. And I mean, the teams are looking forward to go for one wipe after the other, as you said, as quickly as possible. But with these 5 teams remaining, 19 players still alive. And look at that, almost all of them with all 4 players of the lineup. I mean, it's definitely not going to be easy, but finally the numbers are going to fall, as IHC Zeol is going to be knocked out. Skylightz Gaming Galson goes out as well. And, well, Leo from the side of Stalwart Esports is going to be knocked out. Skylightz Gaming losing out on 2 now. Mafia Ninja quite close to his teammates, but will he survive as Stalwart Esports go for a push on JyanMaara? Gunner running behind cover right in the nick of time, but that nade from Demo! The explosion of the vehicle just ending the misery of Skylightz Gaming. Oh, that's not the finish that we thought was going to happen, but an incredible move from the players of Seal, as 10 eliminations have been secured now, and they look to go for a few more. Wally at point blank range takes a lot of damage. The jump shots are not going to work in front of Susan. He's found the knock. Demo is still going to be left standing. Oh, well, in fact, thrown out in the back lines as the last player surviving for his team. Or, wait, did IHC pick up all those elimination points? JyanMaara just got scammed.
Oh, no. Oh, boy.
It's so bad for them.
IHC, yeah, just being the thieves in the night, just stealing the kills away. And now JyanMaara, indeed, yeah, as you said, you're feeling really bad for them. I mean, I've been there in that spot, too, when I was playing Pubgmobile once, and the enemy just stole my entire kills. But, yeah, it's not just the enemy sometimes. Even your teammates do tend to steal a lot of stuff from you. But it's okay. You know, in the end, they're your teammates. But for now, currently in the game, it's going to be a little fight that might just engulf between the players of IHC and DRS, as IHC, they've already found a great opening, and now they're trying to capitalize on top of it. Godless 2, it's going to be there in the front lines. Another player falls down. It's all down to 2 players in the back now. It's a 2-on-4 situation. IHC currently, IHC also taken down, making it a 2-on-3. Again, the pressure's not going to be on the equal faces. Godless 2 will be followed up with an 8. But again, the spray from the phrase there from the back lines as killer of IT. Now it's going to shut down the play in the front. Again, another nade to follow it up. IT, such a great capitalization in this fight. And now they will also shut down the final nail put in the coffin. DRS out the equation.
Well, let's see if they can make this happen, as now JyanMaara down to 2 players, IHC down to 2 as well. It's between these 2 teams that this game can be decided. Only game changer is going to be Demo from the side of Stalwart Esports, and he sees Zeol from IHC squad go for a few shots, but it's not going to connect, as Zeol, right in the nick of time, does go behind that cover, and he wasn't even thinking about Demo. It just happened. Well, he just got a bit lucky, but now Demo, there's going to be a lot of pressure on him, as his vision is getting completely smoked off. It has been blocked off. He can't see anything or anyone from the other side. Alex and Zeol, they have taken perfect positions to just gatekeep the players of JyanMaara. Just 1 red separating these two teams. Whoever tries to cross will get punished.
3 teams alive. And this is the second last game too. After this game, the momentum's going to be decided heavily which team's going to be favored with it. Oh man, I'd see they've got a lot of elimination points, and now they just want to convert this game into a win, into a victory. 2 players up for them. 2 players up for JyanMaara too. JyanMaara, they're going to be the biggest thorn in their way for this victory. Is this game going to be served to them with a silver platter? And currently, so far, the answer is going to be no, because I'd see now they'll need to try and move on in the next zone, and that means they will need to expose their bodies as well, and they might just catch a lot of bullets.
Well, let's see. I mean, who's going to be catching bullets first in this match? IHC looking to secure the win, as again, I mean, they have been in a struggling form since the start of the day. It's just they have to be extremely careful with how they want to approach these final few fights. I think No Fear, having just the airdrop equipment on him, might just have a slight advantage for a few seconds. But he has to be extremely careful and lucky that the circle moves towards him. Wonder how much utility is going to be left on these teams. All right, so I believe a nade was lobbed towards the players of IHC from JyanMaara, but did not really connect upon them because no damage was dished out. Susan just using the third-person perspective along with the Reds. Demo is getting finished off down to the top 2 teams. 4 players surviving. It's a 2v2. IHC, they realize this and they start to push forward. Alex and Zeol in perfect formation, running forward using the rock to separate the 2 players and isolate the fight between the 2 players of JyanMaara. No Fear coming in from the right and Susan from the left. This is not going to be easy for IHC to handle. Susan is looking to push forward. Sees Zeol, goes for a few shots. Well, tries to go for it, but Zeol, he's quite lucky. Every single time someone ADS is on him, he's behind cover already. No Fear quite close, but Susan finds the opening. It's a 1v2. Alex, all that remains for his team. Susan pushing forward. It's going to be spotted out. Can Alex get this knock? Well, he almost finds it. Gets the final knock. Now it's him and No Fear. Alex barely has any HP, and it's going to be a point-blank range duel between the two. And it's going to be JyanMaara getting the chicken dinner win in this game. IHC, they might have had a lot of elimination, but the chicken dinner is something that they will not be able to get.
I mean, again, though. Yeah, indeed, an incredible game. But again, I still feel like I'd see they might just have toppled.
Yeah,
my bad.
They do have more points.
The players of JyanMaara in the match rankings, anyways. Even though the chicken dinner was in the hands of JyanMaara, still I'd see they've done a phenomenal job in that previous game. A lot of elimination points wrapped up. That's going to make it up for the chicken dinner. But indeed, a great showing and great patience being shown from the side of JyanMaara, and they completely deserved that previous game. Man, what a way to close things out. But indeed, the final intense fight. And yeah, just got outnumbered. One of the players from IHC. It's tough to just do things against 2 of the players, especially against a team like JyanMaara. You were able to take one of the players out, but the other player just had your MG3 in the hands, and you don't even have the HP to support it yourself.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And it was Susan, even though he was taken out, I think he was the playmaker in that final push, as you mentioned, towards Alex, because he dished out quite a lot of damage on Alex already and made the situation in the favor of his team. But I like the play that the players from IHC were also attempting to make. They were just waiting for Demo to make a mistake and mess up because they were worried about that flank and not too worried about going for that push towards the players of JyanMaara, I think. And the mistake that they made was they committed a lot of utility early on towards Demo. Had they saved a few smokes, maybe they could have been helpful in isolating the fights even further. Just deny complete vision to Susan, try and go for No Fear first, or vice versa. But hey, I mean, could have been, would have been, whatever it case, it wasn't what happened. What happened was JyanMaara just played it very carefully, very smartly, and well, they were the ones walking away with the win.
I mean, they indeed did play pretty well. But again, as I said, we're probably going to be seeing the MVP of the game too. And it has to be one of the players from IHC without a doubt. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, before getting into all those stats, it's time for us to throw to a short break. Don't go anywhere though. We'll be right back. Man, I'm not gonna lie, those Lamborghinis right there, those are some of the best things I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, yeah, this tournament is on another level, and that Lamborghini right there is on another level. PUBG Mobile, man, you guys come up with some of the best cinematics in the world. But yeah, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I just forgot my job right there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Mobile Pro League 2022. I mean, five games out the way, ladies and gentlemen. And also, after this final game, that's going to be upcoming soon. We will be concluding the first day. That means 2 more days to go and 12 more games to go. Teams, they're not going to have a lot of games left in their hands. But before that, though, as I said, before moving on to the final game, we still have a lot of stats to look at. And the first one will be starting off with the MVP of the game.
Exactly. I mean, the individual that was the most valuable player. That is what MVP stands for. But as you said, Necro, before we went on to the break, you were sure it was going to be one of the players from the side of IHC, and it is IC with 6 eliminations with 855 damage dished out and also 6 assists secured during the during the performance. His run inside the match was actually quite incredible. I mean, I believe the entirety of IHC has 14, maybe 15 eliminations to their name. So IC just being a part of 12 of those was quite impressive. And along with that, I want to see what the status for Esports is going to be like, because they were also looking very, very deadly throughout the game. I believe somewhere around 10 to 11 eliminations to their name. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what the difference is going to be like. And did Esports also topple over JyanMaara? That is something that we will only find out once we have a look at the match rankings.
Talk about JyanMaara, though. I mean, IC, as I said, has to be the dominating game. And Zol and IC, these two players, they wrapped up 11 points all by themselves for the team in the elimination points marker. So I can already imagine if you combine the rest of the players' eliminations too, that's just going to skyrocket their entire points number in the overall rankings too. And as I said, Demo is going to be there as well from the side of Seal. Now, again, Seal, even though they're not really able to get their hands on the chicken dinner, past 2 games, they have been really consistent.
Well, they have been very consistent, I'll give you that. But on the other side, I mean, I'm just like looking forward to the overall rankings to see what the structure is going to look like, because now things are getting a little topsy-turvy. The teams that were doing really well for themselves at the start of the day are looking, well, kind of shaky moving forward with the rest of the matches, and the dominators of the league stages are making their presence felt yet again. And even though in this match, I mean, we do see JyanMaara in the position of the team that won the game, because they in fact did. IHC, their stats are the ones that dominate basically the entirety of the board.
I mean, talk about dominating the entirety of the board, though. I mean, boy, yeah, as you said, IHC, they just dominated everything. And then JyanMaara was one of those teams. They're like, all right, guys, we don't really care about the elimination points as long as we're getting decent amount of points wrapped up and we're keeping that consistency air flowing in our accounts. That's all that's going to matter. And JyanMaara, again, a decent showing from them. 6 elimination points and 5 knockouts. That's going to give them, what, quick match, 21 points in total. So that's decent amount of points wrapped up even from the side of JyanMaara, but something that's not going to be enough to completely boost themselves up in the top 3. Taking a look at the match summary, though, IC, of course, is going to be there with the highest eliminations. Demo there with 915 highest damage, highest assists too. IC is going to take the trophy in that. And look at that. It's just IC in 3 of the stats, and then Stalwart Esports and Seal just stealing a bit of spotlight. Again, another game that has been dominated by the Mongolian.
Yeah, as you said, another game that's being dominated by the Mongolian teams. I mean, it looked like they were making a comeback in the previous one, and now I think they are all warmed up. In fact, as we do have IHC Esports on the first position in terms of the point tally, 26 points secured. JyanMaara on 21, just barely out of reach of Seal Esports. And look at who's right behind Seal Esports. It's Stalwart Esports with 10 points, all tied up with SG, Skylightz Gaming, and DRS on the 6th. So there was not a lot of difference between the top 3 and the next 3 squads in terms of how many points that they got, but all of these teams were the ones that were lagging behind before the previous Erangel. And now after this one, I mean, the overall rankings are just going to be more intense. at the end of the day, I think there is not going to be anyone with a clear advantage unless one of the Mongolian teams goes on to just again dominate in the last Erangel of the day. Unless that happens, otherwise it's still going to be very close, and tomorrow is going to be more interesting than ever.
Tomorrow indeed has to be way much more interesting, and this is what I like to call, right? Day 2 has to be the day of comebacks, but for now, let's take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro Mits. We didn't really see those early bodies hit the deck, though. It was 8 minutes late in the game. We didn't see any fights happening. It was 9 or 10 minutes, actually, in the game. We did not really see any fights happening, and then later on is where things really started to heat up between the players of Deadeyes Guys and 7C.
Well, I mean, it was quite an interesting situation right there, but I think JyanMaara, again, just losing out on a few of their teammates in the early stages was something that was quite unfortunate, but they did quite a decent job surviving to the late game stages, and then, in fact, going on to win the chicken dinner inside of this match. This fight, T2K versus Savage Esports, not going the way I expected it would.
And look at Seal. Yeah, they just had the pedal to the metal, kept on moving on forward, getting this elimination points, just wrapping them up. Then the vehicle in the front too was just almost on under a lot of smoke. Seal just peppering down bullets in the front. A great nade placement coming in as well from the players of Stalwart Esports. And these highlights, man, I'm not gonna lie, all the actions, even though some of the actions that we missed on the live observing screen, these highlights, they're able to show us each and every single POV and how stuff really went down. So personally, huge fan of these Oppo F19 Pro moments, but our Oppo F21 Pro moments, my bad. It's just hard for me to move on from Oppo F19 Pro. Johnny, listen, it's not my fault. I'm just a loyal guy.
I mean, we were there with that device for so long,
Yeah.
but now the F21 Pro is out, so it's time for us to move on to better things, Necro. And talking about better things, you know what's better? Well, the damage graph, not really. I was talking about the overall rankings, but we will have the overall rankings soon, I believe. But for now, I mean, you hardly get to see this, right? The team on the first is there with just 1,000 damage total and 6 eliminations. The team on the second, though, 2,719 damage dished out and 14 eliminations.
So what do you say? IHC should have won that game? You think?
I mean, they should have.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that was not the case, though. Yeah, JyanMaara, patience again. These South Asian teams, I'm not going to lie, they're just showing so much patience in these final moments, and they're actually able to flip the switch in the last moment, and they're able to secure those chicken dinners. And now, here we go. Finally, the overall rankings in front of us. And as I said, Seal, they have been so consistent in the past 2 games, and that's going to reward them in the 4th spot in the overall rankings. As Stalwart Esports, they're going to boost themselves up to 2nd spot as well. And now, here we go. The Mongolian domination might just be seen IHC too. They're now in the run. They're now in the race in the first half of the board, and they are currently in top 6.
Well, let's see. I mean, they are going to be part of the top 6 finally, and not too far away from the pack leaders as well. I mean, just 21 points separating IHC and Deadeyes Guys, but look at how close things are. 68 points on the team sitting on the first position, and then we have Raw Esports on the 9th with 40 points. So within the top 9, switches are going to happen quite swiftly, but if you want to move from the 10th into the top 8, then it's going to take at least 2 matches. Venom Legends, although, yeah, this is not a day that is theirs. 5 matches that they've played, they have only secured 3 points.
Talk about securing just 3 points, and now here we go. Schedule off the day 1. I mean, every single match has been concluded. We started the day off with Erangel, then the second game was Miramar, 3rd was Sanhok, 4th was Erangel, 5th is Miramar again, and now we're going to end things on Erangel too, as like the life cycle where we start, we end, and now over here too, where the day started, it's going to end back on the same map too, on the map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. The cycle continues, and so these players too, they will need to continue to be consistent. Are they going to be able to do so in the final game right here? Because there's going to be a lot of pressure. Talk about the momentum. Day 1 matters a lot, but again, sometimes some of the teams they're not really comfortable in dominating in the day 1. Instead, they like to rely on day 2, which is the day of comebacks.
I mean, we've seen a lot of top teams do this. Like, just for the first day, they are going to try and stay in the top 5, and the next day onwards, they look to secure the first position. But it is quite a risky approach to the situation. I mean, imagine the team on the first position just goes on to get a very big lead, and you're just left catching up. That is, well, additional pressure that you're just putting on yourself. But on the other side, going into the last game of the day, I mean, it's going to be quite important. I mean, all the teams in the top 5 are going to look forward to trying and securing, well, at least the top 3 finish. I think the top 8 entirely will look to finish in the top 3 at the end of the day, at the end of this game. And because of that, we might just get to see a lot of action. I'm just saying that because I hope there's a lot of action. So far, I mean, the early game stages have been just nothing. There hasn't been a lot of fighting in the early stages.
There indeed hasn't really been a lot of fights, and I don't know what's going to change the course now, because again, I personally love myself some high-octane games, and if there's not going to be a lot of fights in the early phase, it also kind of like makes the entire environment boring too, if I'm not wrong. So we want the things to be spiced up. We want things to just kick off early. We want some early fights. We want to see some drama too, because so far, teams are taking it way too competitive. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's fun to watch competitiveness as well. But I'm just a person who loves aggression. I don't know about you, Johnny.
I mean, I love aggression as well. I mean, I'm just going to be happy if they just get up and start shooting for no reason in the middle. Like, yeah, that's it. We just like hearing guns go off in the distance. I mean, just watching the game, that's going to be pretty fun. We will make do with that. I mean, but we're just waiting for the last game of the day to begin, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, the map is going to be Erangel, and I would love to see again a circle heading towards the military island. I mean, they have been very fun to watch so far, especially I think if we have a southern circle, that is something that does force a lot of teams to sort of adapt and be a little bit more aggressive in the early stages of the match. Stalwart Esports being one of the teams that do like to play around the Nova Repnoi Bridge quite a lot. And since they have not been doing that exactly for the entirety of the league stage, I mean, early days of the league stage, we saw them put a lot of pressure on the Nova Repnoi Bridge every single time we had a military island circle. Now they have backed off. No one is expecting Stalwart to just hold the bridge again. And if they do that, maybe we will see them catch a few teams off guard. But who knows where the circle will go? Only, I guess, God and Ocean.
Well, I mean, at this point, even Ocean, it'll be tough for him to decide, because the way circles are taking a curveball, man, I'm telling you, bro. Some of the top, even the PUBG devs wouldn't know where the circle's going to take the next shift.
Yeah.
But for now, here we have the player camps in front of us, and every single player, they do seem pretty locked and loaded. And wow, here we go. I mean, we aren't really seeing anything weird currently happening in the player camps. I'm actually just trying to spot some interesting moments, and that's not really the case.
Yeah, everyone is just completely focused. I mean, these are the grand finals after all, so absolutely no one wants to take any risk in a situation like this. But ladies and gentlemen, the plane is finally in front of us, and you know what that means. The game is all set to begin, and the trajectory of the plane again towards the eastern side of the map is going to be starting from the Stalwart Hill, going all the way south towards Nova Repnoi. That's the second time this has happened in the day. Completely eastern trajectory, and well, game number 1, we had a circle towards the west. Is the case going to be the same this time?
Ooh, and TDK, they're going to have a free exit out the plane path too. That means now IHC, they will need to try and drop on shelter. Usually they also like to, or their secondary spot, or at least their first spot, is the Georgia pole. But just because the plane fly path screwed them over so hard, they will have to adjust with the shelter and prison area. On the other hand, JyanMaara too are going to be one of those teams that won't really struggle a lot. Savage as well, they like to drop in Yasnaya. Stalwart Esports, Seal, all the way down south. Maybe ElementriX will have a decent amount of trouble to try and traverse around in their spot. But again, nothing really, I would say, out of the ordinary.
Well, yeah, as you said, nothing out of the ordinary. IHC Esports, I mean, they're going to look for vehicles and then move towards Georgia Pole. Venom Legends, we know why they have been heading towards Milta Power to try and avoid Skylightz Gaming in any form or any way. On the other side, JyanMaara towards Lipovka, and there it is. Trajectory towards the east, the circle towards the west. And this one is centered around, it is centered around somewhere between Pochinki and Ruin. So, I mean, there is going to be a slight possibility that if the shifts are towards the north, that the circle is going to be split across the river, just, right on top of Deadeyes Guys, if you will. But on the other side, there is a slight possibility of an early duel as 7C Esports, Venom Legends, ElementriX, and Phantom Esports are going to be dropping quite close to each other. So mid-rotation, not mid-rotation fight exactly. I mean, I do expect a few players to be caught off guard out in the open and be run over, like it happened in game number 1 with ElementriX being the team that picked off 2 of the players from the side of Phantom Esports. That happened in game 1. Now, if that happens again, Phantom Esports, they're going to be questioning their decision of dropping towards farm every single game in Erangel. They're going to look to switch things up. And if they switch things up in a position like this, it's going to be very risky, but exciting for us to watch as viewers and commentators. But on the other side, though, ladies and gentlemen, quite an interesting thing on the minimap, as we did see the players of IHC go for a 2-2 split drop. The reason being, I believe, they just wanted to get those vehicles comfortably, so they just landed close to the spawn spots and just collected the vehicles, and now in fact looking forward to move towards the Georgia Pole area to begin their early game loot stages. On the other hand, ElementriX in front of us right now, we know what their favorite spot is. It is the very Primos position, but I don't think they will look to move forward to the city entirely. They will, well, just loot till they get towards the military bridge, and if their loot is complete, I think the players are just going to split up and start looking for a position inside the circle. All right, Slipknot, just a bit of a stunt moment right there. Heading towards his teammate Mad Max. A pickup service has arrived. Good sir, let's get in and get out of here. And Phantom Esports this time, well, quite safe in the early stages, are going to be on their merry way. Just trying to survive, collect as many points as they can. Hopefully no one blows up this car and pick off 2 players yet again. On the other side, I mean, 3 minutes in, no action, no aggression, no shots fired, nothing in this matchup. Players are just still headed towards their drop spot, and they will look to, well, begin the looting stage, especially, I mean, Phantom Esports were quite out in the open. I believe they do have a few weapons.
They do. I mean, currently they also have a M4 in their hands, so at least they do have a decent amount of firepower to work with in this game. Again, what I really am eyeing out for is some of the teams, right? For example, Savage Esports are one of those teams that I was eyeing out for. And I'm not really seeing them today, at least in the day 1, but hopefully they're going to be able to step things up in day 2, or even this final game currently that's going on, because this circle is a pretty standard circle. And I don't think so any of these teams, they will need to worry about it. But I do want to see it, or this shift might just be going, because still teams will have a decent amount of time to try and loot in. No, not a lot of pressure on any of these teams to move. Things looking quite chill for now. We talk about teams like Stalwart Esports all the way down south. See it right next to them. And in these zones, we talked about it. It's not going to matter even if you're going to take a late rotation, unless if the next circle is going to shift right on top of the majority of the teams, then maybe the late rotation will be something that's going to hinder you quite a lot. Savage Esports too, they still haven't left the Yasna Apolloniana region. They still aren't really sure if they haven't got enough amount of loot to try and play the upcoming games with, or the upcoming circles with. Look at this nice mousetrap with a block of cheese in it. Interesting. Some beautiful observing by the observers.
Yeah, just showing the US right there. I mean, even though there's a cheese trap right there, I don't think anyone's going to fall for it. No one's going to be...
Where's the pizza?
I mean, I think that the entirety is supposed to be a pizza.
Oh.
Yeah. And a trap, Necro. Don't get distracted, otherwise you will get caught.
I'm a human. Nothing's going to happen to me with a mouse trap. Unless it's one of those old mouse traps that was used back in the day, and that was one of the most scariest stuff.
Wait, what do you mean back in the day?
The old mouse traps. You haven't really seen those?
Nope.
The mouse traps that was used in the old school days?
The ones that are shaped like normal nets? Not net, cages.
No, so there was another mousetrap that were used like back in the day, and it kind of looked like a little pocket cannon. And yeah, those are like mousetraps that was used like all the way back in the day to catch mouses. And yeah,
if anyone is wondering, where we get all this information from, I mean, we stay up pretty late with nothing to do.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just found like a random video on YouTube and I watched it and I was like, damn, that's a brutal way to catch a mouse. Like, damn, have some mercy on that. But yeah, anyways, Savage now charging on in the entire compound of Deadeyes Guys, and unfortunately, it's going to be Shifu Sir's being caught in the open right there. Two of the players of Savage to try and deal with. Too much pressure on that one little man, Shifu, and he will be taken out. The separation this time is causing the demise of Deadeyes Guys.
Yeah, they have lost one of their own, the first blood of the game right now, and Savage Esports getting the advantage, but Deadeyes Guys, they do not want any part of this action. I believe they have started to move further and further away from the players of Savage Esports. Just trying to get a little bit of distance between them and the opposition. In fact, just sticking to the northern edge of the Rozhok city. On the other side, on the northern island, look at that raw, quite close to the players of T2K. There is going to be a slight collision between the two teams. And there is a massive cluster headed towards Pochinki as well. Wow.
Oh, I just remembered the name of the mousetrap killer. It was called 1862 Cannon Mousetrap.
That's very complicated. Sounds like a code to something.
1080. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about
1862 cannon mousetrap. That's what it was called. So as I said, it looked like a pocket cannon. And if the mouse just like goes in near the liver would like drop. So the mouse gets trapped and then a little cannonball will be fired.
Pretty intense.
Yeah, pretty intense. Yeah, some old school mousetraps. But yeah, now the next circle is going to shift down south. And also you do see the plane. It's going to be the care package on the way. Now, you talk about teams currently in the game, how they're looking like. I mean, the circle has taken a southern shift. So that means every single team will now will need to at least take a shift down south. For example, teams like Skylightz Gaming, which are still in the Georgiapol Apartments area, they will now need to start and book as quick as possible. Seal, they're finally finding an opening against the players of Phantom.
Well, let's see, though, what is going to happen. DRS against Stalwart Esports now. Top, he does have a lot of information, but DRS, they're in a very awkward position. Delta just shooting a little bit further from the top of the ridge. Stalwart Esports looking to position themselves from where they can take this fight, but it's not going to be easy for them to approach this. Oh, Top, he goes for a few shots, but DRS back off right in the nick of time. Now action is laying down a few smokes to cover up the flank so that Stalwart Esports do not, well, get shot from the distance as they try to push forward towards the summit of the small little hill in front of them.
Talk about Stalwart Esports. Man, look at this airdrop one currently on the board. It's going to be the AUG with a couple of upgrades if the teams do want to go for it. But again, the circle is something that I'm having my eyes dead locked on. I mean, currently, nothing to be worried about for a lot of teams. They're going to have some free pathways in. But unfortunately, if you're going to stand out in the open like that and just shoot in the teams in the front, that's like an open call for the enemy teams to just shoot onto yourself, and that's what exactly happened. Rules got taken out too much overconfident and kind of got tunnel visioned a bit too much on the vehicles in the front.
Well, but let's see. I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see what the game plan is going to look like now since they have been caught off guard. Talk about getting caught off guard. Raw Nemesis. Well, out in the open fields is where the man will meet his demise, as IHC Alex goes on to secure the elimination point for his team. Now, Raw, their numbers are being cut down slowly and steadily, and it's not going to be easy for them to make it to the late game stages. IHC Esports still looking quite solid, easy rotations for them, as they weren't too far away from the center of the circle. I mean, just surviving out in the open has always been their thing for the entirety of the league stages. Now, moving forward, Godless, look at him. So this is quite brilliant from him. Like, he is sort of just leading the players of Raw, just keeping them on towards the summit, but also at the same time maintaining a certain distance from his team, because just in case he gets shot at, he's going to be in a recoverable position. Now, IHC Esports going behind cover, just prioritizing their safety instead of being over-aggressive.
Talk about prioritizing their safety. A lot of teams just accumulated near the Pachinko area, and even Savage are one of those. And this next circle shift is going to be quite crucial too. As I said, it's going to be deciding every single team's fate in the lobby. Zone's going to start to close in a couple of seconds soon, and we will be able to find out where the next shift's going to be going towards. Because again, Vibes 2 now, they're closing in. A lot of teams, it's like a splash of colors almost in the center, but this time it's not going to take a center shift. Instead, the circle is going to shift up and a little tilted on the left side, top left.
Well, but let's see, 16 teams, 61 players still remaining in this match as we are headed towards this third zone of the game. 30 seconds left for the players to find a position inside the circle. Majority of them have already done so. High voltage getting shot at from the players of IHC, but they managed to make their way towards the cover quite safely. T2K, we saw them in action against the players of Skylightz Gaming. 1-1 knock from each side, but Sandesh finding the second. Nima in the backlines is looking to knock Sandesh down and will be successful, but will Nima be able to protect Yalzin from getting finished off? It's down to a 2v2 this fight. Mafia Ninja is going to be present in this one as well, but he is a little bit further away now, and it's not going to be easy for him to actually find the opening. Well, Sanhok is going to take down Nima as the nade is going to be lobbed upon him. Now it's a 2v1 in the favor of T2K. They have lost Legend, but Sanhok going for a revive. Jane still waits, hiding behind the car. And Mafia Ninja is keeping an eye on this vehicle and on the house behind this as well. But Skylightz Gaming, they're pretty much done.
Yep. There's no way. There's no way Skylightz Gaming, they're going to be able to bounce back unless Mafia Ninja just makes some magical plays. As you said, it's a 1-on-3, and Mafia Ninja now will need to try and book as quick as possible, and that's what he's doing. He's going to make sure he's as far away from this entire squad. Still is catching a couple of bullets. Mafia Ninja's taken down pretty low, and one more bullet. That might just seal the deal, but unfortunately, he gets out of harm's way just in the nick of time and also barely surviving on a sliver of health. Deadeyes Guys here, another threat lingering on top of their heads, another challenger approaching. It's going to be the players of Stalwart Esports.
Well, let's see. Deadeyes Guys going for a revive right now on top, being brought back into the action. Stalwart Esports, no other option for them. They had to go for their own revive. And it's still going to be a 3v3 between the two teams. Vibes taking on Venom Legends on the other side. Steel shot getting knocked and finished. And from the flank action, just spotting out Chari, looking in, well, in a whole other direction. Just completely off guard. And, well, I think the same is going to happen to Action as a nade is going to be lobbed. No! Just barely a few inches short in front of the tree. And Action now realizes that there is True Love so close to his position. He is running around the rock, just trying to negate the damage from the nades in his direction, and is looking to see if he can spot out True Love out in the open, exposed, and just take him down, either with the utility or with the gunshots instead. Stalwart Esports, they do realize that they have the advantage in this fight, and they are looking to press that.
They indeed are. It's just two players up for Deadeyes Guys. They were able to take care of, at least get rid of the biggest threat in that team too, Shifuser. But now the next circle is going to take another shift. It's hard shifts after hard shift after hard shift on top left. And every single team is still left guessing, as now there were majority of the teams all the way down south. And they're now going to start to move in. Stalwart Esports 2 is going to be one of those teams that are not going to try to stay back when it comes to the rotation standpoint. They're going to try to book it as quick as possible in the zone. In these kind of late zones, you want to make sure you have to be one of those teams who's rotating as quick as possible.
Well, yeah. And talk about rotations. I mean, we do see 7C Esports moving in front of us, and so does Mad Max. Does see the vehicle moving around, but it's not really want to go for this fight, as Phantom Esports right now have their own troublesome situation to deal with IHC just being right on their back doors in the trenches. Alex taking a massive hit with the Mini 14, but runs behind cover just in the nick of time. Shoykot, the distance is a little too much for him to deal with, but oh, what is happening to 7C Esports? 2 players knocked out. Akujot going for a revive on Ripson as Vibes. They do not even stop to bother with them. They just keep moving forward, prioritizing their positioning and their safety in the match rather than just going for the elimination points out in the open.
Talk about going for the elimination points out in the open, though. ElementriX and Stalwart Esports quite close to each other. Stalwart Esports, they're going to be able to at least rotate out safe from now. At least for now. Scry making it quite close to action. Do wonder what the game plan is going to be looking like for Stalwart, because currently they're just stuck from all across the board, and it's ElementriX who are making their problems even more miserable, or making their journey even more miserable in this game. High Voltage now straight up ramming their vehicles in the combat of Raw. A lot of fights and a lot of bullets are going down as Rig will finally fall down now. It's a 2-on-2 situation, and High Voltage will put the final nail in the coffin for the team in the front. As High Voltage now, they're eliminated out the gate.
Well, let's see. It's going to be quite interesting now. IHC against the players of Savage Esports, and Sanchir was knocked out. Oh, another one is going to be lobbed in their spot. And
oh my God,
IC, even though he does get taken out with the trade nade from Hershey, IHC still feel like they are in a much more favorable position. Anif taking damage from the flank as well. IHC, they are going to lose out on IC, but the 3 players that are left behind are not too easy to take down as well. Savage Esports managing to find their way back inside of this matchup with the 3 players that they have left, in fact, in this game. But Necro, look at what this match has been like so far. We are 18 minutes in. We are headed towards the 5th circle. Still, there are 40 players remaining. 14 teams still alive. Everyone is just, well, completely paranoid and not willing to take any risk in this matchup. Look at that. Out in the open. Alrighty, so that's why I do not risk it, as Slipknot is going to be caught completely off guard out in the open. Sus, look at him, still out of a Hollywood action movie as he gets shot and he's just driving through the bullet storm. Manages to find safety, but how long will he be surviving like that? It's not going to be easy. Orange almost getting taken out there. It is T2K finding Incus, finding Orange. Vibes is the team with the knock. Who will get the elimination point? It's going to be T2K.
Oh, okay, there we go. Sanhok finally able to flow it through. But yeah, again, the next circle is going to shift all the way to the right side now, Johnny. Throwing a huge curveball on the teams on the left. And there were the majority of the teams on the left, too. So a lot of teams currently, they're not really in the zone. So there's going to be a lot of pressure wrapping up on their backs. IHC scouting the compound out in the front. It's going to be the players of Raw. How will they try and fight back? Something I want to find out. And Raw now finally on a move. Raw, they realize this. They have to move as quick as possible. If they're not going to, they will be potentially just held out the bay. And that's what Raw really does not want to happen for themselves.
Well, but let's see. JyanMaara, Gunner, No Fair, Susan completely pinned down. Snipe YT with slightly higher advantage. Well, he's on the in the house on the ridge. And Raw Esports being forced to take an exit. So a few teams have been eliminated at this point. And Hershey just going on a frenzy. 4 eliminations secured. Delta, look at him. Now, this is a little bit of a over-aggression from the players of DRS as Delta has gone for a push. Rules is looking to go for a flank, just pushing from behind the tree. But Delta and ReaperBot, they are extremely low now. A lot of utility being lobbed upon them. And I believe DRS, they might just lose 2 players in this fight as No Fear is going to be knocked out from the side of JyanMaara. 7C Esports, the third party is going to be here. But Delta has been knocked out. Rules there with barely any HP left is going to be taken down as well as Gunner comes in for the rescue now. DRS there in a world of hurt, but JyanMaara, they are not out of trouble. 7C going for a first snipe. YT is going to be forced out. Gunner taking a lot of damage. Ripson, will he be able to find the knock? And the answer is going to be not yet, but he got very close. Akujot from the side of 7C Esports is going to be taken down in retaliation from the other side as Memo with a nade is going to knock out Snipe YT. DRS. Now, this just was a gift handed over to them from the players of 7C. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated in an instant. And talk about eliminations. See the Esports. They are out.
Oh, my God. Big eliminations from the lobby. Big Doc's already out this time. Still though, 9 teams are alive though. And IC2 is one of those. And we saw IC currently closing in on the top 3 spot. And IC do not really want to get taken out from this game that early. So IC at least would want to make sure they're ending things off on a great note on this final game. 7C and JyanMaara. This fight continues. And for 7C, they will finally fall down. As 7C, they were looking to dominate this entire final game, but that's not going to be the case. JyanMaara, they just get rid of 7C. Big threat eliminated, and now the circle is going to be shifting in no man's land out in the open.
Well, the shift of the circle is going to be there, but as you mentioned, it's going to be completely out in the open. No cover left for anyone. You will have to take those fights. It's going to be completely unavoidable moving forward now. And look at that. Hershey again put on his knees. And if the last player surviving, getting pushed forward. And oh, if the bullets hadn't done the trick, then the vehicle to the head would have just been the last hit. And he would have taken down to 17, 16 players still alive. Vibes looking quite solid now with the 3-man roster left behind. 8 eliminations secured so far. And they do have, well, quite a decent spot and close to the entry of the circle as well. IHC, after IC was taken out, I think, since they did make a lot of noise against the fight against Savage Esports, I think. Their position is also just going to be completely revealed to the opposition, especially Phantom Esports, knowing exactly where these players are. And look at that, Godless is finally going to be shut down. Mad Max finding the opening with a Mini 14 in his hands.
And he's just tapping away too. Oh, there we go. Catches a bullet right in his skull. And the skull now will potentially be at least have a little dent on it with the M416's bullet. And then Vibes too. They're going to try to at least try and capitalize, as now, look at them. They're out in the open, and now they're just looking to take out the players in the front. JyanMaara slowly and steadily traversing into. Look at the amount of teams that are still alive. 7 teams and 15 players in total. Jiggle gets taken out. Mullik is right there on the left. Venom Esports is over here too. They're just looting these crates and securing that loot. Jane's going to find the opening against the players of Vibes.
Well, but let's see. Down to the top 6 teams. And IHC still looking quite solid in this matchup. Alex, he's trying to crawl forward. Just prone out. Absolutely no reason for him to get up. Vibes Ryu was the man that was knocked out a few seconds earlier. Malik is his teammate quite close to him. In fact, right next to him. So it should be quite easy for them to go for a revive. But look at Yeta now. Doesn't really have the correct read on where the opposition is exactly. And that could prove quite fatal for him. But his teammates are there right behind him. And with Mad Max back on his feet, I think it should be much easier for Phantom Esports to deal with a situation like this. Now, this is also, again, quite interesting, Necro. That Phantom Esports, a team that was struggling the entirety of the day in the very last game, do step up quite nicely and do bring themselves almost to the top 4. Oh, Malik. He's the last player from the side of Vibes. Susan, the jump peaks from behind this haystack. Does he see where Malik is? And now he has... No, still the pixel's not there.
Still pretty close. And Sujin now. Look at him. Malik just slowly and steadily crawling in like a predator. And he'll find the opening on Ice Nade to take that man off. And now the fray is being opened. The opening's being found, and they're now going to try to capitalize on that. Still crawling in slowly and steadily. Vibes. The game plan. No one knows what the game plan is at this point. Just shoot whatever you see moving.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds like a line from a horror movie, but that's basically what it is right now for all these lads. Shoot whatever moves, and well, if you can't shoot it, maybe a grenade will come in handy, as Vibes do manage to secure one more elimination from the side of JyanMaara, and Mad Max was knocked out earlier on. Zeol going for the elimination secure, and Slipknot is going to be his next target. Zeol doing a phenomenal job at this point, and does need to reposition to hide himself from the shots that will be fired in his direction. No Fear is going to be there right in front of Alex, and Alex, he sees him out in the open. The knock is going to be secured, maybe or not. And No Fear, he takes down Godless. Oh my goodness, JyanMaara, they are looking very solid in this matchup. Gunner and Nofia doing a brilliant job one after the other, just taking down the individuals from every single team.
Talk about taking down the individuals, though. Now the next zone's going to start to close in a couple of seconds, and it's already going to close now, Johnny. The pressure's going to pile up even more. A lot of pressure added. It's just salt being rubbed on top of their wounds as IHC. They're still alive. Talk about the consistency. IHC in the final 2 games, they've been the burning torch of that. Man, IHC, they're really looking to just solidify their foot in the top 3 at the end of this. And I want to see where they found themselves. I mean, currently they have 10 elimination points to back themselves up. Not really a bad outing from this. Killer YT2 all the way on the right side. Where has the next circle shifted? That's something I want to find out. Actually, it's on the players of IHC, so they're currently safe.
Well, as you said, since the circle is upon the lads of IHC, they're going to be safe for a few short moments, but moving forward, can they actually go on to secure the winner-winner chicken dinner of this match? Nofia and Gunner just quite far away from each other. I mean, the common tactic in a position like this is to just spread apart. If one lad gets shot at, he's going to ping the person shooting at him, and then you go for a trade. But the trick is going to be to find the opposition first before they take down one of your teammates, and you're stuck trying to clutch out basically an unwinnable situation. It's like a closing moment of the game of chess, but let's see. There is an X factor present in this position, and that is going to be Killer YT, quite close to the players of IHC, and I think he's going to be the game changer right now. But no, it's Nofia finding the first pick. Zeol getting taken out. Now, Alex is not going to know where he got hit from, as Killer YT will be the one securing that final elimination from the players of IHC. It's a 1v2 situation, ladies and gentlemen. It's JyanMaara against DRS. And, well, Nofia is going to be spotted out behind the haystacks. Killer YT clearly saw the pixels peeking from behind the haystack, but he knows there's another one. He knows there's another player from the side of JyanMaara, and he doesn't have a lot of utility to work with since the backpack was dropped quite a while ago. Killer YT, what would the decision be? And it looks like he's just going to bleed out to the blue if he just sticks around a little too long. But, oh, the nade is going to be lobbed towards Nofia. It's a it's on point. Nofia is out. Now it's a one-on-one between Gunner and Killer YT. Both the lads perfectly hidden, but Gunner with the advantage in terms of HP. Killer does not have as
oh my god!
He stands up, goes for the shots, and DRS. What an amazing way to win it all. Basically a 1v3. Wow.
A 3-pointer to close things off. A 3-pointer to close things off, and then man just stands on top. He has so much confidence that he'll be able to take out the final man. And DRS, what a great showing from him. Killer YT steps up when his team needs him the most. All eyes were on him, and Killer YT just flips the odd against the enemy.
Yeah. Oh boy, I mean, oh, JyanMaara, this should have been their game. This should have been their game, but hey, the soldiers know how to win the war, and this time they have done it yet again. DRS, we're not having a great day so far, but I think this could be the momentum builder for the matches tomorrow.
Indeed, and what a way. Oh my god, I just can't really over-exaggerate on the fact that that chicken dinner, that clutch right there from him was impressive. It was more than impressive. I'm pretty sure his teammates, I just want to see the player camps if possible after the end of the game, because I'm pretty sure after that, all of them were pretty hyped. But I'm pretty sure we'll be able to see those player camps in the Oppo F20 and Pro moments, but we still have a lot of time to go for those moments before. And now, before that, we'll also have to find out which is going to be the most valuable player. I think so. It has to be one of the players from the side of IHC.
Yeah,
Not sure.
I think so too. I think IHC were quite dominating in this match as terms of getting those elimination points were considered. All of the other teams, well, the elimination points were getting picked up here and there, but majority of them were just getting third-partied and stolen.
Well, it seems like now it's time for us to throw to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Man, that Lamborghini. Okay, I'm going to stop talking about it. But yeah, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Mobile Pro League 2022. What is that, Johnny? You don't even have a driving thingy, man. Come on. What is that?
It's called a license, I think. What do you mean a driving thingy?
Where's the steering wheel, dude?
Oh, it's an imaginary steering wheel. I can't afford a Lambo in real life, man. The only one I can have is the in-game one.
Oh, are you sure? I don't even think so. I can afford the in-game one, too.
Yeah, but if we have Ocean, we can ask him to gift it to us.
Yeah, maybe you can try and do so. But, man, that's going to be the final game wrapped up too, Johnny. Now it's time for us to take a look at the stats of the final game and to find out how things really did go off over there. So let's take a look at the most valuable player of the previous game, and let's find out who's going to be the man of the hour, because that previous game was pretty intense. And again, was one of those games too where we didn't really see the action hitting early, and then later on in the later phase of the game, it was just complete hell breaking loose. And this time, the most valuable player is going to be one of the players from JyanMaara.
Well, I mean, definitely JyanMaara were also looking quite solid in this matchup, and No Fear is going to be the man securing the MVP of this game, and I think, to be honest, quite well deserved from him as well. I mean, he was doing quite a lot in this particular game. His team was doing so well. They managed to make it to the top 2. And if, I mean, if No Fear wasn't there, I mean, who knows what IHC could have done. I mean, we know how the team can be deadly, even with just 2 players in this game. And No Fear was the man responsible for taking him down. Quite unfortunate that Killer YT was the final man they had to face, but still, No Fear. I mean, a huge round of applause for the player. 921 damage dished out, 4 eliminations in 27 minutes survival time, and then there's the man who closed it all out, Killer YT, with 695 damage and 4 eliminations secured.
Talk about 4 eliminations secured. Then you have Zal too right there with 4 eliminations, Alex too with 5 actually, and then Hershey will find himself too from the side of Savage. Savage is one of those teams that haven't able to show themselves up in the day 1, and Savage is one of those teams I personally want to watch because they are the underdogs coming inside this entire tournament. So, and I personally love an underdog story, so I am going to be rooting out for Savage, and I want to see Savage just dominate their way through, just steamroll their way through. But so far in day 1, that's not been the case. Savage, they have been on the struggling page of things. Now taking a look at the stats comparison between DRS and JyanMaara.
Well, DRS and JyanMaara, I mean, JyanMaara, I think the turnaround that we've seen since the league stages in their performance, I'm really happy with the squad. And it is going to be quite interesting to see. I mean, JyanMaara were leading at every single point. So it's 999. Didn't JyanMaara just get one with 1,000, like a game with 1,000 damage? Exactly 1,000, but this time DRS is just lacking a point. All right, I'm getting distracted, but yeah,
pretty cool.
The stats are in the favor of JyanMaara almost at every single point. So it's a similar position to what happened with IHC and another team a few moments earlier. In fact, in the previous game. But I think at the end of the day, it's all about the points. JyanMaara, they have a decent number of points, and because of the chicken and a bonus, which is just 3 points, I think DRS, they are going to be moving up in the match rankings.
They indeed are going to be moving up in the match rankings, and now Matt Summer in front of us too as highest elimination. Of course, Alex is going to take the cake. He had 5 eliminations points, if I'm not wrong. No Fear with the highest damage, 921. And Nifo going to steal with the highest assist. And then Sanchir with the highest knocks. Savage, they're over here in these match summary too. So Savage had a decent showing in that previous game. But again, that's not going to be enough to solidify their spot in the overall rankings. Turulov there with the longest distance travel. And then it was Mad Max from the side of Phantom with 270. But again, as I said, that's not going to be enough. Performances like these broken records, it's not going to be enough for the side of Savage. Savage, they will need to have a consistent performance and also a dominating spree moving on in day 2. And I have always said this, day 2 is the day of comebacks, and we might just see Savage bounce back in day 2.
I mean, definitely. Savage Esports, I mean, we do expect a bounce back, but to be fair, they were not really, I mean, doing a pretty phenomenal job even during the league stages. I mean, that's the thing. That's the reason I'm quite skeptical about Savage Esports. Although on the other side, IHC Esports, look at that, as I said, it's all about the points tally, 20 points for them. They finished third with 10 eliminations. JyanMaara doing a pretty phenomenal job in this match, managed to secure 8 eliminations, do end up with 20 points. DRS with the chicken, just 19 points secured, but still, I think just 19 points from this match is the number that they will be looking forward to. Although, Necro, look at who's 15th. Venom Legends.
Oh boy.
No points.
Yeah, Venom Legends too is one of those teams that wasn't able to kick things off pretty well on day 1.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything on day 2 too, because even in league stage, we did see Venom Legends struggling quite a bit.
Yeah. I'm quite worried about Venom Legends at this point, because, I mean, if I'm not wrong, they have 3 points in the 6 matches that they've played. That's an average of what? Half a point every game. That's not good. That's not good at all.
I mean, things are not going to be good for any of the teams now. I mean, not going to lie. The teams that are currently in the latter half of the board, or at least the bottom 3, man, they're going to have a lot of pressure moving on in day 2. And trust me, I do not want to be them, Johnny. And the goal here is top 10. I mean, 16 teams are playing in here. The goal is only top 10. And certainly, it shouldn't really be that tough, right? But again, there has to be those 6 teams who aren't really going to make it. There has to be those teams.
I mean, there have to be those teams, as you mentioned, who won't be able to make it to the other side. But along with that, I think the goal top 10 is going to be there for the teams that won a lot of cash for themselves during the league stages. For the teams that missed out, I think they will try to make sure that their monetary gain from these PMPL finals, it's the maximum possible. Because as soon as you get to the SA Championship, things won't be easy. I mean, it won't be easy at all to just take these fights, these sort of fights, and try and survive. It's going to be a much tougher lobby, but for now at least, I think, yes, I agree with you. Just the fact that you don't have to really be inside the top 5 or the top 3 to qualify, you just have to be in the top 10, does relieve some pressure off from a lot of these teams. On the other side though, I mean, all of these teams, I think their intentions are pretty clear, Necro. With the way these players are playing, with the way these teams are playing, their intentions are to just go for a win. They just want to win this. I mean, doesn't matter who we talk about. We talk about JyanMaara, we talk about the lads from Phantom Esports. They did quite decent in this matchup. We talked about DRS. We talk about Deadeyes Guys. Everyone wants to win. No one is taking any risk. They are just playing as textbook as they can and just go for survival at all costs.
I mean, survival has to be the name of the game. And points and consistency as well has to be the name of the game here for the teams. Even the teams that are currently in the top 3, they're not out of harm's way. Their position might be compromised soon because the teams that are currently in the first half of the board, all the teams are one of the most dominating teams in the South Asia region. And now Mongolian teams too, they were kind of hurt at the start, but slowly and steadily, we also did see IHC getting the grip back in the game. And also they have ended the first day on a great note. Now all the Mongolian teams, all they need to do is just try and keep this momentum going even in the day 2, and top 3 should be easily theirs.
I mean, it should be theirs, but again, I mean, we are just getting started, right? Today was just day 1. We still have 12 matches remaining for these teams, and in this one, I think in particular, one of the pleasant surprise to witness, it is going to be the lads of JyanMaara being there in the top 2 right there. And oh, I did not think this was what the difference was going to look like. Oh, this is exciting now, Necro. Look at that. Deadeyes Guys, they are on the first position, but there's just 7 points separating them and Stalwart Esports. This is going to be very close. The first game tomorrow, it's going to decide who the momentum will be with for the entirety of the day.
I mean, again, ladies and gentlemen, top 10 is the name of the game. All you need to do is get to top 10, and then you guys are going to be moving on forward to the SA Championship, because already the 6 teams have came in from the PMPL Pakistan side. And now we're just waiting for this PMPL to end and then find out which of these 10 teams are going to be able to solidify their slot in the future lines in the SA Championship. And now we talked about after this post-game 6, look at that 68 and 69 right there. 1 point difference from the second spot to the first spot, JyanMaara, they might just be able to capitalize on that first spot easily tomorrow. Day 2, as you said, it's going to be full of roller coaster of emotions, and I'm pretty sure each and every single person in the chat, you guys do not want to miss it out. This is the latter half of the board of the overall rankings, and well, there you go, Johnny. Like, on the 9th place is high voltage, and as I said, the teams that are going to be in the bottom 3 of the latter half, they're going to have a lot of pressure, and currently the bottom 3 are Savage, 7C, and Venom Legends.
I mean, so it's the entirety of, I would say the bottom 4 is getting left behind somewhere. ElementriX also not looking too solid, with 28 points secured in the matches that they've played. Savage Esports 26, then there's 7C with 20 points, and, well, Venom Legends. Yeah, that is just something that I think they're going to have a hard time thinking about. But that is something that they need to do, is to figure out how they want to bring themselves back into the action tomorrow. Because, I mean, again, even though the first day wasn't theirs, there's still going to be a possibility for Venom Legends to make a comeback. We've seen that from their side before, so I'm still going to be hopeful. I am going to be hopeful for the team. But today, as far as the matches are concerned, it was Stalwart Esports just, well, I would say making a comeback. I really want to say Stalwart Esports went on to dominate, but that hasn't been the case. First few matches, in fact, the first 3 games, they were not really looking good at all. And in the next 3 games, they did, in fact, manage to be quite consistent. So, Top and Action just being the usual suspect, securing a lot of elimination points for their team. Pika this time stepping up quite nicely, 1100 damage dished out. And Scribe was, well, he did get a few extra survival points and was quite important in terms of providing cover fire for his teammates.
Exactly, of course. He's one of those players like to take things a little bit safer and on a passive note. But Stalwart Esports, as you guys can see on the map of Erangel today, they got a 17 eliminations, on Miramar 10, and then on Sanhok 5. Of course, because Sanhok was only played once in the day. But now you said about Stalwart Esports, right? And Stalwart Esports, the first 3 games, they didn't really start off that well. And the funny part is, you and Ocean were casting the first 3 games, and then after the first 3 games, I came in and I also said, Ocean and I were having this conversation, right? Where are the Mongolian teams that are just not able to show themselves up? And then I said, look, Ocean, I understand this day has been quite rough for them, but all it takes is one single game to just flip the switch completely. And then right after that statement, Erangel game ended, and Stalwart Esports found themselves on the 3rd spot. And I was like, well, there you go.
I completely agree with you on that. I mean, that has always been the case with the teams from Mongolia, that but I don't know, when it comes to the finals, it's just Stalwart Esports and IHC who have always gone for, well, right off the bat, strong starts. But Seal Esports, Savage Esports, these 2 teams do like to take their time. And it was, in fact, Stalwart Esports who started things off for the Mongolian teams, well, with them making a comeback. And look at that. We do have the day summary in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Deadeyes Guys, the leaders of the leaderboard, starting quite strong with a chicken dinner win in the very first game, followed by Miramar, which was conquered by the players of High Voltage. And then on Sanhok, a map that is all about getting those elimination point train to kill were the ones winning the winner chicken dinner. Map number 3 was all about Stalwart Esports and the teams from Mongolia making a comeback. Miramar, the second one, match number 5, JyanMaara securing a very cheeky win for themselves right before finishing second to DRS in the last match of the day. So even JyanMaara were quite consistent at the end of everything.
I mean, talk about the consistency. Yeah, as you said, JyanMaara are quite consistent. But again, Deadeyes Guys, they only got chicken dinner in the first game. But after that, Deadeyes Guys, they were one of the most consistent teams in the entire lobby because they were able to nail that spot down in the first spot. So I would say Deadeyes Guys, a great job from their side, making sure that the first spot wasn't really slipped by. But again, the first spot is pretty compromisable. They're on 69 points currently in the overall rankings, and the team that is right underneath them that has 68 points, and this is JyanMaara. One more point needed, ladies and gentlemen, and they will be toppling them over.
So here's the thing. They don't even need to just worry about JyanMaara. They need to worry about Stalwart Esports, who are sitting on the 5th position, and they are just 7 points apart. So they have to worry about the 4 teams right behind them, because anyone in a single game can topple the standings completely over. And with the way Stalwart Esports, Seal Esports, and IHC, with the speed these teams have been climbing up the leaderboard, I think it's going to be, well, we're going to have a similar situation, just like the league stage is in front of our hands tomorrow by the midday stage. By the third match, it's just going to be the Mongolian team sitting in the top 5 again. At least that's what I think.
I mean, look, you said the Mongolian teams in the top 5. I mean, currently they're already getting pretty close. I'm not gonna lie, for the top 3, Johnny. So
yeah,
I don't know how things are going to be looking like, because currently in the first half of the board, things are getting way too close for comfort. And we also need to count the other bottom 3 teams in the equation too, where Savage Esports currently have found themselves in. And even the bottom 3 teams, they cannot be ruled out just yet, Johnny. They still have a lot in them to showcase. And as I said, day 2 is the day of comebacks, where all the teams that are currently in the latter half of the board, they will give it all they have. They will just fight with all tooth and nail to try and make it in the first half of the board. Top 10 is the goal, because 6 teams have already made it from the PMPL Pakistan, and now we're just waiting for the South Asia PMPL to end, and then top 10 teams will be moving on over to the South Asia Championship. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for the day 1 of the grand finals of PMPL 2022. Thanks for tuning in. It's going to be me, Necro, and Johnny taking a leave. Sayonara.